It's Greg Williams and
Amy Forsyth.
oh my gosh, my voice is so hoarse. Last night, Military Influencer Conference, we celebrated the MIC2024 at the awards gala. Big shout out to, we had yesterday on the stage, Stephen Peck, Marine Corps officer, son of Gregory Peck. He was one of the honorees. Joanne Bass, big shout out to her.
Yeah.
I had Lakita with me. Lakita and we was just going around talking about parade deck, trying to convert them, Amy. And you know how many people was like, what's Amy's phone number? Because we missed her class and we need her slides. And I was like, you better run this thing back. That's the best thing that you can do.
Well, folks, good morning, and we are on day 3 here in Atlanta. It's been so great to be with you for the past few days, and we've been hosting change makers, authors, podcasters, just really people who want to make a difference and make an impact.
I think if this could just be our full-time job, Kelly Ripa, Michael Strahan, watch out. When you put the military together, I'm not going to say something like we just win all the time, but we win all the time.
We are winning here. Another full day of all-star lineup, and we're going to introduce our first guest in just a moment. But I want to tell you that while I was here, Jack Carr kicked off the event with an author talk with Marty Skovlin, and his new book called Beirut was available for free, and it's a signed copy. So I picked up my signed copy here, and just an amazing career. And he transitioned after being a retired Navy SEAL into being a top seller, bestseller author, and really represents the military community in such an amazing way.
So I have to ask you, Amy, like when it's like author to author talk, what do y'all talk about?
Well,
like author to author,
You know, I published a book 2 years ago, and it connected me to other authors, and it just expanded and opened up my network of people. And what I'm gonna be doing another session, really trying to influence and help other aspiring authors get their book out so they can make a greater impact. So at 9:30 Eastern Time, we're gonna be joined again by my special guest, Susie Schaefer, to talk about what the difference is between self-publishing and getting a book deal, but we really want to inspire people so it gives them some things to take home and some ways that they can carry that forward, and maybe they'll be back here next year on the parade deck talking about their author journey and the impact that they've made. But tell us about your events coming up today.
Oh, so at 9 a.m., I'm going to be, talking with, I'm a member of Mu Beta Phi Military Fraternity Incorporated, and I'm actually our National Public Affairs Director. I'm going to be talking with U.S. Army veteran Michael Harris. He's our international president. We actually are going to talk about all of the programs that the military Greek letter organizations do. Like we have the Herculean Effort Program where we actually go out into communities. We help just address the homeless veteran situation. Then we have the Mighty Warriors Program where we actually mentor youth. Imagine a former drill instructor now instructing a young person on how to navigate their ways through, a teenager. I don't even know what to call a teenager. What is the lit term today? Because they be saying some crazy thing like, Dad, I am him. I'm like, who's him? I am. I don't understand that. So that's what I'm going through right now. But me and Michael and I'm sorry, the Harlem in me is coming out, all of New York. Michael and I are going to be talking about that, talking about the fraternity, the lifestyle of the M-Glow. If you've never heard of a military sorority or fraternity, Google it. And that's what we're going to be talking about. Then at 12 noon, I'm going to be here with Peyton Sickles. And if you don't know who Peyton Sickles is, Padensickles, Sick Fit Socks, you've been living under a rock.
Well, and even continuing this afternoon, we're going to host Peyton Sickles. Tell us about her.
All right. So the best way I could put it is first ever African-American veteran minority women business-owned sock company in American history.
Awesome.
That is such like a mouthful. Like, she's like, Greg, you better get all my stats right. It's kind of like trying to sell LeBron, like he's an NBA All-Star, greatest of all time, leading time scorer. So I gotta like always put down her stats. But she's been featured in Inc. magazine, We Are the Mighty websites, all these. Peyton Sickles is, yeah, she up there. So this is gonna be history on stage on the parade deck.
We'll also be honored to host Teresa Carpenter. She's going to
Yes!
have a fireside chat with Rico Player, Sean Alcaraz with the USCCA,
Yep.
Shelly Jeffcoat, Daniel Flint. The lineup is amazing today. But first, you know, let's get our first guest.
Wait, but before we get the first guest, because I didn't do my job. Wait, hold on. So we probably like to thank all of our collaborative partners, USCCA. Keep it coming. You know what I'm talking about. Also, our collaborative partners at TikTok, VetTix, and the Military Influencer Conference. Now you can get a Amy.
Okay, welcoming to our stage, our next guest is Wendy Hively, the CEO and founder of Charlie Madison Original. She's a military spouse, entrepreneur, and mentor known for her dedication to giving back to the military community. Wendy's company is all about collaboration and supporting military families. She and her daughter will share their mission and how they contribute to the military-affiliated nonprofits every year. So please join us in welcoming
Wendy
and Madison.
Wendy.
Yay.
Wendy gonna bring it. Now Wendy gonna bring it. Now Wendy gonna bring it.
I've been a public speaker for 30 years, and I've never had that introduction.
Oh, well, you got it
want
today.
you want to travel with me?
Can I fit in your carry-on?
He's your hype guy, for
Yes.
sure.
Wow. Good morning, everyone. First of all, I just want to say I'm looking around here at faces. Thank you all for coming. You have inspired us, and just the love we have in our hearts for you all is unimaginable. It's really, thank you all for coming. So anyway, so I am Wendy Hively. I'm the owner and founder of Charlie Madison Originals, and
I am Madison Hively. Wendy is my mother. And and I am the marketing director, among many other things, for the business. It's just the two of us, so we wear all the hats.
We are a jewelry company. I know that sounds so weird. We make jewelry for military families, but it's really not about the jewelry. It's about the meaning behind the jewelry and the lives that those meanings touch. And so, a little background. People ask, "Who's Charlie Madison?" Well, this is Madison, and Charlie is my other daughter, Charlotte. So the idea, I have to give my husband credit, and as you know, the idea guys, right? If I don't give him credit, he'll say, "You never listen to what I say." So giving him the credit. So the idea, though, behind Charlie Madison is that it's a nod to family, whether it's the family you're born into or the family you choose along the way, like we do with military service. It's all about family and community. So it started like that, and it's continued like that. We also have a giving back component with our business, which we're going to talk about. But today, we're talking about building purpose into a business. And when you think about purpose and business, nonprofits really are the first to come to mind because they have a clear mission, clear purpose, clear group that they're helping. But same with probably coaching and service-based businesses too, but with product-based businesses, we're making a product we love. We're making a product we hope you'll buy, but having a mission or a purpose behind it is not always easy. So as a product-based business, we've had to innovate. We've had to innovate ways to grow our business, and the biggest has been collaboration. It's been the reason we are where we are now, and I believe in the future it's going to help us grow even more. So we have had to think outside the box. We've had to tailor ideas that we've seen in other industries and get really creative with ways to implement those ideas into our business. So Madison's I'm going to turn it over to you.
So we have 7 different strategies that we're going to talk about today that we've implemented in Charlie Madison Originals that have helped make a difference in our impact and our growth as a business, and hopefully that you all can take away to build inspiration for you all to build purpose within your business. So the 7 different strategies are building an unforgettable brand experience, creating community among customers and supporters, sharing stories, hiring within the military community, collaborations with brands and nonprofits, fundraisers, and implementing a giving back program. So we're going to go a little bit more into detail with each of the 7.
So the first thing we're going to talk about is building an unforgettable brand experience. So if I ask you all, what is the first thing that you think of when I say your brand? What is your brand? Joy? Aloha? I always get the answer of, well, it's my colors, and it's the fonts I choose, and it's my logo. And that is true, but that's really just a small part of it. So it really goes back to telling a story with your business. So the first day we were here, we went to Nikki Zellner's talk about using photography and photos to tell your brand story. And that's what I'm talking about, is taking your customers on a journey. So not just selling them a product, but getting them invested in what you do and what you love and what your brand is about. We pride ourselves in making customer service our #1 priority, and we do. We make every customer feel like they're more than just a customer. They're not just a sale. You aren't just a sale. You're part of our community. So one thing I like to always tell people is that people don't buy from you because they love what you sell. I mean, people love our bracelets. True, I get that, but they don't. They buy from you because they believe in what you do, and they connect with what you do. And one thing this week, we've had a lot of really fun moments with people, but 2 days ago, a military spouse came up to me and said, I am writing a book. It's going to be published soon. And in that book, there's a chapter where I tell the story of one of your bracelets and the meaning behind it and how that kept me going at a really hard time in my life. That's what it's about. That's exactly what it's about. So building that unforgettable brand experience for your customers, #1.
Okay, and #2 is creating community among customers and supporters. And like Wendy said before, when it comes to our customers, like, they're more than just a sale to us. We treat them like they're our family. We really try to make it a very personable experience when we interact with our customers, and we believe that it's really important to build the connection with our customers that we have. And the 2 big ways that we wanted to highlight was, one, we have our insiders group, which is our Facebook group that we have full of our cheerleaders, our supporters, kind of our VIPs. It's free to join, but those are the people that really want to take a dive into our brand and get to know us, not just Charlie Madison Originals, but Wendy and Madison. And then the second one is our rewards club. And with our rewards club, we not only will you be rewarded for purchasing, but also interacting with us. And we offer exclusive bracelet for our rewards club that you can also get by earning your rewards and whatnot. So with our insiders group, we do a lot with them. We post tons of behind the scenes of our business and things that we're doing, but we also do exclusive things just for them. We do giveaways every month that are just for them. We do events for them that are different from some of the sales that we do. We really try to make them our #1 priority when it comes to our customers, because they are champion us, they support us, so they're very, very important to us.
And I know you probably say, oh, I don't want to do a Facebook group. Everybody does a Facebook group, and it's just a lot more work. But that's where we have really found a lot of growth and connected community. So it's an important thing to consider if you really want to grow a community. Next, we have sharing stories, and this is really near and dear to our hearts. We, our community, the military spouse community, is so supportive, is so incredible, and we wanted to give back in a way that highlights their stories. So we've done that in two ways, giving a platform so that you can share your brand, your business. We have our Meet a Milspouse series on our blog, and this is our 5th year of doing it. I can't believe it. We just ask military spouses to share their story, to share what they love about being a military spouse, and it lets you connect with somebody who may have a lot in common with you. The second series we have is called Empowering Entrepreneurs, and it's new this year. And it's a way for us to highlight women entrepreneurs, especially because, of course, that's what we are. And we want to give them a platform to share what they're doing in their business as well. So we have featured a few women, and it's not necessarily connected with the military, but lets them share what they do. And they're fast, we call it their Fast Five. They're quick little tools and tips that somebody else may find helpful as well. So between those two, it gives us a platform to inspire other women and to let them share what they're doing, the important work that they're doing in their communities. You're next.
Next is hiring within the military community. So we're a military spouse-owned brand. I am not a military spouse, but my mom is. And it's been really important for us to look within that network of people and support other fellow military spouse and veteran-owned brands. And so for us, we've hired military spouses for our bookkeeping, our public relations, graphic design, copywriting, photography, and our current web team is actually made up of several different women that are veterans and or military spouses. And we actually met them here last year at MIC.
That's right.
And if we hadn't gone to their presentation and listened to what they have to offer, we would never have been able to connect with them, and they've been able to help our business in so many ways over the year. So it's really important for us that we support the military beyond, like, that extends beyond just like our donations that we make every year, but having other businesses help us grow our business. So
and I'm going to give a shameless plug to Yellow Web Monkey. That's an unforgettable name. If you're looking for web stuff, get in touch with them. Yeah.
Oh, and also that we found it very important that we also support other businesses that are like us, that are small, that are military spouse-owned businesses, because we really, really believe that it's a community over competition mindset. And if we can help others and they can help us, why not shine together instead of having to compete with one another?
And we wanted to mention a resource. If you don't know the Military Spouse Chamber of Commerce, they offer military spouse-owned business certifications. It's a simple process, and then you get a little badge you can put on your website that says you're certified. So that's a great resource for if you don't know about that. So our next strategy is collaborations. Like I said at the beginning, that's really the key to our business. They have become our biggest and our most favorite part of our business. We do collaborations with other brands, but we also do collaborations with nonprofits as well. And we partner with them to create custom bracelets that highlight their mission, and then they also give back 15% directly to that organization. Some of them we sell on our website as well. That's where the give back comes in. But we also do collaborations for groups such as like retreat. The Pillar Foundation, recently we did one. They host retreats for military spouses. This is their gift. We've done recently 2 military spouse groups, Fort Leavenworth Spouses Club and Guardian Spouse Candid Conversations, Space Force spouses. We just did an In Our Orbit bracelet with them. So these collaborations help them bring their community together. And so it's a way for us to connect with them as well. And in addition to those collaborations, we suggest, I know you all know about doing social media giveaways to collaborate, other things, think outside the box. And we always say if we can't be a fit for you for collaboration, we may know somebody that can help you in your business. So it's not just about working with us, it's about finding a way to help you what you need on your journey. So always collaboration is important to us. The bracelets that we've done also, there are so many military spouses here at MIC that we have collaborated with. Just to name a few: Stronghold Food Pantry, Independent, and Inspire Up Foundation, Sherry Bierry in the back there. We just did a collab with her for her new book. Corey Weathers and her Life Giver brand, A Wild Ride Called Life with Annette Wittenberger, and then the Air and Space Forces Association, United Forces and Families. That's a mouthful. But these are just a few, and we're always looking to collaborate and share more about other organizations, and it is our favorite part of this business. You're next.
All right. Number 6 is fundraisers. This is our probably newest and most innovative strategy that we've implemented. Think of the pampered chef parties. I know for me that's a little before my time.
A little young for the
I remember being at them and I was with the kids. Around, I was not buying any of the products, but it's kind of that concept where you get to shop all of the products, and there's an event. We have like a time frame of when your event's going to happen, and then from the event sales, your organization gets 15% back to them. And we actually have a fundraiser coming up for the University of Florida Health Leon L. Haley Jr. MD Brain Wellness Program.
We had to write that down.
So I couldn't remember that off the top of my head. But Ashton, she's here in the crowd with us. We've worked so much with her to get this fundraiser going, and that's in a couple weeks. And then 15% of the sales from the event are going to go back to that program and help them out. So it's just another way that we can implement collaboration. And if you don't want to create a bracelet with us, you still have the option to purchase all of the bracelets that we have on our website, and you still get a little piece of those sales back to your organization.
Yes, so another shameless plug. If you want to purchase between October 14th and 20th, the fundraiser that we're doing will benefit the Haley research. So they do brain research for PTSD and in veterans, and it's such a great organization, and we're so happy to partner. I don't know if we can say that. Can we say that?
Partner, collaborate.
Yeah, we're going to have to check with legal on the right word for that, right? We're going to have to check with that. Yeah. So that is another way that we're doing outreach and giving people a way to give something special to somebody that they love. So. I'm next.
You're next.
Last. The last and probably our proudest piece is the Giving Back program. So in addition to the collaboration bracelets I just spoke about, we give back 5% of our sales annually as a monetary donation to a single military-affiliated nonprofit organization. And we choose that. We love to choose smaller organizations because we feel like the impact is so much greater for a smaller organization than the bigger organizations. This is our 10th year of giving back. And when we started, our first donation was $50. That's $50 is not that much. But I realized when we were in Nikki Zellner's talk the other day, she mentioned being part of the founding part of the Millspo project. That was our first donation to the Millspo project, and I thought, wow, here we are 10 years later, and here at MIC we have our first donation and our most recent one. Stronghold Food Pantry was this year's nonprofit donation, and to have those bookends here kind of means a lot to us. So we also had, in addition, Stronghold Food Pantry, and then last year's donation was to Independent, and Evie King was here as well. So you know, we aren't just talking the talk. These people are here with us, among us, and it means so much to us. So in the 10 years, we've given back over $35,000 in monetary donations, and over $15,000 in-kind product donations for fundraisers. Think silent auctions. We donate product for those, and to help people boost fundraising for their organizations. So in conclusion, we hope that these strategies that we've sort of, I don't know if we've shoehorned them, maybe we've just shoehorned them into our business, but maybe they will give you some inspiration for figuring out how to build purpose into your brand, whether you are a product-based brand, a service-based brand, even a nonprofit. There's so many ways that you can reach out and collaborate. And I want to leave you with one piece of advice and a little story to go along with it. So I am a rule follower to the T, but I feel like in business, rules are made to be broken. And there's so many different industries. There's rules within industries, and I don't like it. Why can't we innovate and do different things that we've seen and learned from other people? So a number of years ago, I had a business coach, and I was lamenting the fact that the jewelry industry is very rigid about the fact that you need to release collections. You need to have the matching necklaces, bracelets, and earrings when you release them. And I said, I don't like it. It stifles my creativity. I hate that. And I said, we just love selling bracelets. And she said to me, Wendy, if you want to be the bracelet queens, you be the bracelet queens. And here we are. We are the bracelet queens. So thank you all for coming. I think we have just a few minutes left. 5 minutes left. If there are any questions or any...
one more thing
you
to
have
say.
one more thing. Okay.
I am not a military spouse. Like I said before, my mom is. However, being able to see like us through emails and interacting with everybody that we've done collaborations with and being here at MIC the last 2 years, it really is a testament to how strong the MilSpouse community is and how impactful all of these people have been, not only to our business, but for us being able to share their stories and what they do. And we really would not be where we are today in our business if it wasn't for the help of all of you and you supporting us and us supporting you. So we really are so appreciative and thankful of each and every one of you.
Yes. Yeah.
Anybody have questions or anything?
Questions, thoughts, anything? Yes.
What's the last bracelet you created?
The last bracelet we've created, actually, it's coming out tomorrow. And it's perfect timing because it is for Breast Cancer Awareness Month. It's called Tangible Hope, and it is for metastatic cancer awareness. I know many people know you fight cancer one time, but there are a lot of people who fight cancer more than once, and metastatic cancer is ugly. And so we created this bracelet with Pink Warrior Angels, and the bracelet will, 15% of the sale of that bracelet will go back to Pink Warrior Angels, in addition to another bracelet we have called Side by Side for the breast cancer community, and we're also giving during October 15% of the sale of that one to Pink Warrior Angels. So great organization, it's a great time, and thank you for the question, Anna. Selena.
What's it like to work with your daughters as a family business?
So we can each give the answer, right? Yeah. I don't think people will believe it when we say it, but we do not fight. We respect each other. It's a dream. It really is. And I'll tell you, because the business was named after my girls, my younger daughter Charlotte, who's 21, she's in college now, and she's a free spirit, and she has never really been interested. She's interested in the money, but she's not interested in doing the work. But she is now, and she's interning with us now as a marketing intern, and she's helping her sister with some of the social media. So to have a business named after your daughters that now work with you I think it's rare, and it's very special. So don't say anything bad about me.
For me, this business has been going on for 10 years. So I watched her create this business from nothing and build it up while I was in middle school and high school and even through college. And so once I graduated college during the pandemic, I didn't know exactly what I wanted to do with my life or career. And I just had a very big draw and call to be a part of this business because it's a part of my own legacy. And so being able to work with my mom, who's been my role model for many, many years, has really been a dream. And also, like, the two of us were very similar. And so I don't know how to explain how it works because we're both very independent and we do our own thing. And then when we come together, we work so well together. So it just works. I don't know how, but it just works really well.
Well, and Madison keeps the business running, especially during the day. This is not my full-time job. I'm a scientist for the federal government. I have been working as for 30 years. And so she does all the things. She packs the orders, does photos, and at the end of the day, when I switch over from science to creativity, she's gotten so much done. So it's
and if
so
you wanted to know if we make all the bracelets ourselves, we do.
Yes, we do.
We do.
So,
any other questions?
Yeah, any
or
other
anything?
questions? No. Oh, Ashton, go ahead.
So it's not a question.
Okay.
But please tell everybody about your new Army bracelets that aren't ugly.
Oh, then
Because we need to know this because we look so hard as Army spouses to find something to wear that supports the Army that's not horrendous. And your new Army bracelet is absolutely beautiful. It's not horrendous. They didn't pay me to do this, but it's amazing.
And I remember last year at MIC, I talked to you, Ashton, and you said, I really don't want a bracelet because I can't wear bracelets. I just don't wear them. And and this year, you're wearing 2 bracelets.
No, but we created for each one of the 6 branches, we have Army Strong, Navy Strong, Space Force Strong, and they're for you to support whatever branch that you support. Yes. And they're not like specific for military spouses. Anybody can wear them.
Yep.
And they're new. They're smaller seed bead style, so they're very dainty and small, and they're not ugly. We really tried to
found
make
good colors.
Good colors and a good design, but those are new on our website as well.
Michelle?
So every bracelet is meaningful, and I see both of you wearing like stacks around.
Yes.
Do you decide which ones you wear? Is it based on the color, or do you have like meaningful ones that you wear all?
That's a really great question. Deciding how to stack bracelets together, and I think there is no wrong answer. Some people wear a stack of special meaning, like a military spouse stack, a military spouse bracelet, a branch bracelet, and they mean so much to them. But in our insiders group on Facebook, we have the most creative women who post their bracelets, and we're like, why didn't we think of those together? They're so creative, and so with color, with meaning, I think there's
no wrong answer.
They're all right.
Whatever you like.
Yeah. Anybody else? We're getting the 1 minute mark, I think. Yeah. We don't need the hook for us. Selena, you have one more chance. What the name of the bracelet? Almost.
Yes.
Sometimes.
For the most part.
If it's like 10 years old, maybe not. But right now, yeah. Yes. Yeah. Well, thank you. Thank you all so much. Thank you for coming. Thank you for having us. It was an honor.
In just a fleeting moment, a self-defense scenario can unfold, altering lives in the blink of an eye. As this message reaches your ears, consider the profound impact mere seconds can have. This is precisely why the United States Concealed Carry Association stands out as the fastest-growing self-defense community in the nation. The USCCA is unwavering dedicated to provide top-tier self-defense education, invaluable training, and robust self-defense liability insurance. They are more than just an association. They are a sanctuary of safety and assurance. Today, over 800,000 responsible gun owners proudly call the USCCA their haven peace of mind and preparedness. They've made the choice to be empowered, informed, and ready. Now it's your turn. Embrace the assurance. Join the community and transform seconds into a lifetime of safety with the USCCA.
We're about to, talk about military frads. What's up, Cortez? When you gonna come on the stage? Next year? What's up, man? Greg, what's your name? What's up, Tone? Like Tony Toto? Oh, that's a... Lay your head on my pillow. Yes. Mike, you ready? Don't jack this up. Am I censored or should I move over, Marcus? All right. Just let me know when we're live.
Go ahead and talk for us. Let's get your audio here.
Warzone, talk.
I'm here. I'm ready to go. We
You hit him with that Barry White voice. Your voice is reverberating throughout the whole entire... Listen, if y'all want to know about military Greek letter organizations, that's what we're going to be talking about. An invaluable resource for veterans. So, yes. I'm ready to go live. Hey, what's going on, everybody? It's your boy, Greg Williams, here at the Military Influencer Conference in hot Atlanta. Listen, it has been 3 days of networking, fun, excitement, just giving out knowledge, giving out educational tips, getting your own deck, your Rolodex, get that thing up. So here at ParadeDeck.com, we are the #1 spot for all military influencers, streamers, content creators, veteran entrepreneurs. Whatever you do, we can collaborate with you. All right? So I'm gonna give y'all a little resource now that a lot of people don't know. So I'd like to introduce my guest, the international president of Mu Beta Phi Military Fraternity Incorporated and U.S. Army veteran. Give it up for Michael Harris, everybody. Michael Harris. What's going on, Mike?
Ain't nothing. What's happening with you?
Nothing much, man. So a lot of people don't know what a military fraternity is, nor do they know what a military sorority is. They don't know what an MGLO is. They don't know what we do. But even before we're a military Greek letter organization, we're also a professional fraternity. Now, why am I saying we? Because I'm also a member of Mu Beta Phi Military Fraternity Incorporated. Mu Phi! All right, let me be quiet. Gonna be professional. So, Mike, before we even get into that, tell us about your military history. U.S. Army veteran, what years did you serve? What was your MOS?
Yeah, I'm a U.S. Army veteran. I went straight out of high school in 1987. I served for 4 years in ETS in 1991. And I was a tow and draggle missile repairman, which I don't even think exists anymore. But that's what I did for 4 years, from Addison, Alabama, at Fort McClellan Basic Training, which no longer exists anymore, to Redstone Arsenal, to Germany, Texas, Desert Storm, and wrapped it up in November '91 and came back home to Philadelphia.
So let me ask you, when you transitioned out of the military and you started to look to do something to give back to the community, you became a member of Mu Beta Phi. What possessed you to join the organization? Because we have like 15 chapters worldwide and growing, and everybody has a story that really, everything is different for everyone. So it's very unique to you. What made you want to join Mu Beta Phi?
Well, what made me want to join is I was actually introduced to it by a coworker of mine that was already in the fraternity. He had just crossed over in that summer, and he got to talking about the benefits of the veteran and the different things that you could be entitled to. Now, mind you, at that time, which was 2018, I had no idea about veterans benefits. Zero. I knew nothing more than you could get a VA home loan. That was it. So he kind of introduced me to those things, and that's what kind of got me on the path. So I asked him, well, how'd you get all this information? He said, well, I joined this organization called Mu Beta Phi Military Fraternity Incorporated. From there, it was just like, well, introduce me. I want to know more about it. Started doing some research, and it really set on me that they were trying to do things to help veterans, and specifically, get rid of veteran homelessness. And I was like, this is something I could take advantage of because I love to, give back. I think it's a great thing. And if I can help those that are like me, I figured if I didn't know 20 years or 20-something years after getting out of the military, it had to be a bunch of veterans that didn't know that they were entitled to a whole lot of things. And I felt it was my duty to take that task on and provide that kind of service for them.
So what have been some of the key things that you have accomplished as a member of Mu Beta Phi? I know for me, one of the key things that I've accomplished is being on the parade deck. A lot of people don't know, but my first military influencer conference was back in 2020, pre-pandemic. I just started hosting our podcast, the Finer Life Show, the PHINER Life Show, and then I got scouted by Parade Deck. So look at where I'm at now. Look at me now. Look at me now. Hey, I'm getting stories. So what have been some of the key things that you have accomplished as a member of Mu Beta Phi?
Well, first thing I got to say is when I came into Mu Beta Phi, I had no aspirations of moving up or doing, things other than, what was required. And here in Philadelphia, the tri-state area, we were just beginning a chapter. And it was a need for someone to sit in and do the community service director. So I started doing that. Then it came time they needed a SAA, so I did that. Things started moving along in the fraternity, and the opportunity to become the court president came up. I gave it some thought. I figured I had some leadership skills and some ideas that I could do. So I took that task on, and it kind of just, snowballed from there where, the national leadership reached out to me and asked me if I would consider, sitting in as their VP1 since, the original VP1 had to step away for personal issues. And I did that for 2 years, and then it just hit me and said, well, I might as well go all the way and try to run for the, the international presidency. And here I am trying to provide some change and movement within the fraternity to make it better, not just for, our veterans, but for our entire community.
So I want to ask you to please educate people on Mu Beta Phi and all of the initiatives that we have, the Mighty Warriors program, the Herculean effort. Just tell everybody, because these are vital resources that can help military veterans and spouses. Go ahead.
Well, you got to say, Mu Beta Phi was started in 2017. And our founders at the time, they felt as though that there was a need for greater support for the veterans. I always take the stance that people usually forget about the veterans until Veterans Day comes along or Memorial Day comes along, or we have some kind of, world, campaign going on, and then the veterans are there and then they lose sight of them. So I think our founders had an idea that we as veterans need to always be in the public's eye. It needs to be in America's eyes. And that was like the start of the very first initiative, which was the Herculean effort, where we targeted, helping those veterans that may not be educated in what they're entitled to as a veteran, and also targeting those veterans that may have found themselves in predicaments that put them in financial or homeless positions. And, as veterans, we are, taught to serve throughout our military career, and we need to continue to do that, especially for those that wore, the defended the flag and wore the colors. Our mentor program, Mighty Warriors Youth Mentor Affiliation, it came about because of, the need for mentors when our brothers in arms and sisters in arms would go off to deployment, and then they were left behind, and they needed that support. And it initially started out for those dependents on military bases that could use to continue guidance and support from those of us that didn't have to deploy. Well, they expanded from there, where our reach now goes not to just our military children, but to our local communities, because as you see the world is going, those youth in their community also need that mentorship. And who else better to be a mentor for youth than those of us that have served our country and can give them insight on what it would be like to be in the same position. So it's our job and our duty to do that because, we are veterans, we serve our country, and we'll continue to do that.
So a lot of things, they can come together when nonprofits and for-profits come together. So, for example, I'm here at the Military Influencer Conference. Mu Beta Phi, Military Fraternity Incorporated, is a nonprofit. You have a lot of for-profit companies. Let's take, for example, all right, yesterday I had on the show Sony. And Sony, no, the day before, we ended the show with Sony. And they have hearing devices that are over the counter. How could Mu Beta Phi help enhance the message of Sony to reach out to veterans who might, be suffering from hearing loss? Show and please tell well, you can't show, but tell them the power that lies behind the muscle of your membership.
Oh, well, Mu Beta Phi, and as we as veterans have served our country, we put ourselves in predicaments where we have losses, whether it be, life, limbs, mental, hearing, the physical, and companies. So when you have companies like Sony that can provide instruments that can make our life a whole lot better with the disabilities they have, it sends a great message. And when you have an organization like Mu Beta Phi that can take advantage of those tools and spread the word and say, listen, look what Sony has done for us as veterans. Look how they supported our organization and help us move forward. And it goes hand in hand. A lot of times, people forget that, just because you're a nonprofit doesn't mean you don't have as much of an impact as a company that is for profit. When you bring those two together, you imagine the things that you can accomplish across the board, across the country, with an organization like Mu Beta Phi that's based on helping the community, and a company like Sony or companies like that want to get into the community and be more part of it, engage with the community. That's something we can do together. And Mu Beta Phi at this stage is going global. We are already across the country. We're sending a message. People recognize us, but are not enough. And we still got a lot of work to do. And having corporations like Sony and other ones like that can definitely help us get our message out to those veterans in need.
All right, I have Sony staff in the audience, and I just wanted you to pitch it real quick. All right, you did your job. I'll give you your paycheck at the end. You hear that, Sony? Shout out to Sony. Anyway, if you're at the military conference, influencer conference, you need to go to the Sony booth, do that hearing assessment. So, because you and I, we both got that tinnitus. We got that tonight.
Right.
That thing be serious. So let me ask you right out the gate. A lot of people like to say, well, are you trying to push out American Legions? Are you trying to push out VFWs? Please talk about it and dispel any rumors.
No, not at all. What people have to understand about the military fraternity is that we are allies to those organizations, because every organization, American Legion, VFW, disabled veterans, all serve a purpose for our veteran community. We all have our role to play. Mu Beta Phi's fraternity is an organization that offers, I believe, extended brotherhood. We offer that brotherhood that, when you leave military service, you can continue that here. We have many brothers that come on to our organization and realize that they used to serve with some guy that's in another state now and they hadn't seen in a few years. So, the American Legions, they're our partners. The VFW, they're our partners. I believe we all have the same goal within the veteran community. We all have the same goal in the local community. And there's never too many resources and organizations that can help the veteran and local community. So we're always going to be partners with them. A lot of our members are VFW members, American Legion members, DAV members. So we are all in all the way around. And those are our partners. We're going to continue to move forward with them.
So if you could real quickly, during the pandemic, and I participated in this, so this is my lived experience, and so did you, while everybody was just, closing up shops and PPE had to be distributed, amongst the day of service where worldwide all members of Mu Beta Phi distributed PPE to people that were shut in and walking the streets because some streets were barren, but, we were out there. Talk about things like that, and what other community impact initiatives have you been a part of, and has the organization participated in the past 3 years, pre-pandemic, during pandemic, post-pandemic?
Well, pre-pandemic, we were rolling along within the community, getting out, service the community, service the veteran organization, and the pandemic for us did the same for everybody else. It shut us down and put us at a halt. But what it did allow us to do was take the time to go back and re-examine our game plan, because now we have more time to dedicate to that because we wasn't out and about. So we knew the need for PPE, so we gathered what we could together, everything from hand sanitizers to masks to information on what you do if you have COVID, where to get treatment, where to get the vaccine at, and it was our duty to do that. We continue to move forward. We've made even greater strides now. Off the pandemic, we continue to do the food giveaways. So we work with the local food banks in our areas across the country. We have targeted the homeless population now because they were ones that were greatly affected by COVID, where they didn't have resources at all because they all dried up. So we had to go out there and do that. So we maintained feeding the homeless, our youth mentors. Our program was on the rise up until the pandemic. So now we had to go back and come up with a different curriculum and go back into the schools and into the Army bases and military bases and start targeting our youth. We are slowly but surely, getting back on track, like most of the people are in the community are doing. And we got great plans coming up. We're going to look at hitting 20,000 hours of community service throughout our entire fraternity. We're looking at turkey drives and food giveaways this holiday season, working on getting coats and bikes, all the things that we figure that is needed within our community. The bike drive is a big one because, as we know as a kid, our first mode of transportation is that two-wheel bicycle, and that makes a kid independent when you can have that right after around Christmas and get from one place to the other. So we got initiatives, and we're driving, and we're always building and creating more and more opportunities for the community, our veterans, local, and even our members.
So another rumor that we have to dispel is the things that come with membership in these Greek letter organizations, hazing. Can you please dispel that? Because we don't, talk about it.
If you've been around for a while and you've been involved in the fraternities and sororities, the hazing was like a big thing. That's how you earned your stripes in there. Well, things have changed. Hazing is not, the way to go. It doesn't help you learn. It doesn't make you, more committed. It kind of turns you away. So Mu Beta Phi is taking the stance that we do no hazing. We educate. We want you to love our organization. We want you to see the positivity in our organization. We want you to take away good memories and good ideas from our organization. We don't never want you to leave here and feel like you've been disrespected or abused in any kind of way. Only thing we're going to do is ask for you to give your 100% try and effort. Not going to make it easy, because we're not going to make it easy. We want you to earn what you're coming for, but that should be your mindset at all times. But the hazing is not a good way to get your message across and build your membership.
So we want to just have that be addressed because, organizations, stereotypes, all these histories, that's not happening. So I want you to, last two questions, talk about the power that lies within Mu Beta Phi. Myself, I'm an Army public affairs practitioner. I took my military skills, applied it to Mu Beta Phi, which is a nonprofit organization. So I kind of got into the nonprofit sector. Talk about the benefits of those that are still serving or have served, and how you convert people's MOSs and apply it within the nonprofit sector.
Well, when you come out, you get those skills in the military, and it's really not even just the MOS. It's the overall education that you get in the military, from basic training to AIT to your service, your promotion and leadership. And it's used within the nonprofit organization because we look for leaders. And what better place to find a leader than those that have come through the ranks, have set their goals and their standards, and know what leadership is. A military person, man or woman, one thing you can get from if you hire them for a nonprofit or a profit job is that you're going to get someone that's dedicated to the job, that understands about being on time, understands respect, rank, and position. So that all transitions into any organization that you can be part of, because those are the things that drive organizations and move them forward, because those are military personnel or people that you can always depend on, because we understand what it takes to be where you're supposed to be at, have an idea, have a destination, have a goal, and push that idea forward while doing everything you can to keep your organization in line and a bright star in the eyes of the people out there.
All right. So the last question is, how can people get in contact with you, and where can people find Mu Beta Phi at instead of Googling, Yahoo, Binging, and everything else?
Now you can find us on our website at MIC2024.org. Our website is brand new and revamped, so you can get all our information on there. Contact, news events, gallery, history of our organization. You can even get some insight on an international president and where he's come from. You can also get us on Facebook at Mu Beta Phi Military Fraternity Incorporated. Those are the best ways to get in contact with us. We got immediate response once you send your information in, and we're always looking to expand our membership and our growth within our community. I do want to say one thing before we go, is that we look for everyone. We want everyone that believes they have the need to serve the community, have it in their heart and their desire to serve the community, no matter what branch you come from, what area of the country you come from, city, suburbs, rural, whatever it is. You are welcome here in Mu Beta Phi, and we would love to have you. Take the time to visit us, reach out to us, and we would definitely get back to you and give you all the information that you need. And we hope to see many, many, many applications and research come through our website.
All right. Thank you so much. Give it up for International President of Mu Beta Phi Military Fraternity Incorporated, Michael Harris. And I guess we got to send it off by saying Mu Phi. All right, keep it locked here. Parade Deck, paradedeck.com. This is your boy, Greg Williams. We've got so much more that is going to happen during the live stream. We are here live in hot Atlanta at the Military Influencer Conference. Keep it locked. Let's keep it pushing, y'all. Thank you so much, Mike.
You got it. You got it. We got to make sure we get this video out to the front. That'll be good. I'm going to get on there. Okay.
In just a fleeting moment, a self-defense scenario can unfold, altering lives in the blink of an eye. As this message reaches your ears, consider the profound impact mere seconds can have. This is precisely why the United States Concealed Carry Association stands out as the fastest growing self-defense community in the nation. The USCCA is unwaveringly dedicated to providing top-tier self-defense education, invaluable training, and robust self-defense liability insurance. They are more than just an association. They are a sanctuary of safety and assurance. Today, over 800,000 responsible gun owners proudly call the USCCA their haven for peace of mind and preparedness. They've made the choice to be empowered, informed, and ready. Now it's your turn. Embrace the assurance, join the community, and transform seconds into a lifetime of safety with the USCCA.
Say your name. Do solemnly swear. To support and defend. The Constitution of the United States. Against all enemies. Foreign and domestic. And to bear true faith. And allegiance to the same. That I will obey. The orders of. The President of the United States. And the orders of. Those officers. Appointed over me. According to regulations. And the Uniform Code of Military Justice. So help me God.
Liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery. Marine Colonel Charlie Bolden, the pilot on this mission.
Mission Control Houston.
Overall program. Roger, roll, Discovery.
I was a typical kid. I was a mischievous, fun-loving, risk-taking child. Growing up in the segregated South and having mom and dad who had gone through their own struggles, they did everything for us, and so we had a great time growing up. My father was a veteran of World War II. He was drafted into the Army. I decided in 7th grade that I wanted to go to the Naval Academy.
Regan Hawthorne's, yeah? I introduced myself to you in the Navajo language, telling you, first of all, my name, and then what clan I'm from. And we name our clans in the maternal fashion first. Society. My mother's clan is Anglo. My father's clan is Red House clan, Kinclachini. I'm here today to tell you a story.
In Lebanon, we have some 1,600 Marines, part of a
Sharks game, that's a treat. I can't afford to come to all these things. It's great that Vetrix throws tickets out to veterans and get us to come out and see other veterans and thank them as well as be out with them and their families as well. So it's a lot of fun.
Well, good morning, everyone. My name's Amy Forsyth, and my special guest today is Susie Schaefer, and we're talking about basically the playbook for how to get your presentation and your book published, really. Becoming an author was really a transformative event. Right deck stage, Susie Schaefer.
Thank you.
But before we dive into the PowerPoint in our story, I want you to imagine for a moment that this time next year, here at the Military Influencer Conference, you are joining us on stage talking about your book launch, or we're doing a book signing together. Imagine that. 1 year from now, you could be signing books, making an impact, telling your story, and we're going to talk about how to get there from now and 12 months. Fast forward, where do you want to be? Do you want to write that book, finish that book, right? Susie is the founder of Finish the Book, and she's really just instrumental in my journey. So, welcome.
Thanks, Amy. It's good to be back again today, and we had such a great response that we decided to do a second session. And my name is Susie Schaefer. I'm with Finish the Book Publishing, and I help authors get their story from an idea into a published book. And I was instrumental in helping Amy get her book finished as well. So she's going to tell a little bit about her story.
Yeah, and my book is called Heroes Live Here. It's a tribute to Camp Pendleton Marines from after 9/11, and I served as a Marine combat correspondent, a Marine combat photographer, and after my deployments to Iraq and Afghanistan, I had thousands of photos. I don't know what to do with them, but I had a lot of stories to tell, and I just wasn't sure really the direction or how to make that come to life. And as you can see, some of the pictures here are the pictures that I took about Camp Pendleton. It was a special place for me. I was stationed there. And I knew I wanted to make a greater impact and be able to tell that story through the use of imagery and then the stories and the legacy of the Marines that I'd served with, and that we have a lot of memorials on the base at Camp Pendleton. Has anybody ever been to Camp Pendleton? Okay, wonderful. So a lot of you know the special place that Marines served there through World War II, Korea, Vietnam, and then of course after 9/11, a continuous deployment, a steady stream of Marines. And through my research in the book, I learned that more Marines and sailors from Camp Pendleton were killed in Iraq and Afghanistan than any other one base or station in America. So that was a really heavy lift for that. So I wanted to make sure that Gold Star families and fellow Marines who hadn't been back to the base could see and learn about the history there. And so with Susie's help and book visioning about the title of the book, things I didn't know anything about, the trim size, the margins, the colors, the cost, the timeline, how to get an ISBN number, how to get an editor and a layout design person to help me with that. So thank you. We met about 3 years ago, and she was really instrumental in coaching me through the process.
Yeah, and I think one of the things that really was pivotal for Amy was for her to be able to tell the story about how Camp Pendleton supports those communities around that area, and how those communities in turn support that Camp Pendleton. So that was a real pivotal piece that we had long discussions about how to make that connection within the book. So, and she did a fantastic job on it. Obviously, you can see she's had a lot of success since publishing her book.
Well, thank you. And you know, you're here because you want to know what's the difference between getting a book deal or getting published by a big imprint or doing it yourself or some sort of hybrid way to do that. And really, what are the steps that you need to do to move forward in your journey to make a larger impact? And we're going to talk about that. But I can't tell you enough the difference when you put the word author behind your name, the impact that it has. You get requests for speaking engagements, panel discussions, invited to schools, universities, veterans groups, and then, it increases your speaking fee if that's what you're looking to do. You can talk about some of the other ways that you can really leverage your expertise and your experience through the use of putting author and having a book to really solidify your expertise in your niche.
Yeah, one of the things that someone actually mentioned to me yesterday was when we gave our presentation, they said the aha moment, the golden nugget that they took out of our presentation yesterday was that you can actually use your book to leverage speaking engagements and events. Meaning that if, for example, an organization or a company does not have a budget to hire a speaker, you can use your book because they usually have a marketing budget. And a lot of times the purchase of that book will come out of the marketing budget versus paying for a speaker. So you could literally say, I will speak for free if you promise to buy 100 books, 500 books, however that looks. So just shifting the mindset around what a book can do for you and for your business, your organization, it can just open up all kinds of avenues for you.
Thank you. So I want to show you, these are the books that Susie has worked on that are veteran related. You can see mine up there and Heroes Live Here, but that you also work with other veterans, and that's becoming kind of your niche. And so I appreciate you taking the extra step to work with veterans and get them published. So you can see it's a variety of titles here.
Absolutely. You can see there's even different genres to where there's historical fiction. There's a true account about the withdrawal in Afghanistan. There's a lot of different things. And one of the things that I built my business off of was supporting veterans and their stories. And so, when people do a consultation with me, they get a free copy of Your First Book, which is my publishing guide. So if nothing else, spend 30 minutes on a Zoom with me and you'll get a free guide.
So 3 things to consider before writing your book. As you're sitting here thinking, what do I need to know before I jump into this project that will be a part of your life for the rest of your life, really? It'll transform you. Really getting clarity on your story, the book visioning process. Discover your purpose. What is your purpose? You want to make an impact? You want to tell your story or be the messenger about another story and connect with other authors. And I say BPT, be prepared to write, edit, publish, and then promote the book. So I've seen some colleagues where they might publish a book and then hang it out on Amazon, but then they say, well, no one bought the book, and then it becomes maybe a negative thing in their life where they think, well, no one bought my book. So I would say promoting your book is hard. I'm not a salesperson. It's not really in me to do that, but that is an element that you have to consider. Are you willing to promote the book and put yourself out there? So many times that people expect it to just sell, but it's not. It doesn't necessarily work that way. You need to promote your book.
Yeah, I was going to say absolutely. One of the things that is very, very important is that you start your marketing plan early in the process. So even when you're writing your book, you need to think about the end result and the goal in mind so that you can have that publishing marketing plan already set in stone when your book is launched.
Definitely. So talking about the pros and cons of publishing, self-publishing. Okay, so when we say I published my book more or less a self-publishing method because I didn't even try. I didn't even pitch it to any kind of imprint or publishing house because it's very niche. I'm like, they're not going to get it. It's very niche. It's very narrow, but it's deep. There's tens of thousands of Marines that were stationed at Camp Pendleton through the years. They love the book, but it's not for everyone. So I didn't even waste my time. I said, when I started using the Google machine and I said, I can publish this. There's plenty of print houses that will print my book for me. I can market it. I can sell that. And so I just needed a little bit of help with the visioning and the business end of it. How do I get it on Amazon? It's in the Library of Congress, and so Susie helped me with those things. So you control your timeline, your marketing. You can save time and energy because pitching to publishing houses may not be the best course of action for you as your first book. Now, your second book or your third book, Now maybe you can work with a big publishing house. So another great pro to self-publishing is that I get to keep 100% of the profit margins. And I guarantee you, though, just so you know, in full disclosure, no one is getting rich writing a book. No one is getting rich. However, it does leverage and position you for other things, whether it's another position in your job, in your profession. You're considered an expert in your field, and you get invited to do other media engagements and things like that. So some of the downsides is that you will have to source and hire your own experts, your own team, your layout design, your graphics, maybe a marketing assistant separately, as opposed to doing all in-house. These are some of the things that I've found. And not one person has ever asked me, who is your imprint? Who is your publisher? But sometimes people may think, well, you self-publish, it must not be good, or it must not be of value. Don't let that dissuade you. Don't think it has to be with Simon & Schuster, like a Jack Carr or someone like that. So don't worry about that. But no one has ever asked me, well, who published your book? Does that matter? No. And at the price point for my book, that's one thing I learned. It has 200 pages of full color photos. So it was a little bit of a higher price point, $39 for a paperback and $49 for a hardcover. But never has anyone said, oh, that's out of my price point, because it's more of a collector's item. And so it's memento, it's heartfelt. And I've worked with, I collaborate with Semper Fi and America's Fund to make a donation to them. And one other thing that Susie can talk to is it's a little bit harder to get into bookstores just because of the logistics and the supply chain. But I'm working with other retail outlets in my local area who carry it as something in their retail, because it's more of a travel guide. And so the local Visit Oceanside Tourism Authority, they love it because people come in all the time asking for anything with Camp Pendleton.
One thing I wanted to just mention, because we had said that we wanted to kind of answer questions today about getting into bookstores and libraries, and Amy's going to share her experience with that as well, is that it's really important to start local. Like, just start with your local bookstores, your local libraries, and see if you can get your book in there before you try and go to a national bookseller. It just makes a lot more sense. It's a lot easier to do. And when you gain that traction, then you got some momentum going. So it's much easier to do that. And when you're self-publishing, you need to make sure that you're on the right platforms. So, for example, KDP and Ingram Spark are the two that I used for Amy's book, because we wanted the beautiful full-color glossy pages. We used BookBaby, but you need to make sure that you're using platforms that have distribution for book buyers, because that's really important. Book buyers don't buy off of Amazon. So if you're just putting your book on Amazon, you're not going to be able to get into bookstores and libraries.
And so I use BookBaby, but you might be wondering, what is print on demand? And it's basically when someone goes to Amazon and they make the purchase, it goes to BookBaby, and then the book goes straight to the purchaser. I don't get a chance to sign it. I don't see it. It's print on demand. They order it, and it can be ordered on Barnes & Noble or Target or any of the book distributions. So it aggregates through BookBaby, but I don't get a chance to sign it, which is a little bit of a downside. That's why I prefer to sell the books myself directly, because then I get to sign it, and I think it makes a better connection with the person that has the book. So while it may sell a book, and the margins, I'll tell you, is probably less than $1 on Amazon, but when I get to sell it and connect with the person in person, so that's part of the being prepared to promote your book and do the book talks and the author talks and the book signings, your margins are going to be a lot higher, because I can buy direct from BookBaby at a lower cost. And so you just have something to consider. And the bestseller campaigns is what Susie helped me with, and that's basically your launch day. And so when we launched on Amazon, you can see it went to #1, so I can say I'm an Amazon bestseller, #1 book in the category roadside attraction travel. I didn't know that would be a thing, but luckily it was #1. And then it also was in the #1 category for photojournalism, biographies of the Iraq War, and the roadside travel. And so just something I didn't really have on my radar, but it opened up ideas and ways to partner for travel and tourism in California, in Southern California, because people want to come and see the memorials that are listed in the book.
Yeah, well, it's great to become a bestseller, and most people love to be a bestseller on Amazon. Really, the method and the mindset behind becoming a bestseller is really positioning on Amazon. Amazon's the biggest bookseller in the world, so you want to make sure that people can find you when they're searching your keywords, and that you're not showing up on page 255 of your search results, but you're showing up on pages 10 through 20 of those search results. It's about positioning, and when you just get to #1, it's really like the extra cherry on the top.
Mm-hmm. And then, you can leverage that on social media and say, oh, my book went to #1, and then it just creates a buzz in the ecosystem of online. I want to run through a couple of things to consider in the strategy, leveraging your expertise and passion. What I would love to see more is more veteran voices, and especially more women voices, talking about your experience. Because when you can have an impact, if I get invited to go speak to college students or ROTC students, that's where the rubber meets the road. And really, all of this is nested under the ability to, I want to say recruit, but inspire the next generation. Because of our recruiting issues, that's really just a passion project for me, because if people can say, well, she did it, I want to join the military, or I want to be a part of that, then we have top talent coming into our military, because that's what we need right now. I mean, and this is more of a national security issue, and so if we can all collectively make that impact for the next generation of people who join the military or military families, it just elevates everyone to what we need more of. Find your niche. Is it wide or is it very narrow? Mine is very narrow, like I mentioned. There's a saying, the riches are in the niches. So really, when you can find your audience, find the people who you are trying to connect with. They're trying to find you, but you got to put yourself out there. Invest in professional photos. I can't tell you, my life changed when I finally got a professional headshot, a proper headshot. I was always the one behind the camera taking the photos, but when I got a professional photo, just consider that an investment. Just a little bit of design graphics. If you learn how to create your own graphics, you'll save yourself a lot of time working with someone else. I use Canva. Become a PR pro. Be relentless in your own PR, because a publishing house, even if you did work with someone, they're not going to promote you like you are going to promote you. So don't be shy about that. Be willing to offer pro bono expertise or gigs. Like Susie mentioned, I'll speak, when you have your book, I'll speak for free. However, you can buy, I want a guarantee of 100 books or 50 books or something like that to the groups. And partnerships and collaborations are really where it's at and priceless. Promoting with other authors. Let's do a book signing together. Let's get a talk together or something. I found that's really been a win for me. And then while you're doing this, creating your signature talk. What will you talk about with your book? Creating a PowerPoint, creating something that you can share with your audience, so then they're throwing money at you to buy your book right at the end. So you've got to have a talk to go along with the book. And so pulling the strings on what is it I'm going to share with people. I think that will sell your book in person, and then you can capitalize on that.
I think the signature talk is really something that's really important that you're also thinking about early on in the process. One of the things we do when we do a book visioning session is we talk about your mission and purpose. That really is the foundational piece of your book and who you're really trying to inspire or impact. And so your mission and purpose go a long way, because that's how you connect your signature talk, who you're going to be speaking to, and it brings everything together. It's part of that, what I call the publishing trifecta, which is really your brand, your community, your mission and purpose, and how all that comes together for you.
And just a few tactics: social media, graphic design. When you tie it all together, you kind of have to have your eyes on everything, a 360 look. And when you're talking about speaking engagements, if you're not comfortable with that, you can always get a speaking coach and really improve on your ability to connect with your audiences. And then, of course, your media engagements with doing podcasts, interviews, talking to people about your purpose. And just for example, I'll give you an example of some of the speaking engagements that I've been able to, people have to fill time, right? If groups have monthly meetings, they say we need a speaker for an event or something, but going back to the academics, my alma mater, Cal State San Marcos, chambers, rotaries, veteran groups, really, I've been able to connect, and these are my people right here. And so trying to connect with these people was really easy. So it was great. Another example of just the media that have featured Heroes Live Here or My Story, just some of the media that I've been able to work with. And so I'm sharing this to tell you, you can do this too. There's no secret magic to it. It's basically just pitching, creating your talk, connecting with people, and having good imagery, a nice photo, some examples to share. And reporters are looking to fill space and fill airtime. So this is how that worked for me. Some of the tools I like: Medium, just writing shorter stories and connecting. It's like a Substack. Bitly, does anybody ever use Bitly? Have you heard? You've seen Bitly links, right? This is a tracking mechanism. Of course, anybody using Canva? I love Canva. It's just the right amount of tech for me. I love it. I can make things in there. I don't have to hire an expensive graphic designer to make my graphics for me. And then Apple Notes, this function on my phone is great. If I have a thought or an idea or something, I just use it to connect. Has anybody ever seen that logo? Do you know what that is? Square. You've heard of Square before? This is the POS, the point of sale. Point of sale. That's how you can sell books. And that's how, on the business end, just something to think of how are you going to sell the book? You have to have your Zelle, your Venmo, your point of sale set up. I didn't know anything about how that worked, but we can always learn. And so Linktree, does anybody have a Linktree? I love my Linktree. I think it's very helpful, and there's many others out there that you can use to connect all of your articles, your LinkedIn, your Instagram, all in one place. I was like, why couldn't I have thought of that 5 years ago, right? It's just brilliant. So just to give you an example, some of the media that I've done, just proof that you can do this too, whether it's media interviews, podcasts, speaking engagements, magazines, and then, I do pro bono work. I offer to MC events, and that kind of drives book sales as well. So that's fine with me. It's my way of connecting with people, and you can do this too by volunteering or being a part of it. But I've been very fortunate to be featured.
I just want to mention too, Amy mentioned headshots earlier, and I want you to look at this graphic here and notice how you see some of the same headshots that are used again and again. This is part of your branding. This is part of you establishing who you are as an author, and it really has a great impact. So this is a big part of creating your own brand.
Yeah, thank you for mentioning that. People have mentioned that too. This was a book launch. When I launched the book, there's Susie up there. She was really helpful in just pulling that together. I'd never really even been to a book launch before. And in all honesty, I'm not really a book reader. So my book has a lot of pictures because I know Marines don't really like to read either. So it's a lot of pictures, which reads more like a magazine, but I had such a great turnout. So thank you for kind of holding my hand through that process, because I really wasn't sure what to expect. And here's my little setup when I do go do a book signing. This is at the USS Midway Museum. They invited me to come and do a book signing on Memorial Day, and that was really special for me. But things to consider once you get to that point, and you go and set up one of the banners and maybe some photos and just some things that can be visually appealing and attract people to your table. Once you get them to your table, then you can talk about your book, but you got to get them to you first.
And
Here's
most
me.
bookstores and libraries will actually allow you to host your own events. So those are great partnerships for you. So make sure that you're talking to your local Barnes & Noble, your local library, and asking them, hey, can I host an event here? And then make sure that you have people to support that event. You've got somebody to do the point of sale, your square, so that you can be signing your books. You've got to make sure that you have all the things in place. And sometimes when you work with someone who is like me, a publishing consultant, they'll actually kind of give you some tips and guide you through that process. Because if you haven't planned an event, it's more than just doing a birthday party. So you have to have some other things in place.
Yes, indeed. And my husband, when you weren't there, my husband helps me actually, so you can drag a friend or your spouse along. But really, because the logistics of it, when you're trying to engage with people and sign the book and then get someone to help you with the payment. So that was helpful. And then this is something I just created. This is my Twitter header. So it's always omnipresent. The book and me are together. And some smaller events where I go and I talk to veterans groups. It's great. And then, of course, I went to the Women Marine Association event 2 years ago, and this is my niche, right? And so it was just great to connect in person. Well, they may be able to go buy the book online, but it makes me feel good that I can sign a book and they go home with a book that's signed. It always makes a big impact. And so I encourage you to find it. And it doesn't hurt when I was able to connect with the Commandant of the Marine Corps, both of them, the last one and this one, and they have the book in their hands, and that makes me feel good to know that they also enjoyed the book.
And, you know, Amy's book makes a fantastic gift because for anyone in your life that is in the military or is a veteran, this book really just showcases the love that went into this book. So, you know, consider that. It's a great gift. So
thank you. And fulfilling for me, this was a part of the book
Yeah,
that I
hey,
featured
bring in
Major
Hoffman.
Doug Zembiak, if you know that name. He was killed in action in Baghdad in 2007, and he was from Camp Pendleton. But last year I was able to connect with parents. They came to Camp Pendleton. I asked the organizer them with a gift. So you gave me the gift, give the gift of a book for raising money or to a special family that's connected to your book. And it just makes you feel good. It makes them feel good as well.
Yeah, and you know, one other thing to consider is that if you are trying to support an event and you are an author, you can gift your book for silent auctions, for donations. You can donate books. And when I write a copyright page for my authors, there is a section on that copyright page that says for quantity purchases for organizations, schools, clubs, or bulk, copies, there's an email address, and it goes directly to the author, or the author's imprint, to make sure that, that people are aware that, we've got to think outside the box and get the author in front of people.
Right? Yes, and so just some things to consider when you're promoting. It helps for promotion and referrals on the book. So he's not here this morning, but I just wanted to say a shout out to Rico Player, who is a part of the parade deck. 20 years ago, we were stationed together in the back row, second from the left, but the connections that you make here and going forward or that you have in the past will always sort of come full circle. And so and you can see our dear Megan McClung over here on the left. Maybe some of you know that name. She was killed during our deployment here in 2006, but was really the catalyst and the idea behind the book. So just know that the service members, with the motivation and what they're doing, ideas to think about ways to honor them or their service as you're tying together your own experiences. Okay, who's ready to publish their book? Yay!
Amy, how are we doing on time? Do we have time for a couple of questions?
No, I think we don't.
We are out of time.
But we will be in the area, so we'd love to answer your questions, and we'll be here to... if you have any further questions, we'll be here. So, Susie, thank you so much.
Thank you, Amy. This has been a wonderful see.
Yes, thank you so much.
That's right. Give it up for Amy Forsyth and Susie. Amy and Susie. Ow. Yo, I'm going to tell you right now, I'm mad jelly. Because every time Amy and Susie take the stage, there's a crowd. There are people taking notes. And I'm just like, I don't got fans like that. This is ridiculousness. So we are here live at the Military Influencer Conference. This is your boy, Greg Williams, Parade Deck. I'm telling you right now, you just sat through a masterclass on publishing your book. So you know what? Since Amy won't bring her friends out, I made a friend right now because Natasha self-published her book, and she was just standing there. Amy, Natasha was just standing there listening to you because she was like, just in case I miss anything. I got my book out. I'm going to try to get like Amy. Amy and Natasha going to get together, and it's going to be lovely. But I'm going to throw to Kagan and Joel after. Natasha, what's the name of your book? Where can people find it?
All right, we're available at deargodandme.com. I have 2 books out right now. The first one is Dear God, Do You Know What I Do? And the second is tailored specifically for our military families. Dear God, Will You Be Here? Drew Monroe's mother is about to deploy. Thank you so much.
All right. See, I just hooked her up. Yo, Kagan, Joel, you're going to be talking about community standards. I'm ready to hear something. Drop some knowledge on me. Drop it like it's hot. Drop it like go. Go Kagan and Joel. Go KJ. Oh.
I'm telling you, the amount of energy he has is unmatched at the MIC here. And I don't know how he does it. He keeps it going for the entire time we're here. So thank you for that introduction. We are here. I'm here with Kagan Dunlap. He is a phenomenal resource on social media for the military, providing great knowledge on what's going on around the world and also what the military is doing, current events and history as well. I am Joel Del Rosario, and my platform is on my social media platform is about fitness, staying healthy, staying active, helping Marines and other military members be able to stay healthy throughout their career and also beyond the uniform, because we all know that after we retire or after we get out of the military, we tend to go downhill if we don't continue that purpose, continue that drive, and stay healthy. One thing that we did this once before, and we talked about the community standards, how to manage and handle social media as a military member, which is a challenge. It's something that has become a topic of discussion quite a bit for all military branches, but especially in the Marine Corps. And staying outside of politics has become more and more difficult as well, because politics and history, politics and current events are now overlapping so much, especially during a election year, that it makes it very difficult. And you deal a lot with current events, what's going on overseas, and also history, and you tie those things together. So talk to us a little bit about what you do and how you handle that on social media.
Yeah, so I mean, I think the thing is, this thing is the social media sphere is a hard thing to navigate when you're active duty, because you have to adhere to the community guidelines of each of the individual platforms, which they all vary wildly, because each platform has their own way of doing business. They have different algorithms. The AI governs things that are posted in a different way. Like Twitter's going to govern it in one way. Instagram's going to govern it in one way. YouTube is going to do it in one way. Like, for example, you can post guns on YouTube. That's fine, as long as it's not fully automatic. Or as long as you're not showing fully automatic fire. If you're posting a gun on Instagram, you're going to get put into a not recommended status. It's going to mess your whole Instagram up. Nobody's going to see you. You're going to start losing followers. If you post it on Twitter, nobody cares. Full auto, nobody cares on Twitter. You post whatever you want on there, pretty much. It's like the Wild West on there. So that's all very different wildly. And then, of course, on top of that, you've got, if you're active, like us, it's a little different. Like, you have the DoD social media policy that you have to adhere to, and then you also have like your specific branch's policy, which typically just enhances a little bit. The thing about like each individual branch's policies is they can make it more restrictive, but they can't make it less restrictive than the overarching DoD's policy. So each organization has kind of their own way of doing business. And obviously, given the way that the recruiting crisis has been for the past couple years, I think that they have started to ease back and realize that this is a tool that they could use to help their organizations. And I'm hoping that as we go forward into the future, that they realize that this is an asset that they can use to help people. It's going to take time because, like anything else, the military is like its own society, and they typically reflect society in some facet, and it just takes a little bit longer for the military to get there, right? You know, like there's a lot of catching up to do, and we'll get there eventually. It's like growing pains, like you're sore because you're getting bigger and you're going through puberty and stuff like that. That's kind of like where we're at with how social media is regarded in the military. But navigating is difficult. There's a lot of different things that you have to take into consideration that you wouldn't otherwise have to if you're just like a random civilian that's just out there in society rolling around doing his thing. Because you have different rules that govern you because you're subject to the Uniform Code of Military Justice. Your average civilian is not, you know, so just different things to think about. And it's just more of a complex thing to navigate, and you just have to do it smartly. But it can still be done, obviously. Like if I can do it and I'm like, you know, Joe Schmo, like I eat rocks, you know what I'm saying? Like then anybody can do it. So. Yeah, or crayons or whatever. Yeah, but
we eat crayons.
Yeah, but yeah. So
that's great information. Again, it's very true. There is no black and white on how to handle social media as a military member. It's more of the military has to see the value that you provide. If you're going to be a social media influencer or a social media leader, as I call it, and you're going to use or post yourself in uniform while in social media, then you should understand that comes with responsibility. The responsibility is that you have to show value. And we just talked a little bit about earlier, I look at it as two separate scales. There is the amount of value and the amount of attention, right? So that's one scale. Social media is meant for both, right? So you can put value on there, but at the same time, you want attention. Otherwise, you're not going to get traffic to your page. Now, that value, if you're using social media as a military member and you want to claim to be a military member on social media, and I think you should if you are responsible, that value needs to outweigh the amount of attention that you're trying to get. And now the attention has its own separate scale as well. That attention can be appropriate or inappropriate, right? So I know that, you know, we get pushed different accounts on social media, whether it's TikTok, whether it's Instagram, or even YouTube, you get pushed in different accounts. Those accounts are going to be accounts that the algorithm thinks that you're going to like. And sometimes you're like, why am I seeing this? And it may be because a lot of people that are part of your demographic have seen the same thing. The algorithm may decide, here, we're going to push this to you. Now, if that attention, or have any of you seen those get ready with me videos on social media? Yes, some of you have. To explain to you what that is, it's people getting ready, their morning routine, whatever it is, getting dressed on social media. Now, they don't show anything explicit most of the time. However, if you're a military member and you are doing a video on getting ready with me and you are obviously not fully dressed or appropriate, that is not appropriate attention. Yeah. So that is going to cause the military branch to ask you to take that down and maybe even review the rest of your content. So that's where the responsibility comes in. That's where the understanding that if you're going to be wearing that uniform. And I think the same applies with first responders as well. If you're going to be wearing that uniform, then you have to represent that uniform the way that you are, the way that you would like to be, that branch or that department should be represented.
Yeah, because you're an ambassador.
Exactly.
You know, you're an ambassador to that organization. So whether you're a city cop wearing a city cop uniform out somewhere filming a TikTok, you have to remember you're an ambassador of law enforcement, and that if people see you do a certain thing, they're going to look at that as, hey, this is law enforcement officers doing this. That's what they're going to blanket that across every law enforcement officer. If you're a Marine, if a Marine goes out in town and they get a DUI, guess what the headline says? It doesn't say, Jimmy John got a DUI. It says Marine got DUI. You know, so you have to remember you're an ambassador, even if you're in civilian attire off duty. And that's just like that's just the way it is. It's part of the nature of having to be like personal responsibility and personal accountability for your own actions on what you do on social media, what you post, and that's why, like, even if you're posting stuff in civilian attire and you're not wearing your uniform, if you're doing stuff that's inappropriate or could be considered frowned upon, somebody's going to say something to you about it. So these are just other things to keep in mind. Like if you're showing your bare skin, like what we were having a conversation about, like, okay, if you're doing a get ready with me video and you're putting on your camouflage utility uniform and you're showing your bare butt cheeks, like as a person or whatever, like just to get attention, like maybe not the best idea because it's not really a good way to represent the branch or whatever. But if you're in, a bikini and you're doing like posing because you're prepping for a physique show or something like that, that's probably a different story. Like maybe that's different because you're like, this is what they do. This is you're proud of your progress. You've been working hard on your body. You've been cutting your carbs. You've been doing your cardio, and you're like, yeah, look at how good I look because of how hard I've worked. That's totally different. You know what I mean? So it's just about like maintaining a good level of situational awareness of like, okay, who's my target audience for this? If I'm trying to get attention, what is the attention for? Is it for something positive, or if it's just like, am I going to get in trouble for posting this because it could be perceived as inappropriate, right? And obviously, there's a lot of nuance to all this stuff, and it's that's what makes it so hard. And the more you do it, you're going to make mistakes. I've made mistakes. I'm going to continue to make mistakes. But the point is that you learn from them and you get better, and then you get better at navigating it. It's like the more you do land navigation, you get better at doing land navigation. You don't get better at land navigation by just like watching somebody else talk about it. You get better by getting out there and finding your box. You know what I mean? Same thing could go with social media. You get better at it by doing it. And that's it, man. Practice with everything makes perfect. So, yeah. So.
Yeah, that's. You said it. You said it correct. Am I still on here? Yeah, I am. You said it very well. It's practice makes perfect. We also have to understand that the military has a way to deal with and address any situations that you may be dealing with, right? So let's say you have a gripe or something happened in your command. You have the ability to speak to your chain of command to try to resolve that issue. Right? If something happened where you think that you were mistreated in any way, whether it was hazing, whether it was an EO complaint, which is the remind me of the acronym there.
Equal opportunity
complaint, whatever it is. A lot of young military members tend to go to social media first. And that is not the way to do that. There is a process. Now, if the process breaks down, there's still another process, which is requesting masks or asking to speak to someone who can resolve the issue. What I'm saying is that social media should not be the first place where you address a deficiency in your unit or your branch.
No, that's why they have command climate surveys. They have command climate surveys, DOC surveys. That's the place to address your gripes, address your concerns about your command, or speaking to them with the informal resolution method, which is like you talk to people. This is a people business. If you can't talk to people, how are you supposed to get through this thing? How are you going to be successful in anything in life? Especially in social media, if you can't talk to people or communicate, you're going to have a real hard time. You know what I mean? And the military is no different. Like you're dealing with people every day. It's the whole reason I'm still in is because of the people, and you got to be good at communicating with them if you're going to be successful, and also if you're going to enable them to be successful. But you're spot on about that when it comes to like if you're getting in trouble for something, or if somebody's like giving you a counseling for something. The wrong thing to do is to go on social media and post about it. Like, that's not the right thing to do. That's not going to do anything. It's just going to piss people off. The right thing to do is talk to your chain of command. If you feel like you're being treated inappropriately or something's wrong, then, like you said, there are systems in place that can address that. You can talk to the inspector general. You can request masks. I'm sure the Army's got a version of that same exact thing where you can request essentially what it requests permission to talk to the next commanding officer in your chain of command to express a gripe or concern if you feel like the people in your immediate chain of command are incapable or unable to help you with that particular thing. But there are processes in place for a reason.
You can even go to the congressman, right?
Yeah, you can write your congressman. There's all kinds of different things you can do. But posting about it on social media is maybe not the right thing. And typically, if you get in trouble, requesting masks once you've gotten in trouble is typically not the right reason to request masks anyway. Like it's not meant to like, hey, oh, I'm in trouble now. I want to like ask somebody else to help me out. It's for other stuff typically. But that's just to put that out there because a lot of people misinterpret like the purpose of requesting masks. But point is like at the end of the day, it's about communication. It's about like there's procedures in place that are there for a reason, and they're there to help enable and empower the individual to communicate with people and convey information with people and to keep everybody informed and to, solve problems. But again, if there's like real problems with social media, I've also seen things happen where it's like, Marines in the barracks posting videos of the black mold growing all over the walls. And did that have a positive impact? Yes, because guess what happened? Congress got involved. Guess what happened? The Sergeant Major of the Marine Corps got grilled by Congress. He may not have even known about it. It's not his fault at all because he's busy, you know what I mean? But at the end of the day, it did bring awareness to something that was important, that was impacting Marines directly. And now we have a standards policy established throughout the entire Marine Corps to make sure that your barracks living conditions are up to a certain standard because we want to take care of our people. And I know for a fact that the Sergeant Major of the Marine Corps genuinely cares about Marines, and so does the Commandant. And they're doing the best they can to make sure that all the barracks get cleaned up so that Marines are having good, hospitable conditions and they're not living in like a third world country. However, just to say that recording and posting of those videos did have an impact. So there's just, again, it goes back to there's nuance to everything. There's certain things that, maybe not the greatest idea. Like if you got a DUI and then you start posting about, oh, my chain of command's trying to roast me because I got a DUI, maybe not the right way to do it. If you're like, hey, look, it's been months since this black mold's been growing all over the place and nothing's happened and nothing's changing, okay, well, then it is what it is. You know what I mean? But
you may become a martyr if you do that.
You're going to probably, they're going to. So the first thing to do, obviously, is you talk to your chain of command.
Exactly.
100%. That's the number one first thing to do is you talk to people. Because if you don't talk to anybody, you don't open your mouth and don't communicate it, how are they going to be able to help you? How are they going to know it's a problem? And then if everything has been exhausted, then, whatever, I get it. But again, it's a tool. There's certain ways to do things, and there's certain ways that are more appropriate than others, and they're going to get you in less heat.
You're very passionate about this. I love it.
Yeah.
Very passionate about it. Back to that mold, the picture of the black mold in the barracks. I think it was on X that it was posted and went viral, right? And actually it was something more recent as well.
Probably not in Regs too, I'm sure, or these other pages,
I guarantee you that, and I read a little bit about this. Yes, it did happen. Yes, it was addressed, but so was the action of that individual that took that picture. Because the parents were the ones that I think posted the picture, and then that went viral. But that individual did not address the command or ask the command. I think he had reason.
Yes, I do not situational awareness. I don't know what the situation with that was. I wouldn't want to speculate.
Yeah. Another thing I want to address is veterans. We are our best friends, and we are also our worst enemies on social media. Whenever I post anything, if it's something that is, even like if I'm handing out a bottle of water or a can of energy drink to the waste management individuals, which I have a video of that, me doing that. I was in uniform doing it, and I was just handing them something. And I wanted to show doing something nice for the people who take care of you every single day. The first negative comment was a veteran. And then after that video went viral, and almost every single one of the negative comments on there is going to be a veteran, right? It's a veteran. It got to the point where I'm doing physical fitness also, and they went to my other videos, and someone knew that had been in for like 19 years, and they said, I'm going to keep my eye out on the Veterans Affairs list of people who have 100% disability, and if your name is on it, I'll make sure to call you out, because you shouldn't be able to lift all that weight and have disability. Needless, they're not even thinking about the brain injuries or anything like that that are going on with military members. So, military members, we are our best friends, but we're also our worst enemies, our worst critics. And one thing you have to remember: do not get emotional in the comments. I always try to win an argument by just asking them, "Can you elaborate, please?" And that pisses them off so much. Can you please elaborate? And just staying calm the entire time, because they want you. Anybody, whether it's a veteran, whether it's just a civilian, whatever, whoever's on there, they want you to engage in an emotional way. And as soon as you get emotional, they win. So
a lot of those comments are also coming from bots. If we're being real, you know what I mean? Like, there's bots on every platform. I think that, like, somebody was saying, like, when Elon bought Twitter, that they had like some estimates that like around 80% of the accounts there were bot accounts. So you got to think about this. There's foreign countries all over the place that are trying to interfere and just like cause chaos, in different places like that. And I guarantee it happens on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, YouTube. Maybe a little bit less on Twitch because it's more of like a live thing, right? It's a little different, but because it only benefits adversaries to have us fighting each other in the comments. It doesn't benefit us. It doesn't benefit Americans when Americans are fighting with each other in the comments. It does benefit China. It does benefit Russia. It does benefit Iran. It does benefit all of these other like dictatorial, regions of the world. It does benefit them when we're fighting each other in the comments, which is why, you just don't engage in it. Or if you do, maybe you just put something diffusional out there, or just like, say, well, I'm sorry you feel that way, man. I'm like, and typically like because of like how I do things, like I don't have the bandwidth or the brain. I don't have the willingness to engage all that much with negativity on there, so I just will bypass it completely.
And you'll lose sleep over it. Yeah. If you do engage and you get to the point where you get emotional, you will lose sleep over it. Yeah. And they win. Again, you don't negotiate. We don't negotiate with terrorists. No. All right. We don't negotiate with terrorists. No. We just diffuse the situation and let them do what they're doing. They're just adding more fuel to your video, to your posts, and other people will come in there. Now, one thing to look at is if you're getting a lot of negative comments and you're not getting a lot of likes, but you got a lot of comments, maybe reassess why that is. But if you're getting a lot of likes on your post, a lot of likes, I'm talking 4, 5, 10 times the amount of likes to negative comments, then it just means that those negative comment people don't have a way to release their negativity other than just going in the comments. Right?
Yeah, I don't, I just, I don't ever, I catch myself occasionally where I'll be like, because I'm still a human being, and I'll be like, oh man, I want to say something nasty, or like say something snarky, because I'm like, oh man, I can't stand the fact that this is going viral, because like this is such brain rot and it's making people stupid, and like nobody's gaining anything positive from this. And then I just like, I'll type something in and I'll be like, no, don't, just delete that. This is just going to boost their algorithm and make more people see it, and like I'm not going to contribute to that. I'll just scroll past, or maybe if I don't want to see that kind of stuff, I'll hit not interested in this post, and that way it hopefully feeds it less to me in the future. But myself like almost getting into it and doing it myself, but I try the best I can to avoid that nonsense, because I don't want to be another person contributing to it,
Yeah, absolutely. We have 1 minute left, and we can talk about this for hours, right? But we're not going to do that to you here. Yeah. We do want to answer any 1 or 2 questions that you may have. Yes, ma'am. I'll give you this right here.
Earlier, you were talking about value. You were talking about value, and I have a program called Stamping with a Purpose, and what we do is we give out cards to soldiers overseas, or we also give out birthday cards. If you write us and say we need a birthday card. And so I was just trying to make sure I knew about the value do I put that in my Facebook page to let people, give away a card or something, just to give away a card, but the mission is to give it to the soldiers.
Yeah. So I mean, if you want to do something like that for service members, I think just posting about it everywhere. Do you have accounts on every platform?
No.
All right, I recommend that you start one on every platform, and start posting every single one of them every single day.
Okay.
Highly recommend it. I encourage it because you're gonna have different audiences on different platforms, right? And it's gonna increase the potential or potentiality for you to reach more people. For something like that, I would probably just make a post, maybe put some captions in it, maybe put some wording in it. You could use Canva to make it pop, make it grab people's attention, and then be like, hey, if you're interested in doing something like this, come to my website, come to this, shoot me an email, this, put the contact information, and then that way people can know where to find you, and if they're interested in helping you do that kind of thing, then they can just reach out to you based on the information inside of that post, and then that's kind of how you can coordinate that piece. Yeah, of course. Yeah. If you want anybody else?
We're going to go over here, and you can ask us a question right in person, and we'll answer it with as much time as possible. Huh? Okay. All right. Cool. Thank you so much.
We're on day 3 of the Military Influencer Conference over here at the parade deck. And as one of the sponsors of MIC2024, TikTok supports the voice of the military and veteran community. Joining us is Joe Mandrala, and with him is Allison Jaslow. She's the CEO of the Iraq and Afghanistan Veterans of America, and we're thrilled to invite them and host them on the parade deck today. They're going to discuss Beyond the Battlefield, how veterans can lead and inspire on TikTok, and to learn how to use TikTok. Visit their booth here at MIC2024. Help me welcome to the stage on parade deck Joe and Allison. Take it away.
Thank you. Thank you. So I've had a lot of really great conversations this week, and a lot of them have been kind of, TikTok being this scary, daunting place. Or that's kind of what the general public or a lot of folks here seem to kind of think, right? So, but I think we're here to really kind of talk about TikTok is the place where things happen. Discussions are had, funny stories, funny videos, right? But really important conversations are had as well. And we know that it's a place where folks can build their communities. It's a place for everyone, especially for our nonprofit community. As our social impact lead here across the Americas, it's my dream for TikTok to be the nonprofit platform of choice. So it's my pleasure to introduce Allison Jaslow here, former Army captain, CEO of Iraq and Afghanistan's Veterans of America. And we just want to kind of talk about what can nonprofits do and how can we really use our voice to meet our communities where we're at today. So Allison, first I want to just kind of talk really just about your personal story. Can you tell us a little bit about who you are, where you've come from, and who IAVA is?
Definitely. Well, thank you for having us here today. Thank you, Joe, for inviting me to have this conversation with you. I believe as well that TikTok can be a force of good for nonprofits, not just like mine, but many do-gooders out there in the world. So I look forward to sort of unpacking that with you. But as it relates to my personal story, I will save you from childhood stories, although we've had a good time catching up on all of that. But as it relates to, sort of where I find myself today, I consider myself the only success story of Career Day that I know. I don't know how many of you all have had different career days where people came into your classroom, parents talked to you. In Northern Virginia, where I grew up, we had an opportunity to go on a field trip at one point. It was in 8th grade, and I had selected a whole lot of different places to go. As a 13-year-old, wanted to go where I could get food, something free, And I actually got voluntold that I was going to go to Fort Myer, which is the military base that's connected to Arlington National Cemetery. I was 13 and, had no idea where I was going, but Fort Myer ceremonial base. It's where the old guard who are at Arlington National Cemetery and do the changing of the guard are housed. It's where the chairman of the Joint Chiefs are. So it's hard not to get swept up, in the pageantry of it all. And that's the first time that I really felt connected to my love of country. I also experienced personal loss earlier in that year, and I think that, in some ways I needed something to throw myself into as well. So that from that point forward, the Army was my dream. I wanted to go, and be an Army officer for a career. Obviously, my career took a left turn because I'm not still in the Army today. Right. But, at the time, the Army did not have a woman 4-star general. And so I like to aim high, and that was that was the dream when I was 13. And so, I ended up going to school on an Army ROTC scholarship. My freshman year was the fall of 2000. So the peacetime Army that I entered very much became a wartime Army in 2001 when the World Trade Center was. At that point, we were headed into war in Afghanistan, but by the time I was in my junior year of college, we were in war in Afghanistan and Iraq. Wow. And so once I got sworn in, I literally went to the officer basic course in June of 2004. By the day after Thanksgiving of 2004, I was on a plane to Iraq, stopped in Kuwait on the way, did about a year from 2004 into 2005. And then deployed again from 2007 to 2008, where I was there during the surge. So we were there for 15 months. I was active duty Army at the time. It was during that tour that I decided that I wanted to get out. Joe, you and I were talking about how I'm actually not a real good fit for bureaucracies. So, I had this sort of like inner knowing, in addition to suffering a little bit of leadership disappointment while I was in the military, that I could maybe make a even greater impact on the greater good of our country if I got out. And so got out of the military, entered a career in politics and public policy, did some political campaigns, worked on Capitol Hill and the White House. And this is now my second tour at Iraq and Afghanistan Veterans of America. I became CEO last March, but was also at the organization from 2016 to 2018, where I was the #2 to our founder. And I like to say that, I take not only my lived experience in the military and as a vet, but also my experience since, and the skill sets as a communicator, as a campaign manager, to now be able to leverage those on behalf of a community that I belong to and I care so deeply about.
Yeah, that's great. That's great. So tell us a little bit more. Let's dig in a little bit more about IAVA. What's your mission? What's your purpose? And kind of, who are you out there really to serve?
Sure. So IAVA is a leading voice of the post 9/11 generation of veterans. We are best in class at leveraging the media, including social media, to drive conversations on behalf of our community, to influence public opinion, to influence oftentimes public policy change, but sometimes change happens culturally as well. And so, IAVA is headed into its 20th year. We actually just turned 20 this year.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Yes. And I'm looking forward to our next 20 years being as bright as the last 20 years and as impactful as an organization. We were the leader in driving awareness around veteran suicide. We were the leader in fighting for the post 9/11 GI Bill to bring my generation's GI Bill benefits up to where the World War II generations had, but it had disintegrated by the time our vets were getting out of uniform. And this is an exciting time for our generation of veterans, many of whom are here today. I believe that the post 9/11 generation of veterans is ascendant in America today. That's what's so exciting about my time and ability to be in this leadership role right now. But you're seeing post 9/11 generation veterans leading in politics, in the corporate sector, selling off their companies. And I think at a time when America is really desperate for quality leadership, the post 9/11 generation is ready to lead.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. Couldn't agree more. So IAVA has always kind of been, since your founding, and correct me here if I'm wrong, more or less kind of really leaned into being a digital platform, right? Being a digital resource for veterans, right? And I think, correct me if I'm wrong, MySpace, early days, right? You leaned into that.
Started on a MySpace
if
page,
remembers
yes.
MySpace, right?
You're the first digitally native veterans organization.
There you go. Yeah, so tell us a little bit more about that. What does that mean, and what does that mean in terms of reaching your community, hearing those voices, having those really intentional conversations, and mostly doing that in a digital format?
Well, I think the first piece of perspective in terms of like how being able to be connected digitally has been important for our community. So less than 1% of Americans have served in our most recent wars. It's very different from the Vietnam generation, very different from the World War II generation. And so that means that there are fewer of us when we come home who are deploying more often, doing multiple tours. But it's hard to find community when you get back to your community. There's not the millions of neighbors who could go back and hang out in a VFW in the World War II era or even in the Vietnam era. And so, now that we are living in sort of this digital space here, it's been easier for vets to be able to stay connected or get connected online than it has been in our communities. Yeah. So that's the first, important piece in terms of us not only being digitally native on MySpace, but leveraging platforms like Facebook or Instagram to stay connected. Yep. But it's also been, I'm not telling you something you don't know, but social media has also been a place where we can drive change and where people's unique voices can be heard. And again, if we are so small in numbers now, social media has been a platform to make sure that the veteran voice can still be heard, despite the fact that we are such a minority in the American population today.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. So you've talked a little bit about, this kind of next generation of veterans. I really love what you just said, right? 1%, and kind of leaning into that, fewer veterans now. So how are you and how is your organization kind of really meeting those veterans where they are? How are you, or how have you kind of changed some of that engagement from, some of those more traditional ways, or even, thinking about how folks would engage in the Vietnam era in terms of how you're engaging now?
Well, I mean, I represent the post 9/11 generation, which is everything from Gen Z to, I'm a geriatric millennial. But I was in college when you had to have an EDU to get on Facebook, but I was in college then, so my entire adult life, social media has been a thing, and so. Our community is very present on social media, and if you're going to meet folks where they're at, then you have to have a presence there, whether it's on Facebook or Instagram or on TikTok. And as you know, the younger generations are very much TikTok first. So when I think about, organizationally where we need to have a presence, it was very easy. When I became CEO last year in March, we did not have a TikTok presence. And I had actually just been teaching in college myself and become a member of TikTok because my college students not only encouraged me to, I realized how much it was a priority for them to have a presence on that platform. Yeah. There's no way I feel like I can do my job and be meeting our veterans where we're at, but also it's important for us to be also the voice for people who are still serving today. In many ways, that is where we are the voice for the voiceless. If you are serving in uniform, which many people here today have experienced, you are not rewarded for taking to Twitter. But there may be injustices that are happening to you. And if you still want to protect your career, then you need to rely on advocates like us who understand your lived experience, who see those injustices to speak up on your behalf. And we will do that in the earned media, whether it's on NPR or CNN, but it definitely has to happen on social media as well.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. Yeah, lots of things are picking up on social media and then ending up in some of the more traditional media outlets, right? So, kind of leaning into that a little bit, what are some of these issues? What are your members talking about right now? What are you seeing in terms of how your organization can best meet those where they are in terms of dealing with some of these issues that they're facing, whether it's mental health, feeling connected in communities? What is that conversation right now, and how are you engaging in that?
So I'd say a couple of things. One, I think veterans are more unique than people remember or think of.
Sure.
We are a community unto ourselves, but veterans are a part of all of the other communities that we focus on. So I think one of the things that I try to do as a CEO of a veterans organization is remind people of that. And one of the reasons why we develop and empower our individual veterans is so they can use their voices to talk about their unique needs. Our generation has grown up with the opioid crisis in the background. So when we talk about treating wartime wounds, which aren't just PTSD, sometimes it's chronic pain, our generation of veterans is thirsting for alternative therapies. They want legalization of cannabis so that the VA can prescribe it and so the VA can also pay for it. And they can't do it if they, even if they live in states like Colorado or Michigan where it is legal. But we have a veteran member who's a member of our IAVA Cavalry. He lives in Florida now, but he retired from the military and says that now that he can get access to cannabis products, which, you can't have when you serve in the military because you get tested. But he has had, it wasn't until he got out of the military and could use those products that he had a good night's sleep. So his entire adult life, he was not sleeping well through the night. And he'd much rather have that than any prescription drug. So you have stories like his, but there's a veteran empowerment story to be told here too. I think all too often we focus on veteran, mental health, the veteran suicide epidemic, military sexual trauma. Those are all, tragic issues that are facing our community that I think nobody wants the veteran community to be facing. But there's also veterans out there who are doing badass shit. They are starting businesses. We have veteran small business owners who are part of our community. And that story needs to be told as much as any other story.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. So in thinking about kind of TikTok or other social media platforms, how are you thinking about approaching thinking forward a little bit? How are you thinking about kind of advocating on and using social media, right, to reach some of those communities, talking about some of the issues you just mentioned, right? What kind of role does social media play, right, given your past history and being a digitally native platform, but now kind of meeting the veteran community where they are and the future issues that they may face?
Well, I'd say for TikTok specifically, I think it's an important platform for our organization to be a part of. But I also think, to my earlier point, the more that I can empower our community of veterans to use their own voices, if they're comfortable. It's not everybody's thing to go straight to social media or to do stuff like this. But if they are comfortable, I think their voice is going to be more powerful than mine ever could be. Their ability to tell their own story. And something that we invest in with our veterans is helping people tell their story, workshop it, make sure that they have the ability to, use language that will connect online, or even in the media with us is something that is very foundational to the work that we do. But I think in today's day and age, and you would probably agree given where you work, there's so much cynicism around the traditional media that you can't match the authenticity of connecting via social media. And I think our advocacy or our veteran stories sell themselves way better on social media, as long as you have reach, than they ever could in the traditional media. It is just, even if somebody's got a really powerful story, it sometimes just gets too polished. And I don't think it's as impactful as it can be in the raw form that honestly I'm still trying to get comfortable with on social media.
Yeah, and I'm not comfortable with. Yeah, right, for sure. I'll be the first to say. Yeah, and I think that's kind of the beauty of what our platform enables, right? Is that grassroots voice, is that authenticity voice. It isn't, a lot of the content you're seeing on our platform is not super polished, right, or what's resonating. And so just a little quick word of encouragement out there for the audience or other nonprofits. Get out there, get your message out, just start talking, right? I think that would be a great kind of encouragement. But you know, related to TikTok, did you as IAVA as an organization, or perhaps you as an individual, was there a moment out there in which you were like, okay, we need to be on TikTok, we need to be reaching that audience? Like, what was that kind of aha moment for you, maybe?
I just think it's undeniable that TikTok has an incredible presence. What do you have, 150 million users in the United States?
About 180 now.
Yeah. So honestly, I'm the CEO of the first digitally native veterans organization. When I became CEO last March, I was like, why are we not on TikTok? Yeah. You know, it's my job to help our veterans leverage tools to help raise their voice. I see TikTok as a platform that can help them do that, but it is also my job to connect, unite, and empower the post 9/11 generation of veterans. And I don't see how I can do that and do that effectively if our organization doesn't have a presence on TikTok, because of how many of our vets and those who are still serving who have accounts there. And I want to be able to meet people where they're at, and the numbers don't lie. That's on TikTok. So
Yeah.
to me, it was like a pretty easy decision. And you know, we'll work to grow our presence there and to, you know, figure out the right way to connect with folks on that particular platform. But, you know, from the jump last year, it was a really easy decision for me to make sure that, like, we were as present on TikTok as we are on other social media platforms.
Yeah. And so similar to that, and just a couple final questions here, but you know, I'm just curious, like, what you know, you've talked about your Calvary, you've talked about kind of sending folks out. You know, what in terms of ramping up and getting more active and engaged on TikTok, is there anything that might be scary? I know that you're kind of still new in your TikTok journey, but eager to grow and eager to connect. Like, you know, I think a lot of folks might be a little scared, but would you have any words of advice, or kind of how are you envisioning, you know, that kind of amplification or full court press, if you will, in terms of TikTok and your approach there?
I mean, you probably have experts at the company who could help accelerate this for us, but I think with
maybe.
I think with a lot of social media, it's just like creating content and then seeing what resonates.
Yeah.
I think, you know, I as an individual, but also us as an organization, I think as long as we're really clear on our why, you know, who we are, what good we're trying to do out there in the world, and try and create content that effectively communicates that, you know, hopefully that does resonate. And then, you know, you double down on what is getting views.
Yeah.
And there's some stuff that's like super serious, and then there's like the videos. My team made a pass the phone video.
I saw that one.
Yeah. And sometimes it's just the light content that connects.
Yeah.
Because I think sometimes people just want the light stuff. You know, we are living in a very complicated time, at least, you know, for an advocacy organization that is at the intersection of our politics. Like, a lot of times we're dealing with heavy stuff, you know, whether it's like the future of our country, which I think a lot of people are thinking about right now, or, you know, topics like veteran mental health, like that can be really heavy. So sometimes I think people just want the pass the phone content. We're trying to do a mix of both.
Yeah, trying to find that balance. I think that's also, I think, pretty common for a lot of nonprofits, right? Is you have serious or really intentional missions that you want people to connect with and resonate to, but at the same time, content's content, right? I'm scrolling. I want to feel good when I'm going through, and then maybe I want my hearts to be tugged at, right?
Totally.
Yeah. Okay. Last one here. Any advice for folks out in the audience, online, that are a little scared of you know, getting active on social, or getting you know, maybe putting a camera in front of their face and just, you know, going live? Like, that to me personally is terrifying. Those folks. social media, it doesn't have to be TikTok, social media broadly, engaging in that online conversation?
I mean, it's the first thing I'd say is just like, you know, you can tell your own story or you can leave it to somebody else.
Love that.
You know, in a lot of ways, we are a membership organization. I represent, you know, the entire post 9/11 generation of veterans. There's a lot of my job, you know, because it's not in everybody's comfort zone to be the voice of the post 9/11 generation of veterans, but I would much rather use our platform to elevate an individual veteran's voice, telling their own story. And there's way more power in that. Like, I have power in numbers, I guess, and I can bring, you know, very powerful data into stakeholder meetings, et cetera. But being able to just like shine the light on an individual veteran's voice, I think is more powerful than anything that I could ever do as the voice of the post 9/11 generation of veterans. And I think that, you know, I don't know. I just think we're in an environment where, like, one of the great things about social media is, you know, where there's so much institutional distrust, you can break through all of that. You know, I actually think that, not to get like super philosophical here, but I think we're going to look back on this time. It's an age of disruption, et cetera, but I don't think there will have been anything that will do more for justice in this country than the technology age and social media. Yeah. I mean, look at the things that individual citizens out there are able to expose via social media that were covered up by institutions like the military, like police departments in the past, that are getting exposed thanks only to social media in this day and age. And so, you know, if I'd have any argument for anybody to be on social media, it's like, be a part of that. Be a part of the force for good. Be a honest broker, a person who's, you know, helping hold people in power accountable. And also understand that, like, you have a voice and that social media can be a tool to help you share your voice and be an advocate should you want to be out there in the world, which is why, you know, we see it as an essential tool for our veteran advocates that we train and are a part of our advocacy as an organization.
Yeah, I love that. What great final words. Use social media as a force for good. Yeah, love that. And it doesn't have to be scary, folks. It doesn't. Just get online, you know, put that video in front of your face, say something cool, say something meaningful. It doesn't matter. There's space for you on the platform. There's space for your nonprofit on the platform. Allison, thank you for your time today. We really appreciate it.
Of course.
And thanks to the MIC and for Parade Deck for having us on stage. So thanks, everyone.
In just a fleeting moment, a self-defense scenario can unfold, altering lives in the blink of an eye. As this message reaches your ears, consider the profound impact mere seconds can have. This is precisely why the United States Concealed Carry Association stands out as the fastest growing self-defense community in the nation. The USCCA is unwaveringly dedicated to providing top-tier self-defense education, invaluable training, and robust self-defense liability insurance. They are more than just an association. They are a sanctuary of safety and assurance. Today, over 800,000 responsible gun owners proudly call the USCCA their haven for peace of mind and preparedness. They've made the choice to be empowered, informed, and ready. Now it's your turn. Embrace the assurance, join the community, and transform seconds into a lifetime of safety with the USCCA.
What's up, everybody? It's your boy, Greg Williams, ParadeTech.com. Dang, my traps look good.
They look
All right,
real
I'm
good.
sorry. Here with Johnny V. Mr. Vargas.
Yes, Mr.
How are you
Red pill or
doing,
blue
Mr.
pill?
TikTok content creator? Freaking hundreds of thousands and millions of followers. And then, I am a consultant with the Army Emergency Relief Fund, which actually saves lives and impacts people, because me, as a currently serving U.S. Army Reserve soldier, and when my soldiers are like, yo, I got some situations going on. Big Sarge, can you pay my bills? Can you pay my telephone bills? I be like, no, I can't for you. OAER is for you. Woo! So yes. So tell everybody your name, what you do, consultant for AER, and tell them about the Army Emergency Relief itself.
Yes, my name is Johnny Vargas. I'm a current active duty Sergeant First Class in the United States Army. One of the best branches to ever be created. And I also do, I do TikTok. I'm Viva La Vargas on TikTok. Very appreciative for that platform. I'm also...
shout out to Joe. Shout out to TikTok.
TikTok.
He's not paying attention to me. It's okay. Dang it.
But let me ask you a question. When is it okay to ask for help?
Wow. So this is a very trick question. You normally have people ask for help when they need the help. But if they would have known about the resource prior, maybe they would not have asked you first of all.
Exactly. So knowledge is power. I know it's cliche, right? But it's true. So AER, Army Emergency Relief, it provides, well, first let's talk about the history. So their current CEO is former Sergeant Major of the Army, he's now retired, Michael Grinston, Tony Grinston, he's a good guy. And also the Army's nonprofit, the official nonprofit of the Army, right? And they offer grants, meaning you don't have to pay it back. That's yours. It's a gift.
That's your money.
And
it ain't funny.
And non-interest, I can't sing right now.
Wait, you ain't got no interest?
So the grant's free. That's for you.
No 2.5 interest like credit card?
Nope, no nothing.
You're not coming at me with a bill collector? My credit won't get hit?
Nope.
Woo!
And then on the flip side, they also offer interest-free loans.
Wait, hold on. Whoa. Mm-hmm. There ain't no interest?
Yeah, they don't want to make money off of it.
You ain't going to make no money back off me?
No, zero money.
Dang.
And let me tell you, you don't have to pay it back right away. You could extend it.
You do a payment plan?
A long payment plan.
You do a payment plan?
Yes.
Shoot, I got some bills right now.
Look, it's okay to need help. We have to humble ourselves from time to time because we can't all do it on our own. And AER is there for the soldier and their family. And I think it's incredible.
So this is one thing that a lot of units, and I'm not bashing any kind of disconnection, but when you have National Guard, you have Reserve, you have active duty, different communities going through different things. People that are on active duty, that they might feel ashamed. The Army is paying me. I'm getting BAH. but I can't put food on my table because I am active duty. It is expected of me. I fit into the stereotype. But then you also have a reserve and a guard member who might be working at a company. I don't want my first sergeant looking at me crazy or my company commander because I've fallen on hard times.
Exactly. And can I tell you one more thing?
Go ahead.
Some people may not know this, but they're actually doing a lot of relief efforts right now, offering grants to soldiers and families affected by, the hurricanes and the weather we've had lately. A lot of people don't know that, but it's not just, oh, my car blew up, so I need some help. There's so many things that they do, and all you have to do is ask. If you don't know, ask.
So one of the things that I love about the Army Emergency Relief Fund is that, yes, it is the nonprofit face for the Army. A lot of people, when they see Army green and the camo or the green uniform, not pinks and greens, it's green. All right? Get it right. There's no pink in there. There's no Dipset. There's no Purple City Gang. There's no... I am just asking this question. What can other nonprofits do to help this nonprofit entity of the Army?
So the easiest thing to do that doesn't require any money is to talk about it, to share their mission, share their goals and their initiative with everyone else. The second thing you can do is donate your money. If you got $1, you got $2 maybe.
Why you call me out? You know I left my wallet on the table.
You're right. But yeah, that's the easiest thing you can do is talk about it. Second best thing, you can give if you're in a place to give, and then those that really need it, they're going to use it, and it's going to go a long way.
So now I'm going to switch it back to your creative platforms, creativity going through your head. No, you know what? I'm a pivot because we're going somewhere good. We're going somewhere good. Okay.
Hey, I like the pivots.
How can you, as an influencer, give back to your fellow service members by utilizing your platform to push out stuff like AER?
I thought you were asking me a hard question. That's too easy.
Okay,
All right.
Be careful what you wish for.
All right. Oh, jeez. I'll break it down like this. Being transparent and accurate and truthful with your audience is the easiest way. And when your soldiers or your airmen, your Marines, your other people, when they see a leader pushing out information that helps them, that doesn't necessarily benefit that leader, but will benefit their audience, it goes a long way. It's a huge impact. So I think honesty and transparency and just correct, honest, true information is the best way.
So you're here at the Military Influencer Conference. Y'all all here in hot Atlanta, and we've been getting down with the get down. My voice is kind of hoarse because there was some after parties last night, and you know what happens when service members get together.
I went to bed a little late.
Yes, you did. I ain't going to tell on you. You tell on yourself. What have you gotten out of being here at the MIC?
So I've been able to, on day one, just build so many relationships and learn about so many nonprofits and other organizations out there that I had no clue existed. And it's a shame that I didn't know those things, and it's not their fault. But I think this is the talking part where you just need to talk about it. Just share a story. That's too easy. So I've built relationships and partnerships with people since I've been here, and I've been able to help elevate my voice and the voice of others.
Watch this. This is the power of the MIC. Yo, Black Ops. Come here. Watch this. On the spot, because I'm cray-cray. My show, too. It's my stage. Do whatever I want. Come here. Come on, Black Ops. Watch this. No, watch this. No, I want you to stay right here. Sit down. What's going on, man? I want you to tell everybody your name. Talk about Triple Nickel. You got 30 seconds because I'm trying to do something cray-cray.
Hey, good afternoon, good evening, good morning, wherever you guys at. Mike Clark here, president of the Black Ops Foundation. We're partnered with Triple Nickel, and our story is to tell the story of soft veterans and underserved privileges communities that we come from, the black, the brown, the Asian, and all of those stories, because people do not know that we were in special ops. So that's our whole motivation behind doing the Black Ops Project. We are on Amazon Prime right now, episode 1. You get a chance, check it out. Spell it literally like this, Black Ops. Episode 1 is on there, so check it out. So yes.
Love that.
Now watch this. You got a show and you're on Amazon, right? And there are mad soldiers out there right now that need help. You think that you could put AER and give a little love so that we can help those that watch the shows that might need a little help? They watching the show, but they broke in the pockets.
Absolutely. Hey, AER is a big thing. I spent my whole year in the Army, my whole career in the Army, 27 years, loved it.
27 years?
Absolutely.
27 years?
Absolutely.
You can have a baby growing out the house for 27 years.
Absolutely.
You don't look a day over 30.
Well, I feel a day over 50, because of my body. But no, it's all good. But I do remember AER when I was a young private and a young E5, a family of 4. And you guys helped out a lot, tremendously, to help the soldiers out. So that's what it's all about, helping the soldiers, helping the families.
Yes.
That's what's happening. I love it.
So clap that up, y'all. You got a testimonial. You got a connection because we got it recorded. It's recorded. You and I, see, I'm going to follow up next year and be like, nope. Or I'm going to be like, yep.
Yes.
Yep. And I want you to push the website out. Where can people watch the show? Push the website for AER, and then we're going to go talk some business. We got a minute to handle. Stop holding up the card. I saw it.
Absolutely. Real quick, here we go. Black Ops, as it's spelled right here, look on Amazon Prime. Season 1, Episode 1 is out right now. Season 2, we haven't filmed it yet. We're going to focus on women in soft, Asians in soft, Middle Easterns in soft. Season 3 will be the Latinos and Native Americans. So we're hitting all the groups.
Wait, no. Wait. Before you go, ¿Qué pasa, brother? Do you take Spanegros? Because I'm black and Spanish, but I'm Puerto Rican. My
Equal
mama.
opportunity.
I know, equal. Thank you. Tú tienes novio. Sí. Novela. What's the website? Where can people support AER?
First, let me say this one-liner real quick. I've been wanting to say it. The MIC, this is my first military influencer conference. The MIC is like Olive Garden. When you're here, you're family.
Aww. Cortez gonna give you your $20 after this.
Thank you.
Again, where can people support AER?
Yeah, so I just Google Army Emergency Relief, okay? It's .org. Yes, ArmyEmergencyRelief.org. You can search that. They're on social media. They're on Instagram and all those places. So make sure you look them up and give us a little shout.
AER, y'all better support. Hi, Peyton. Y'all better keep it locked because I'm going to be here with Peyton Sickles from Sick Fit later on. We're going to do a rap battle, and she hurt. So I'm going to make her do a breakdance battle. And it's going to be better than Olympics.
You need a beatboxer?
Keep it locked here. Yo, this is ParadeDeck.com. My name is Greg, and that's what I said. I'm from Harlem. Set in the head. All right, y'all. Speak to y'all later. Keep it locked.
In honor of the 20th anniversary of the National World War II Memorial in Washington, D.C., the United States Mint has issued the 2024 Greatest Generation commemorative coins. This stunning collection of gold, silver, and clad coins features beautiful designs that capture the valor and sacrifices of the World War II generation. Proceeds will support These coins are only available in 2024. Don't miss your chance to support a vital cause and own these special coins today.
This is Bill with the 24-hour critical response team. What's your emergency?
Hi, this is Greg Price, and I am a USCCA member, and I just had to use force to defend myself and my family from an intruder.
Greg, are you and your family safe?
Yes, we're safe. I followed the training.
Have you called the police yet?
Yes, I followed the instructions on my member card.
Very good. Greg, I'm going to set you up with an attorney who's going to meet you down at the station and walk you through the entire interrogation.
Go to uscca.com/safe and get educated, trained, and insured.
Military veterans of the United States who are not U.S. citizens being deported.
Ordered to leave the same country they once fought for.
Fellow Americans.
America should not be deporting military vets. It undermines our national security.
You know, you feel thrown away. You just feel thrown away.
I am 100% disabled for PTSD due to my combat experiences. You're welcome.
Currently, the only way a deported veteran can come home is in a body bag. This is the only way they're being honored is when they're dead. That just doesn't make sense.
Now to our series, Profiles in Service, highlighting veterans and active duty members of the military who are making a difference in their communities. Tonight, we introduce you to one Marine with an Olympic dream and hopes of inspiring girls everywhere.
I love serving my country. I can't think of a better job than being a United States Marine officer.
Captain Riley Tejak can do anything. How do you deal with adversity and challenges?
I think dealing with adversity, I want to do things that are hard. I want to be tested. I want to see where my limits are mentally, physically, and emotionally.
Tejak did just that when she joined the Marines. Only 9% of the Corps are women.
My goal is you aren't the only woman that walks into the room where it's filled and you don't even notice anymore because you have a seat at every single table.
For now, the 26-year-old is working toward a different goal.
My dream is to be the first female Marine in the Olympics.
And will your day job interfere at all with your dream?
I'm a Marine 24/7, and that's my priority. And I'm just blessed and fortunate for the Marine Corps just backing me and being behind me through this journey. But at the same time, it's exhausting, and that's what makes it fun. If it was easy, anyone would do it.
Tejak manages work at Quantico and intense training as a bobsled pilot.
We're gonna get warmed up really fast,
including constant competitions and twice daily workouts.
Go.
Her hard work is paying off.
She's fast.
She's ranked 14th in the world.
What's the best part of bobsledding? Oh, the speed. The speed and the adrenaline. Going 90+ miles an hour down an ice track and competing wearing Team USA across my chest.
Representing America as a competitor, a Marine, and an inspiration to young women and girls.
Good job.
Riley, what do you want your legacy to be?
I want to be remembered for how I make people feel. I don't want to be remembered for all the things that I did and the accomplishments and the medals. I want to be able to create a path big enough that multiple people can run through it and accomplish things that they never thought was possible and kind of create a roadmap to do it.
Well, Captain Tejak hopes to make the 2026 Winter Olympics team. And if she didn't have enough going on, Riley wrote a children's book about inspiring little girls to dream big, and that is out this summer.
I love helping out veterans just because I've been in their shoes. It really does make you forget about some of the stuff you're going through for an hour or 2, 3 hours.
You know, there were a lot of things that were missed, birthdays, holidays. So it's sort of a reward for everything that you had to give up previously.
It's hard to be able to take your family anywhere. Like the costs involved and sort of all of those barriers, they kind of remove that barrier and allow you and your family to kind of meet and do something out and just cool experiences.
I've seen the Islanders, I saw Taylor Swift, I saw Kenny Rogers.
I would not be able to go to these events if it wasn't for VetTix. You know, being middle class, kind of, work paycheck to paycheck like so many Americans do.
VetTix opened up a whole new world for me for the time that I've been able to spend with my daughters. You know, we go to different concerts, different plays, different musicals, comedy shows, real good father-daughter bonding experiences.
As a single mom, it gives me the opportunity to take my daughter and her 2 friends to experience an awesome live event that I don't think they would have got to experience otherwise.
We're from Reno, Nevada. Coming down to the Sharks game, that's a treat. I can't afford to come to all these things. It's great that VetTix throws tickets out to veterans.
Matt, you ready?
Get us to come out and see other veterans and thank them as well as be out with them and their families as well. So it's a lot of fun.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? It's your boy, Greg Williams, ParadeDeck.com. Welcome to the Military Influencer Conference here at Hotlanta. Want to give a shout out to our sponsors, USCCA. Give a shout out to TikTok is in the house. Thank you. And of course, Military Influencer. And why do you keep coming? Oh, what? Oh, thank you. Oh. You want my favorites, Ruben. You want my favorites. See? So, Matt, this is, I guess, what happens when you just do your thing. Thank you so much, Triple Nickel, Black Ops Foundation. Matt, I have a question for you. Transitioning is hard. We know this. And it's very difficult. Hold on. Come here. Testing 1 2. I want to make sure. How you going to hand him a mic? Mic check 2 1 2.
1, 2. Okay, yeah. All right.
Matt, transitioning is hard.
Yes.
I don't know if there are phases that happen before the transition phase, but I don't understand, and this is from different perspectives, when should something click in somebody's mind that they should plan for the future? What is your perspective on that? And then we're going to get into it.
So that is a really awesome question, and it's a complicated one. I would say when a guy completes basic training, he should be thinking about transition. And the other thing that you should understand, sir, is that transition never ends. And so
I've never heard that.
Transition never...
I heard it stops when you get something.
No. It's like someday the guy that brought the display, he's going to have to take care of me when I'm old and elderly and gray and frail. And so that's a transition for me, is like transitioning to an assisted living center, and what are the resources for that? So transition never, ever ends.
So we're here with Matt. Matt is representing Miltrack. He's been in the exhibit hall all throughout the weekend. You have been connecting with other businesses, nonprofits, influencers, just everybody. And that's why I had to ask that question, because every business, every entity, every organization has what they feel is a precognitive notion of transition phases or periods. So I wanted to get the Miltrack perspective. But you say transition never ends.
That's
but
correct.
Let's back it up. Matt, what made you want to get into helping service members transition? What birthed Miltrack, basically?
What birthed Miltrack was about 10 years ago. I discovered this little thing called LinkedIn. I wanted to help veterans with LinkedIn, but I discovered LinkedIn is one of the key aspects of transition, but there was so much more. So about 5 years ago, another guy and I formed a nonprofit called the Military Transition Roundtable. And in the course of doing that, we created a mastermind approach to transition. And then we found all these questions that they would ask. And it's like, well, I've heard this question before. I've heard that question before. I think there's a need to actually have a place for all these questions. So a good example would be, what happens to the veteran who leaves the military and doesn't know that he's eligible for unemployment benefits? You can find that information on our website.
So,
thank you.
And the thing is that people don't understand that veterans come in all ethnicities, genders, races. It's such a, I like to call it a smorgasbord of individuals, and every individual's journey is different.
Absolutely. Can't say, couldn't, you know, I want to use that in my future marketing.
The Miltrack chicka. I can't even say chicka. You know what I meant. The thing with all the meats and the breads and cheeses in it. So charcuterie board. I'm going to stop saying it. So Matt, let me ask you. You have three things that really are highlighted, and it's right here. I don't want to insult the viewers' intelligence. You have the event calendar, job opportunities, and resource database. Can you please walk us through these three main features of Miltrack real quickly?
Happy to do that. Right now, the calendar is only focused on events within the San Antonio and Texas region. I have a meeting this afternoon to talk with one of the state legislatures about doing a statewide version of this calendar for Texas. Guess what I did when I was in this conference? I talked to the Georgia commissioner and said, we should talk about doing that. So I've been making the best use of MIC. By the way, if you are a veteran and you want to reach others, MIC is the place to go. You want to spend your money, you want to use your resources to be part of MIC. So, yeah, we're looking at the Georgia aspect of this and North Carolina. So we're looking at calendars. Then we go to the job opportunities. We just got a contract during the trade show to do a job contract where people are looking for people with highly specialized skills within cybersecurity, information security. So we have our first big paying contract with that. And lastly, the thing I'm really proud of is the resources database. In other words, we have resources available where people can get answers to commonly asked questions.
Wow. So the military transition roundtable. I just want to talk about that because that's who sponsors you. I've never heard of the military transition roundtable. I didn't even know that that existed. Real quickly, let's just talk about MTR and then we'll get back to Miltrack. Who's your sponsor? What is that?
So we rely on corporate sponsors to offset our costs for MTR. One of our sponsors is our good friends in Tulsa, Oklahoma, the Coffee Bunker. They've underwritten some stuff with us, and we have used it as a nonprofit to provide training. So if you go to youtube.com/coffeebunker, you'll find a whole bunch of videos that we did on LinkedIn. And so we rely on those kind of sponsorships to make that happen.
That's nice. Now I have to ask, how do you forge relationships with local military units to try to get ahead of the curve, to try to go to their, for the Army we have ERGs, which, you know, I'm sorry, ERGs, not employee resource groups. That's the corporate term for something. But we have FRGs, family readiness groups. How do you get, like, intertwined with the unit, develop that relationship, and help those service members ahead of time?
Honestly, it takes a lot of time, and it takes a lot of attention to their needs. And that's why we're put the calendar together, and that's why we've done the things that we've done in the calendar, but also to listen to them of what are the most important resources that the average veteran needs. Not every veteran has, as you said before, not every veteran has the same needs, but we're trying to address them as quickly as possible.
So what is the most fulfilling collaborative effort that you've had thus far with Miltrack, with another partner?
That's a great question. I would say we did about 2 weeks ago, we did an online seminar and on-site workshop on transition. We had Sherry Mason, the Undersecretary for the VA. We had a panel of people that I consider LinkedIn influencers who understood the power of LinkedIn as far as how to use it to build relationships. We had Keith Kassan. I believe Keith's been on your stage. And Keith Kassan is a CISA guy. He talked about all the misconceptions people might have about transition. If, you know, I've got this security clearance, that means they're waiting for me for a job. Well, no. And he explained it in nice ways. And the last person on that last program that I'm really pleased was Scott Stalker. And Scott, the senior enlisted leader for U.S. Space Command, talk about an exceptional speaker. And what did Scott talk about? Scott talked about the need to recognize that transition is coming. Okay.
Yeah.
It's kind of like that show, Winter's Coming. You know, transition is coming. Transition is coming.
Yes. I got to give a shout out to Scott Stalker because when he was serving at U.S. Space Command, he came on my podcast, and I was like, "Don't worry, I'm still in the Army." Because you could definitely write my CG, and I'll probably get a counseling statement. You're in good hands. You're in Sergeant First Class Williams' hands. I really want to ask this question in a very tactical manner. What is your criteria? We all have military influencers running around here. Some of it. And if you are not verified, you need to go to onparadedeck.com right now, get your verification set up so that people know that you're too legit not to quit. But how do you choose who is ambassador for Miltrack? What are the criteria that you look to utilize, whether it's a TikTok influencer, LinkedIn influencer, somebody with the YouTube, Facebook? What is your criteria as a company when you look at potential brand ambassadors?
Let me answer with this. I'm a retired Air Force non-commissioned officer. I learned at a very young age how to spot fakes. And the guy who's influenced me the most, his name is, at the time, was Staff Sergeant Freddie Spriggs. And Freddie Spriggs could look at a guy and go, yeah, you're not there's something missing here. And so if I find that there's something missing there, then I'm going to want to know more. But most of the time, I'm able to recognize legitimate providers of information. And when I see them and say, hey, let's partner together so we can spread your message via our channel.
Now we're going to go to the question of the day. Can you please give me, I know the person may not be here, a testimonial, but what has been one of your most successful cases for a service member or spouse that has utilized MilTrack? And how did it make you feel?
Well, we're still a new company, so we really don't have the case studies. Where we've had the success is helping people with LinkedIn and finding their skills. So you interviewed Keith, and you interviewed his buddy Sean Welsh. Sean was in the Military Transition Roundtable program with us, and then he founded his podcast. And guess who was podcast guest number 1?
I need not say anything else because I mean, come on now. Oh, and I have to apologize to Vets SOS. It's not my fault. I'm totally blaming Jamie and Marcus, the producer and program manager, because I was like, are y'all done? And they were talking, and then there was that pregnant pause. So you were there. You witnessed that. I totally made a fool out of myself, cut into their podcast, and then proceeded to take over. I'm not apologizing. But I have to say it would be you, Matt. So, wow. Full circle then.
Yeah. So it's just seeing people, launch and do their own thing. I mean, we've had 200 very successful graduates of Military Transition Roundtable. That's our success stories. We really don't have much proof of concept. We're still forming and storming, okay? We created MilTrack on March the 18th of this year. And it takes time.
Wait, March of this year? Now hold on, you gotta hold, because people can't. March 18th, so hold on. April, May, June, July, August, September. Y'all ain't even a year. And already 200. 200 help.
No, 200 people that were in the Military Transition Roundtable that needed that. We look at our unique visitors, we get about 50 to 100 a day.
Wow.
And so it's just based on our influence and based on our ability to use those people who are influencers and say, wow, Matt's doing this. You need to check out this website. So we're infants.
So you're infants, but you're still making an impact, which is crazy. So let me ask you this much. Where do you want to go with MilTrack? What is the ultimate goal? That's just like at the end of the day, we know what you about. You about it. What you really about, Matt? At the end of the day, where do you want to go with it?
The end of the day is I want to be a national resource for people in transition. I want to be able to have calendars for each major area where there's a major influence of military. For example, Jacksonville, Florida, right here, Georgia, San Antonio, Texas, that you can go and go, oh, wow, I want to go to Fort Cavazos in lovely Killeen, Texas, and I want to be able to find the resources there and what kind of events are there. So if I'm looking at it strategically, what is a better choice for my last assignment, or what am I going to do when I just, what are the resources, what are the people that are available? So that's my ultimate goal. I would, and of course, San Diego, Arlington, I'm working that. What I need to do, Rico, is find someone to help me sell the concept and help me manage the content.
So here at the MIC, I would have to ask this question because I really want to highlight the success of the MIC. What partners have you talked about collaborating with and have been the most receptive? What type or who?
So can I give you a story? Now I got a great story.
Story time.
So here I am.
Oh, wait. We got 2 minutes. You got to keep it 1 minute. Okay. 1 minute story. 1 minute story time.
1 minute story time. All right. So here it is. I'm sitting there, and my original intern, before I even formed MTR and all that, Athena Villarreal, she's with Navy Federal, and she's a major influencer. She says, Matt, you're here. I'm so glad to see you. Athena, you're here. I want to talk to you afterwards about opportunities to work with us to get your message across. So it's a win-win for her, and it's a win-win for us.
Wow, that's the power of MIC. That right there is the power of MIC. All right, I'm getting my 2 minutes. She gave me the side eye. All right, so first of all, before they cut me off, I mean, there's been this QR code that's been here for a while now, and if you're watching at home and scan it, but if you can't scan it, I mean, what is the website? I mean, Matt, sometimes people are not thinking. So give them the website, and then they'll either scan it or they'll Google it or LinkedIn it or MySpace it.
www.mil, as in military, T as in transition, R as in resources, A as in and C as in calendar.org. That's MILTRAC.org.
And I'm just shouting out all the MEP stations around the nation. If you're watching this, like Matt said, before they even ship to basic, maybe you should have a, hey, while you're in and you're about to get out packet. Because you don't get any of those. They make you do the duck walk, but they don't tell you what's going to happen afterwards.
Isn't that the truth?
And I got flat feet. They was like, you might not make it. I was like, I'm going. But anyway, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Air Force in the house. Leave it up to Air Force to come up with a great concept. Army still does it better. All right, so I'm messing with you, Matt. Any last words, Matt, before we get off? 30 seconds, all yours, buddy.
So I hope that next year you'll invite me back, and I hope that we can look at how Parade Deck and the Military Transition Resources and Calendar.org website can work together on sharing your great content. That's my goal.
Thank you so much, Matt. Thank you so much, Miltrack, for being in the house on the Parade Deck. Listen, hold on now. You better stay tuned. Go use the latrine, a.k.a. the bathroom. Go get your cookies. We're going to throw a commercial, and it's about to get lit up in here. Keep it locked. It's your boy, Greg Williams. Parade Deck, live from the Military Influencer Conference. Stay locked. I'm not playing. Stay. Stay. Cut to commercial, but stay.
Ja, she Regan Hawthorne, ja. Billigana Nishlink, Kintlachini, Basashin. Now, I introduce myself to you in the Navajo language, telling you, first of all, my name, and then what clan I'm from. And we name our clans in the maternal fashion first. Navajo society is a maternal society. My mother's clan is Anglo, Billigana. She's Anglo. My father's clan is Red House clan, Kintlachini. I'm here today to tell you a story. My family has a storied legacy of military service, and as such, we like to, at every opportunity, relate what this country is about, what our patriotism means, where it comes from, and how deep it runs. I've had two uncles that were in the United States Army. Both of them were paratroopers. One uncle was killed in Vietnam with the 101st Airborne Division. He was ultimately awarded the Distinguished Service Cross. I'm the son of Roy Hawthorne, who was a Marine Navajo code talker in World War II. He also served with the United States Army as a paratrooper in the Korean War. As a youngster, I grew up in a very organized, disciplined home, understanding that my father had some military background. And I stress that some military background because the only way that I really became aware of his military background was as a youngster when I discovered that my father had only one leg. And so that's something that's kind of hard to hide and hard to cover up. And so he had to explain to me that during his tour in Korea with the United States Army, he was victim to mortar shelling and he lost his leg. And that was the extent of my awareness, my knowledge of my father's military background. Knowing nothing of his Marine experience, knowing nothing of the Code Talker experience, knowing only that he lost a leg in Korea when he was in the Army. I pretty much made a commitment then that I would follow that path. And my life's goals at that time were to join the Army, become a sergeant, and jump out of airplanes. And that's what I did.
I don't know, but I think I might. I don't know, but I think I might. Jump from an aircraft while in flight. Jump from an aircraft while in flight.
I enlisted in the United States Army to become a paratrooper. I enlisted in January of 1973. There at the Airborne Jump School, at the home of the infantry, we learned all of the techniques, all of the apparatus, all of the physical requirements needed to become a paratrooper. In week 3 of our time there, we finally got to go get in an airplane, take off, and jump out. In some cases, guys had to be pushed out. They became very afraid. They didn't want to leave the aircraft, but we all understood that once we got in that aircraft and took off, there was only one way out of that aircraft. So in the 3rd week, we did our jumps, and then midway through that week, we finally were awarded our prized and cherished novice parachutist wings. And the 82nd is considered to be America's Guard of Honor. And in keeping with that, there's 2 things that have to occur. One is consistent training, and the other is consistent readiness. The 82nd Airborne is required to be anywhere in the world where the United States has a conflict to protect within 18 hours of notice. And that requires a lot of readiness, a lot of training. So between the fall of 1973 through the training periods and the different deployments for jungle survival training, or whether it be up into Camp Drum, New York for cold weather survival training, cold weather experience, or whether it be into the desert environment of places such as Fort Hood, to become engaged and familiar with all these types of training. Those were some of the things that took up the early years of my Army career. People take cruises today to go to Alaska and see all the pretty sights, and we were there. We were positioned for a couple of days up on a mountaintop, trying to stay warm, trying to keep the equipment operating in those sub-zero temperatures. And I remember being up on a mountaintop where we could actually, as artillerymen, follow visually the rounds from the time they left the tube to the time they impacted the target. And this is what's called adjusting fire, where the forward observer sights a target and determines the grid coordinates on a map and transmits those grid coordinates to a fire direction center at the firing battery. The fire direction center then translates those grid coordinates to firing data for a gun. And the gun chief then checks the data, checks all of the ammunition to make sure that everything is right, and then they fire. After maybe 5 runs of adjusting by a base, calls for fire. All of the power from 6 guns in that firing battery are brought to bear. As you might imagine, it's a pretty awesome view when you bring 6 guns to bear on one target with high explosive rounds. So everything being together, you now have 6 guns putting high explosive rounds on the target, and then in comes the air support to drop their ordnance on the target, And it's just simply amazing. And I remember from that hilltop one day watching that purple smoke rise up from about 5 miles away down in the valley. And we knew that the aircraft were coming because we had smoke in the tube. When we sent that smoke down range and we saw that purple smoke hit, all 6 of our gun personnel literally visually did a 180, turning about to watch the aircraft coming in. And saw the fighters coming, and when they flew overhead, we couldn't turn our heads quick enough to track them. But we caught up with them right when they were dropping their ordnance on the target, and the purple smoke, the balls of flame really reminded one of how devastating war can be, and the real cost of war. Had this not been a training exercise, whoever that target would have been completely annihilated. And that's very sobering that we're here in this basically sanitary environment, but we're ready to do this when called upon, and this is the damage that it can bring.
South Korea's capital, Seoul, on an air raid practice day. In the minds of the people here, the fear of a full-scale war grows day by day, fed by the collapse of South Vietnam.
In the early part of 1976, I received orders to go to Korea. And at that time in history, there was a great degree of tension between the forces of democracy and the forces of communism. There had been a killing of a United States Army service member there at the demilitarized zone. I think that particular action occurred about a week before I arrived in South Korea. I remember flying into the airport. We flew commercial, but about 45 minutes out of Seoul, I noticed on either flank we had fighter escorts. And so that kind of alerted me that something is important here. And when we landed then, of course, there was a very, very high presence of United States military police, and we had an escort from Seoul up to my assignment, which was about 45 minutes north of Seoul, about, I guess, probably about an hour south of the DMZ. Where I was stationed was called Camp Essayons, and I was there with 2nd Infantry Division, and I was assigned to 6th Battalion, 37th Field Artillery, and that artillery unit was an 8-inch self-propelled howitzer. It was just like a tank with a big telephone pole strapped on the top of it. It was a big gun. We did a lot of maneuvering in South Korea, edging up against North Korea many times. Tensions were high, security was high, and the entire tour that I did there was literally on high alert and what we might say today, pins and needles. There were always conflicts, not necessarily armed or militarized conflicts, but with the guards from both countries being on that border. Nearly every night there were breaches into South Korea by North Korean Army. There are artillery units there on site at the DMZ that had pre-positioned targets, and just for the event that something should occur. We were busy 8 hours a day, as we call it, putting steel downrange in support of an infantry mission. If I recall correctly, and I believe that this is an accurate declaration, that this firing position that we were in actually put rounds in the air over North Korean airspace, but landed again in South Korea. So there was always an absolute determinate double and triple checking of the gun data and make sure that we were firing the right way. And I was very, very blessed, really, in not having to go off and take that shot and be be shot at and under that kind of duress, and I regard that very, very highly. It was a special blessing to me. I'm not going to sit here and say, I wanted to go and do that. I think none of our soldiers, airmen, Marines, sailors really thrive on that, but when it's necessary, we go. I reflect on those military years, and I see where my motivation, if you will, to join the military was geared mostly from my awareness and understanding and relationship with my Army uncles, my Army father. I was in the Army probably nearly a year before I was made aware of or finally realized the depth, the gravity of my father's military service. Now, I had spoken earlier of my father's service. I spoke of his service in the Army because that's all I knew about at the time. Finding out as I did that he was also a Navajo code talker brought even a greater sense of pride to the service that I did. I had no regrets for not joining the Marines. I'll not sit here today and tell you, well, I was almost a Marine. I was and I am a paratrooper. He was and he is a Marine. With my awareness of my father having been a Marine, that opened the door for a more anecdotal relationship with my father. Remember, I was raised very strictly. I was raised very organized, very disciplined. But when I was made aware of my father's tour with the Marines as an Navajo code talker, that allowed us to banter back and forth more candidly as the services do even now. In the Army, we know that the Marines eat crayons, and in the Marine Corps, they know that they know certain things about us, and we exchange it, and all service members do, all branches do. But my father and I exchanged it on a personal level that was probably unsurpassed. In different environments, we would poke fun at one another. I would chide him for being a Marine and not knowing any better. He would in turn chide me for not being sharp and to the point and more accurate on things as an Army guy. But the uniqueness is that he knew both sides personally. He knew what it was to be a Marine, and he knew what it was to be a paratrooper. I'll always respect that. And I know that he's not the only man that ever did that, but to me, he's the only man that ever did it because he's my father. And I come and I see names that reflect the personality. I didn't know all of them personally, but there's quite a few here that I have known personally. And as I stand here and I look at these names, I can say to you, thank you. Roy Hawthorne, my father. I see George Moss, my uncle. I see Raymond Smith, Sr., my uncle. And I see extended relations in a lot of these names. And I see the 6 Marine Corps divisions in which these men served, and represented across the entire Navajo Nation, a landmass larger than the state of West Virginia. And it settled in on me that this is why we're here today, because of what they did, who they are, and what they represent. Thank you, men. Thank you.
State your name. Do solemnly swear. To support and defend. The Constitution of the United States. Against all enemies. Foreign and domestic. And to bear true faith. And allegiance to the same. That I will obey. The orders of. The President of the United States. And the orders of. Those officers appointed over me according to regulations and the Uniform Code of Military Justice. So help me God.
Liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery. Marine Colonel Charlie Bolden, the pilot on this mission.
Mission Control, Houston.
Roll program. Roger, roll, Discovery.
I was a typical kid. I was a fun-loving, risking child. Growing up in the segregated South and having mom and dad who had gone through their own struggles, they did everything for us, and so we had a great time growing up. My father was a veteran of World War II. He was drafted into the Army. I decided in 7th grade that I wanted to go to the Naval Academy.
Ja, ey, Regan Hawthorne, ja. Billigana Nishling, Kinclichin. Basashin. Whole language telling you, first of all, my name, and then what clan I'm from. And we name our clans in the maternal fashion first. Navajo society is a maternal society. My mother's clan is Anglo, Billigana. She's Anglo. My father's clan is
I love helping out veterans just because I've been in their shoes. It really does make you forget about some of the stuff you're going through for an hour or 2, 3 hours.
You know, there were a lot of things that were missed, birthdays, holidays. So it's sort of a reward for everything that you had to give up previously.
It's hard to be able to take your family anywhere. Like the costs involved and sort of all of those barriers, they kind of remove that barrier and allow you and your family to kind of meet and do something out and just cool experiences.
I've seen the Islanders, I saw Taylor Swift, I saw Kenny Rogers.
I would not be able to go to these events if it wasn't for VetTix. You know, being a middle class, kind of, work paycheck to paycheck like so many Americans do.
VetTix opened up a whole new world for me for the time that I've been able to spend with my daughters. You know, we go to different concerts, different plays, different musicals, comedy shows, real good father-daughter bonding experiences.
As a single mom, it gives me the opportunity to take my daughter and her 2 friends to experience an awesome live event that I don't think they would have got to experience otherwise.
We're from Reno, Nevada. Coming down to the Sharks game, that's a treat. I can't afford to come to all these things. It's great that VetTix throws tickets out to veterans and get us to come out and see other veterans and thank them as well as be out with them and their families as well. So it's a lot of fun.
This is Bill with the 24-hour critical response team. What's your emergency?
Hi, this is Greg Price, and I am a USCCA member, and I just had to use force to defend myself and my family from an intruder.
Greg, are you and your family safe?
Yes, we're safe. I followed the training.
Have you called the police yet?
Yes, I followed the instructions on my member card.
Very good. Greg, I'm going to set you up with an attorney who's going to meet you down at the station and walk you through the entire interrogation.
Go to uscca.com/safe and get educated, trained, and insured.
Semper Fi. Semper Fi is right. Yeah. Corona khilkhashnegi eidaya neve hobizadegi altkhanas nilga. I served during World War II as a Navajo code talker with the United States Marine Corps. I served there for a little over 2 years, stymieing the Japanese with our language that we had developed a code from that ancient language.
Because of the secrets the code talkers had to transmit, they were the first to hit the beach and the last to leave.
So when we got in the military, we had to talk about submarines and bombers and battleships and all these types of things for a reconnaissance plane. Well, it flies at night, it is quiet, doesn't carry any armament, and we said, well, that's a hummingbird. So in Navajo, it was dakitien, and that's hummingbird in the Navajo language. Say you wanted to give the rank of maybe the commanding officer, who might be a captain, and so to say we would use the term railroad track, and so we would say in Navajo 2 tracks, besh na kie, 2 irons.
Probably one of the toughest, most important missions in the war.
We didn't win the war by ourselves, but we were very instrumental in the war's favorable outcome for our country. And so we consider our language to be a precious commodity today.
I'm Peyton Sickles' thoughts right now. I'm here live on the parade deck at the Military Influencer Conference. I've got a crowd of people watching me.
Y'all showed out. I appreciate all of you all that are here.
And Greg Williams is standing behind me.
Like a weirdo.
What are your thoughts right now?
I don't know how to feel because you're right behind me. I can't see you and we're not having a conversation.
This is how I wanted to start out the show, everybody. What's going on, everybody? It's your boy, Greg Williams, live here at the Military Influencer Conference. Ooh! At the Military Influencer Conference, walking around barefoot, showing my cute stallion-alicious feet in these sick fit socks.
Love that for
All
you.
right? You see how I did it? Like airborne style, but with a suit and a nice, look at my thighs.
Hold on.
Thighs right here.
Wait.
Ah!
Do we have airborne in here?
Woo!
Aerosol.
Hello? Civil affairs.
Aerosol? No?
Yes. Yeah, aerosol.
Aerosol, okay.
Aerosol, okay.
Who's Army?
Oh!
Navy.
Who's Navy?
Wow.
Wait. Since we're on that same energy, who's Coast Guard?
Hey!
Whoa! When the Coast Guard beats the Navy?
That's
Whoa! The world's gonna start burning, y'all.
What about Air Force?
Yeah.
Whoa. Hold on.
Sit down. Y'all were birthed from us, and we still paying child support.
Space Force.
Wait.
Space Force.
Wait. Space Force?
Wow.
No.
Ooh.
All right, everybody, plug your ears. Marine Corps.
What was that?
Why y'all all on one side of the room, looking all tactical, like you're gonna walk on the stage? They don't want to get flanked. Typical answer. but I love my devil dogs. Shout out to Rico Player. Shout out to Andrew Appleton. Shout out to Amy Forsythe, Navy and Marines representing. So, Peyton, how you doing? Ooh, my toes look good. Good thing y'all can't see these corns. But anyway, Sick Fit. I mean, listen, last year, story time. So last year I was walking down the hallway and I just saw this bright, beautiful smile. I was like, how you doing? What's up? What's your name?
He's not lying. He started doing this right here. And I was like, what is going on?
I was like, oh, wait.
This happening? This happened last
I was like, yo, your cuticles are nice. You sure you don't do nails? You into socks? But that's how our relationship started. And we just vibed from there. It was a vibe. And she came out to New York. You know, we had handled some business. And we've been handling business ever since then. And I mean, you go from just chilling in the hallway. You featured on all these magazines, on all these platforms, Military Influencer Conference. You see Peyton. But you don't see Greg. Who? What? Dang. Shots fired from the crowd. But clap it up for Peyton Sickles, CEO of SickFit, everybody. Once again, this is some bull, yeah. Amy Forsythe got a crowd. Peyton got a crowd. No crowd short for Greg. But nonetheless, it's not about me. It's about you. It's all about you, me.
I love that for me.
Me. Forget about you. Dang. That didn't go well. But Peyton, let's go down. You know, I'm pretty sure everybody has read the history. But now you got to really give the history of how Sick Fit got started. Don't give us what they say in the magazines. Don't give us what they say on the websites. That's been like, oh, we don't want to put no emotions on there. No, let it all hang out.
I have the perfect audience for this, and I just want to say thank you for having me first off. But this is a testament. I'm looking at everybody here, and it's because of you all that I'm standing up here, and I appreciate that. So I want to start by saying thank you. But really, man, looking back, we're 3 years in, first off, so that's crazy to even think about. But I'll tell you the story, and I'm going to get real raw with you all here. So honestly, Sick Fit was really started because I had a problem within the military. Army, of course, that is. But, you know, being an engineer in the Army, I was a go-getter, and I still am. You know, I love that. But I was achieving a lot of the chest candy that we love to wear on our uniforms. That was that air assault, that expert soldier, doing cyber train-ups, all these different schools. And I was completing the schools, but I didn't want to go to the graduations because my feet were always in shambles and I had blisters. So with that being said, you know, I was like, hey, I really want to start enjoying these graduations that I worked so hard for. So I'm going to fix the problem. And it wasn't the shoe or the boot, it was the sock. So not that sock, but yeah, definitely. So with that being said, I traveled all over the world. I tried 87 different pair of socks to be exact, and I figured out how I wanted to engineer our socks, Sick Fit socks. I come from an engineering background, so I just put that engineering into it and kept being meticulous and kept going. Like I wanted everything in that one sock, and we really have the perfect sock. And I think a lot of you all out here have tried it already. So, and if you come tonight to our mixer,
yeah.
And if you come tonight, you'll even get another pair at our mixer. So, hey,
wait, who's hosting the mixer?
I think it's you. But hey, there we go. But just continuing that, it's as things were falling into place professionally for me that they were falling out of place physically. So I have a boot on right now, and I just can't stay healed, I guess.
I should totally ask you what you got.
Let's just skip over that. We're going to skip over that for
You
now.
sure?
Yeah. But here's the thing, and this is where it gets, where I was learning these lessons in life, and I didn't even know it. So I'm going to start all the way back. And it was my sophomore year of college at the University of Kentucky, and I was sitting in an African-American art history class. And in that class, I took it as an elective. I thought it was going to be an easy A. It was not easy, first off. But I gained so much about my life. I was tasked with creating a piece that reflected myself. So I created this necklace, and at the heart of it, I carved my hand out of wood, and on the top of that, I wrote, "Great men move slowly." I gave it to my father after I completed the course, not thinking anything of it, right? And as I was going through life and I was going through these things, within the military. Right after I completed air assault school, I was playing in a battalion turkey bowl game, and I tore my ACL in Korea. I tore my ACL, PCL, LCL, lateral medial meniscus. Everything in the leg, I did it. I'm an overachiever in everything that I do. I already said that. So I tore my ACL once. Fast forward, I was healthy. I was back. I was ready to go. So I ended up tearing my ACL again the second time. In both of those scenarios, my father wrote me and said, Peyton, great men move slowly. I tore my ACL the second time. He said, Peyton, great men move slowly. After that, I continued on. I found out that I had two bulging discs in my back, dudes in my leg. He said, Peyton, great men move slowly. Sick fit's coming along, though. I'm like, yes, let's go. We're doing this. But Peyton's falling apart. And that's when I had to make the tough decision if I wanted to stay in the military or I wanted to pursue the entrepreneurship route. So I chose the entrepreneurship route. And clearly, it's working.
Why do we have standing room only? This is, how come, wait, hold up. Where were y'all earlier when Greg was by? You know what? I got something for you. You are not gonna leave.
Hey, I'm gonna be honest though, I don't like feet. So like I love socks, I hate feet.
Wait. What about thighs?
No, get off, no.
No, good.
But just continuing along my journey, I was tasked, I came out, Greg called me. He said, Peyton, I need you to come out to speak to all the New York City officials. I said, Greg, I'm from Kentucky. Like, what do you want me to talk about? He said, I don't know, you'll figure it out, and he hung up.
Just like that.
Literally.
I was like, girl, you better get on the plane. You would have swore I was Terrence Howard, and this is, let me stop, because I don't want to get trademark clauses. I don't need Terrence. Hey, who's that sock? Need some socks, man. Go to, man. Hold on here.
My gosh.
Okay, I'm sorry.
But this is where it gets deep, right? So that same day that Greg had called me, I got a card in the mail from my father. And the only thing it had, so guess what I did and talked about in New York? Great men move slowly. So this is what this means, and this is where I get really deep. When I refer to men, I'm referring to mankind. And that's what that means. And that's with patience, persistence, perseverance, and resilience. You can do anything in life you put your mind to. And it's not a sprint, it's a marathon. And this entrepreneurship thing, I tell you, it's up, it's down, it's left, it's right. I don't know. I've done a lot, But I'm succeeding because of all of you all. And I'm thankful. That's my journey and how
That's her journey.
how we got here.
Now hold on, I'm gonna give y'all a tidbit. Y'all like story time? All right, so it's my last semester at Western Carolina University. I'm studying for my master's degree in innovation and entrepreneurship. And my professor is like, you need to interview a business owner.
Hey, Greg.
Pick up the phone. Pick up the phone. So my case study, which led to my A.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Was Peyton Sickles, y'all. So what's the moral of the story? Hit up Peyton if you need to do your college coursework.
Hey, I didn't say all that. Entrepreneurship is a lot. Like, I don't know if I have the bandwidth, but hey, I'm kidding.
So, socks can change the world.
Absolutely.
And the whole thing is you haven't just utilized your message within the veteran military spouse community. Mm-hmm. You've actually taken it a step further for youth.
Absolutely.
Talk about the impact that SickFit is having on the youth, on the movement, the whole culture of just care and footwear.
Absolutely. So I view social impact differently. And I recently have been able to put it into words thanks to Lauren Hope.
Shout out, Lauren. Hey. Oh, look, she got feet. Footsies.
And here's the thing, right? I am a for-profit company. And when we make money, I'm able to do more. And I'm able to leave a bigger impact and a bigger legacy. We are working on being B Corp certified, so that'll help us out a little bit. But profit means that I can make impact. So what you all see over there, a lot of you already seen our sock mural. All those socks are being donated to a nonprofit organization. But the beauty in that is everybody stopped and took a picture of that. And you all didn't even know it was being donated. So each and every one of you all helped us make an impact. But, so I'm going to keep going and getting a little deeper here. The youth is, I don't know, I just got a soft spot for kids. And if you know me, you know that I don't have any kids. I can give them back, so we're good, you know, if I watch somebody else's kids. But it was back in 2021 where I was walking in the mall, and there was a kid. He was pretty troubled, hanging out with the wrong crowd. He had some, like, little hickeys on his neck. And he's just young. And I'm like, dang, like.
That sounds like me when I was 17.
He was like 13. That was the problem.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're right. I can't deny it.
And I was, we had a photo shoot the next day. Nelson, where are you? Because we had a photo shoot with Nelson. Nelson, wherever you are, yes.
Nelson went to the bathroom.
Okay. But hey, I was, all right. So this kid was in the mall, and I was like, hey, what are you doing tomorrow? He was like, I don't know, like hanging with my boys. I was like, no, you're going to come out and model for me. He's like, I never modeled before. I'm not doing that. Like, what? No, I'm not modeling. So long story short, his mom said, you're going to go, and he ended up showing up for the photo shoot. He fell in love with it. The next day he came out, he kept asking us, hey, can I model again? Hey, can I come out and model? Can I model for you? I just love this. And the beauty of it is I'm not going to say who he is, and you're not going to find him, but
is his picture still on your website? Process of elimination?
He's actually not. I think he took that collection down. It was sold out. But the beauty of it is we built his whole modeling portfolio. He got picked up by some modeling agencies, and he's now mentored by my brother and on track to be an engineer. So when I say we're able to make social impact, that's what I mean. I'm gonna give you one more story. We have another kid. He's a young entrepreneur, and he's like, I don't know how I found him. I don't remember. I found a lot of people. I don't, you know.
Or they find you. PayMeTickles.com, your box.
Free. He said, hey, I want to sell socks. I was like, let's go. Come on, you can join. Let's. You know. So I've been mentoring him for about 16 weeks now, and we're almost at the completion of his. We taught him everything from business plan to he's already launched. He's selling socks. He goes out to farmers markets and does all these events. I push him hard, just like, you know, I'm like, hey, let's go. That's my saying if y'all didn't know, let's go. But we're finishing everything, and we're establishing his LLC with us. And we're going to launch a collection because of him. So I'll say it again. Profit means I can make impact and legacy.
Now this is where Greg gets created. Next year, this with Triple Nickel and AER, and y'all saw that, right? So you should maybe throughout FY25 choose one youth member per state and call it the 50 phases or 50 sock phases.
How about
what do you put in the socks? What is the material called?
Cotton?
Cotton. Can't use that. I don't want Quentin Tarantino. I like that idea. 50 Shades of Cotton. Never mind. But what about that idea of how do we do that? How do we do that?
Globally, not nationwide, globally.
Can we start with America first? Dang, I know you want global.
We're already in different, countries. So
I know, but
all right, I got you.
Okay,
yeah. So
let's start with Harlem.
Yeah, you got there, so.
True.
Yeah, so it's our Sick Fit World Tour initiative. You're going to learn all about this tonight at our mixer at 4 o'clock, so please be there. But you'll hear all of that as well. But it's the Sick Fit World Tour initiative, and what that is, we have stops, and this is stop 1, Atlanta. So it's like you get off on the train, it's a stop 1. You know, my brain is different. Like I just come up with, I don't know. It just comes to me in my sleep. But it's picking cities, picking projects, and running with it.
Nice, clap that up. So, if you want Sick Fit in your city,
yeah, let us know. We have a link for that. Definitely let us know.
Let her know, and we gonna make it happen.
Chicago? Ooh.
Now.
Everybody keeps trying to bring me to Chicago, so just don't bring me in the winter, okay? I'm not.
No.
I don't like the code.
All year round, she gonna be available, and she ain't got no choice, even Alaska. So, now let's talk about feedback, because feedback is really important, And that's how you know how most businesses will go belly up, because they don't listen to the people. They don't listen to the audience. How do you listen to the folks that are out there buying the product and also supporting your product?
That's a great question. And you're going to love my answer. Who do I love? I've already said it like 8 times. Kids. Kids are the harshest critics. But that's where I get all my feedback. I ask them, hey, is this cool? You like kids will tell you everything. I hate it. It's ugly. Why would you do that? I'm like, dang, like, I like that. But I remember I went to go speak to a school in Savannah, and my slides were working. They were so cool. I made like cartoon. It was President Obama, and I put Oprah on the slide. They were like cartoonized. It was great. I don't even know if that's a word, but it is today.
It's gonna be a word.
But my slides weren't working.
Look at this millennial. How dare she?
But it ended up being great, and that's kids will tell you everything that you need to know about your business in terms of on the outside and what the public views of it.
Clap that up. She listened to the kids. And the kids, they got these crazy terms like, mine is like, I'm him. No, you not.
I mean, I'm that girl when it comes to socks.
I pay the bills. Exactly, you her. So let's talk about history. Because I always, when I walk around with Peyton, like she's my street cred. Like, I'd be like, you like socks? I don't make socks, but I know somebody that does. And then I show them Peyton, and they'd be like, yeah? I'm like, yeah. So you are the first ever minority women business-owned, African-American, veteran sock company in America. I like that. I like that. I like that. I like that. So my question to you is, since you are walking history, what do you want your legacy to be? When you were sitting in your rocking chair at 108 with a cybernetic leg, still rocking the sick-fit cybernetic leg made by Skynet, what do you want to look back and say you accomplished and you left your mark on society?
So, you said it, I am the first veteran-owned, minority-owned company in the sock industry. And also, that is the first sock mural in the world that you all looked at. Heard it here first. But I'm going to say it again. I'm going to keep saying it. Legacy and impact for me is leaving it in the youth. And that kid who I have been mentoring for 16 weeks, he now is confident in himself, and he's struggling with public speaking, and now he's speaking on stages and talking to his classmates, and he can articulate himself. But thank you, Peyton, thank you, Peyton. And it's like, man, that's amazing. It's touching lives, and just, I'm not going to be here for forever, but my legacy lives with those people after me. And man, kids are great, and you can hear it in my voice, but that's my passion. I'm emotional about kids.
All right. So we're going to go to some Q&A for the last 5 minutes. But wait, there's more. Why you say aw?
Wait, there's more. Go ahead, go ahead.
You don't like my hosting style?
Love it. That's why, you're doing it later.
I got something for you. All right, hold on now. I'm going to ask you this question, Peyton. I want you to be real, raw, and honest.
I don't ever lie.
Okay. So you have had so many influencers here, so many authors, business owners. Everybody's here. Dang, why y'all? Yeah.
Y'all look great. I thank you so much.
This turn out nothing. You're going to stay with me the whole time next year.
Keep me up here. I got you.
You heard it here. We're going to make this happen. A whole day of Peyton and Greg.
They said the Peyton Sickle Show. I like that.
Whoa.
He is my attorney. Don't make him mad.
Amy!
Hey, we got
litigation.
We have my photographer, videographer, accountant, COO, lawyer. Look, we're all here.
So when you put out your wish list, I always like to have people talk about their wish list. Like, who do they want to work with? And I believe that social media, all you got to do is tag that person constantly. So right now we are going to show the power of MIC show the power of Parade Deck, because everybody has reshared this live feed, right? You've reshared. You've gone to Parade Deck and reshared it, right? Y'all lying. Y'all better fix that. Who is one person, celebrity, or entity that you will want to collaborate with within the next 6 months, and everybody's going to reshare this post and tag that person?
Wow.
You only get one name, because everybody after this, we going for dinner. No, I got to interview you. We got dinner. We got croissants, mixer. One person.
Simone Biles. She's walking history, and together we'll walk.
So everybody, I am tasking you, no knife hand included. Please tag Simone Biles, tag SickFit, and say, what's up? Don't say what's up. That's my line. I say what's up.
I want to hear the questions.
All right. Well, I'm going to come down. You're going to make me mess up my socks. All right. I'm coming down for questions, and you just stay there.
I look great. I got you.
All right. So we have any questions? Because I'm going to come right to you. And, oh, why are you all, this is some booyah. I got to walk all the way back here, all the way to the back. How you doing, Signia Hotel? Don't walk up to me. I was walking to you. Don't meet me halfway.
I want the question, Greg. I want the question.
I would just like to know what your favorite sock is.
Ooh, I get this question all the time, and you all are going to be really shocked with my answer. I'm a classic white girl. Classic white quarter sock. That's my sock. That's my go-to sock. It's very rare that I wear anything other than white, but I went green today because somebody just handed me green socks, but typically just a white quarter sock.
Wait, I got to show the green sock. Come here.
I hope you don't blow it up too far. We don't know, if I put lotion on or not.
That's what we do in the community, right? Baby, come here. Zoom in on that. So she wearing green. Can they get this sock?
Absolutely.
Can they get this sock?
Absolutely.
Footsies.
Yes.
All right, cool. Second, because if you don't, why are you all the way back there? You got a question? No, you don't got a question. Watch this. Airborne.
What's up? Is this thing on? All right. All right, I'm just making sure. Thank you for doing everything that you're doing and speaking. It's dope, right?
Thank you. I appreciate it.
I don't know if you said this earlier because I was talking. What made you get into this industry, and why did you choose to go that route?
Yes, I did say that, but I'll say it again. Yeah, of course. I found a problem in the market as I was experiencing it, and that was being on my feet all day within the military. And I was tired of, I'm not a complainer, and I fixed it.
All right, next question. Next question. Oh, thank you. She's standing right here. How you doing, Connie? How you doing?
Doing.
Oh, girl, don't rub my back like that.
I'm gonna charge you in a minute.
Ooh.
So we talk occasionally, and we talk about military-specific socks. Even if you can't put the logo, how about just the color?
What do you mean?
I'm a camo, and I want the Air Force camo.
Okay. We can
in
definitely make that happen. Actually, I have all these leaders here, all these great people here. Thank you for asking. That's a really great question. What we've started is been reaching out to a lot of units, and I'm trying to get the regulation changed a little bit. So if y'all can all help me do that, that would be phenomenal. What I say next is it'll make sense. But I'm very creative, and I figured, how can we continually boost morale within units and show our unit pride? So I started putting unit insignias on the black sock, and now we have some units that are wearing them across the force during PT, which is it's a esprit de corps morale booster, right? So I have to thank Major J. Curry out at 50th at Liberty now. He was the first that continued to help me, and now I think we have other Army, obviously, but that right there is what we're working on, and if anybody can help me expedite that and continue help in that aspect, I would greatly appreciate that. But that's the way we kind of create military socks in that sense as well.
I appreciate you for not being all the way down there. So I just come right to the front of the stage.
I want the question, Greg.
Don't tell me how to do my job here.
I want the question, Greg.
Hi, thank you for taking this question. Coming from the military, I know you said you were an engineer, but how difficult was it to transition into, I mean, you had to go through manufacturing, learn fabrics, have a team to help you to design and all this kind of stuff. How difficult was that transition going into something that I'm not sure if you knew a lot about, but, you know.
I didn't know anything about socks.
And here you are.
Honestly, the transition for me wasn't, I come from an engineering background. I come from a family of engineers. My father is a civil engineer. He's actually here in Norfolk Southern. My sister toys for, we're engineers. So it wasn't hard. It was just YouTube University, Google, you'll find anything, right? And it was just constantly being meticulous and start learning that craft and being obsessed and focused, laser focused on what you want. It's easy to, we got to put the blinders on and just stay focused to what we want. And once we put those blinders on and we start working on our business rather than in our business, that's when you start to see that success. So it was just being meticulous and constantly learning.
Hey, Peyton, I know you've had a lot of great success and you're doing well, but I also know that there's been a lot of hard work and sweat and effort that's gone in there. What is the toughest thing that you've had to deal with in your journey?
Ooh, that's a hard question. Wow, I think you got me. There's so much, right? But I think if I had to pick one thing, it was educating people on socks. But I'm doing a great job at it now, I feel like we're doing pretty good. But it was, people were like, oh, your socks are $18 or $20 or whatever. And it was, how can we convey that message through something that you can't even see while we're sitting here? So it was being creative and trying to figure out how we can market a sock. Like, you don't even know I'm wearing Safe Fit socks right now because you can't see my feet. Well, maybe you can. No, you can't. But it was being innovative. If we create these limited pieces that I'm wearing today, or, it's brand awareness and things like that. So I think it was finding my target audience in that market and really focusing on that rather than trying to sell to everybody. Find your tribe, find your community that are loyal to you, and continue to grow within your community. So I think that's my answer.
All right, you got another question?
Y'all are full of questions. I love y'all.
Hey there. As another triple certified minority veteran and women-owned business.
I love it.
So my business is marketing, and so I'm very curious as to how you build your marketing groups for regional campaigns.
Yes. So it goes back to that Sick Fit World Tour mural that you see out there. It's partnering with great organizations. Like we have some that are hopefully, a lot of people pick it up after this. But really it's being innovative and finding what works for you. And a lot of things come organically as well. We've had one Olympic athlete and 2 para athletes, and that was organic. They love me, I love them. We're like, let's do it. But really, it's that wall that you see. Everybody out here has taken, the mural is what I'm referring to. Everybody has walked by it, has taken a picture of it. And what all you have done for me is marketing. Whether you tag me or not, everybody saw Sick Fit across the top, and now you're like, dang, I keep saying Sick Fit, Sick Fit, Sick Fit, Sick Fit. Dang, that's hard to say fast. But it's just being innovative and getting creative, and just, you got to figure. I love to say this. How can you be innovative in a saturated market? I love when we go to church.
All right, one more. Oh, let's go over here. At least she's in the back and I ain't got to travel far.
So you're an entrepreneur. What do you do?
So.
Yes. So what do you do to work-life balance? I know entrepreneurs, I have a podcast and I interview a bunch of entrepreneurs and they are doing a lot of things, right? So what do you do? How do you balance out time for you? How do you carve out that time for you?
I always do that. No, I'm kidding. It's like a 24/8. But on a serious note, it's hiring people that are better, do things better than you within your organization. And be honest with yourself. You're not going to grow and you're not going to, succeed if you continue to want to do it all. I said it earlier, you have to work on your business and not in your business. And it's important to, I don't work Sundays. Like, if Lauren calls me on a Sunday, I'm not, if it's about work, I'm hanging up. Like, don't talk to me about work on a Sunday. But it's just being intentional. I time block. So, 6:30 to 8:30 in the morning, Lauren knows I'm probably at the gym. Not right now, clearly, because I have a boot. But she knows I'm at the gym at that time. She knows, like, Monday I go to the post office, or, it's being intentional and setting time aside for you.
All right. So I've gotten my wrap up, but I'm going to wrap up the way I want to wrap up.
We're going to see him tonight. Tell him we'll see him tonight. See him tonight.
Can you stop telling me? I wish I could show you the text of instructions.
It was like one thing.
Like she's my producer. Hi, Jamie. This is my time, my stage.
Well, technically, he said it's the Peyton Sickles show.
Litigation. So we're going to do some fun questions, and we're going to continue it at the mixer, which I was going to promote. Y'all supposed to clap. I think we're going to have to work on this tonight because it's going to be lit. And I'm going to try to make her break dance and hopefully give a better show than the Olympics.
I don't even dance, so that's not going to happen.
You going to dance tonight, bands, and make let me stop. All right. So I'm going to give Peyton 5 questions, and hopefully y'all remember it. I hope y'all are tuning in. And we're going to continue this game at the mixer. All right, Peyton, favorite food?
Street tacos.
Ooh. Favorite movie?
4 Brothers.
Ooh, okay.
She's cheating. She recorded.
That's smart. That's smart. The worst movie you've ever seen and you wish you could get back your time?
The Human Centipede. It was very weird for me.
Human Centipede is going to be like, what did you like about my film? Okay. The one time that you got food poisoning, don't give the place, but what did you eat?
Oysters. Oh my God. Oysters.
Has anybody else got food poisoning from oysters? Look, everybody got strong stomachs. I don't know what's going on. All right, and favorite athlete. Don't say Simone Biles. You can't cheat.
LeBron James.
Wow. So yesterday we had Joe Smith on, and y'all know he played with LeBron and against LeBron. He played with Kobe and against Kobe. He played against Jordan. So I bring him over to Peyton. No lie. Joe is 6'9". I was like, yo, let's get you some socks. He comes over, he's looking at Peyton. Hi, how you doing? My name is Joe Smith. I like my socks. And Peyton's just like, do we have a size?
He was up there.
Do I have your size, sir? I don't. Hopefully this fits you. Thank you very much. I'm going to wear this when I go on set. So we are making connections here live at the MIC. We're going to continue getting to know Peyton. The way that this is going to work is we're going to have more programming here on the parade deck. We're going to continue this because, we got Teresa Carpenter, Shelly in the house, Shelly Jeffcoat.
Yes.
Okay, it's going to get some twerking and working, and I'm going to do all the jerking and downstairs. But we're going to continue with all this programming. Then Amy's going to be here. I'm going to be at the mixer. I'm going to do it Zoom, cell phone style. I'm going to take you around the room. Hopefully y'all don't be having no libations in your hand, whatever. I'm not here to judge you, but it's a mixer. And that's how we're going to do this thing. So we're going to take you behind the scenes at Peyton's mixer at the party, and you're still on the parade deck. You get a 2-for-1 experience, but thank you so much, Peyton. Peyton, where can everybody go to find Sick Fit Socks, and how can they please put it out there? How can they continue to support you?
Yes. Well, you're all here now, so you can take out your phone. And any platform you want, it's SickFit Official, SICKFIT Official. And then our website is sickfitofficial.com.
Thank you so much. Y'all clap it up one more time for Peyton Sickles, everybody. So Peyton and I You see my voice because I keep yelling at her and then yelling silently, killing myself because she won't let me be me. But we're going to continue to talk. This program is not going to stop. We're going to go to about a commercial or two, and then we just going to keep it locked here at Parade Deck. Live for the Military Influencer. Hey, keep it locked, y'all. Hot Atlanta in the house.
Yes.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Semper Fi is right. Yeah. Corona khilkhashneigi aid aya neve hobizadigi altkhanas nilga. I served during World War II as a Navajo code talker with the United States Marine Corps. I served there for a little over 2 years, stymieing the Japanese with our language that we had developed a code from that ancient language.
Because of the secrets the code talkers had to transmit, they were the first to hit the beach and the last to leave.
So when we got in the military, we had to talk about submarines and bombers and battleships and all these types of things for a reconnaissance plane. Well, it flies at night, it is quiet, doesn't carry any armament, and we said, well, that's a hummingbird. So in Navajo, it was daki tien, and that's hummingbird in the Navajo language. Say you wanted to give the rank of maybe the commanding officer, who might be a captain, and so to say captain, we would use the term railroad track, and so we would say in Navajo 2 tracks, besh na kie, 2 irons.
Probably one of the toughest, most important missions in the war.
We didn't win the war by ourselves, but we were very instrumental in the war's favorable outcome for our country. And so we consider our language to be a precious commodity today.
I state your name. Do solemnly swear. To support and defend. The Constitution of the United States. Against all enemies. Foreign and domestic. And to bear true faith. And allegiance to the same. That I will obey. The orders of. The President of the United States. And the orders of. Those officers. Appointed over me. According to regulations. And the Uniform Code of Military Justice. So help me God.
Space Shuttle Discovery. Marine Colonel Charlie Bolden, the pilot on this mission.
Mission Control, Houston.
All program. Roger, roll, Discovery.
I was a typical kid. I was a mischievous, fun-loving, risk-taking child. Growing up in the segregated South and having mom and dad who had gone through their own struggles, they did everything for us, and so we had a great time growing up. My father was a veteran of World War II. He was drafted into the Army. I decided in 7th grade that I wanted to go to the Naval Academy.
Ja, hey, Regan Hawthorne's, yeah. Billigana Nishlink, Kintlachini, Basaschi. Now, I introduced myself to you in the Navajo language, telling you, first of all, my name, and then what clan I'm from. And we name our clans in the maternal fashion first. Navajo society is a maternal society. And my mother's clan is Anglo, Billigana. She's Anglo. My father's clan is Red House clan, Kintlachini. I'm here today to tell you a story.
In Lebanon, we have some 1,600 Marines, part of a multinational force that's trying to help the people of Lebanon restore order and stability to that troubled land. This past Sunday, at 22 minutes after 6 Beirut time, with dawn just breaking, a truck, looking like a lot of other vehicles in the city, approached the airport on a busy main road. But this one was different.
We were out just kind of, we had built a makeshift basketball court out front of the BLT building. And guys were out just playing basketball, and I was talking to Corporal Santos. He and I, we just had this intuition that something felt wrong. And I remember saying to him, I was like, yo, Santos, something's wrong.
Now to our series, Profiles in Service, highlighting veterans and active duty members of the military who are making a difference in their communities. Tonight, we introduce you to one Marine with an Olympic dream and hopes of inspiring girls everywhere.
I love serving my country. I can't think of a better job than being a United States Marine officer.
Captain Riley Tejak can do anything.
How do you deal with adversity and challenges?
I think dealing with adversity, I want to do things that are hard. I want to be tested. I want to see where my limits are mentally, physically, and emotionally.
Tejak did just that when she joined the Marines. Only 9% of the Corps are women.
My goal is you aren't the only woman that walks into the room where it's filled and you don't even notice anymore because you have a seat at every single table.
For now, the 26-year-old is working toward a different goal.
My dream is to be the first female Marine in the Olympics.
And will your day job interfere at all with your dream?
I'm a Marine 24/7, and that's my priority. And I'm just blessed and fortunate for the Marine Corps just backing me and being behind me through this journey. But at the same time, it's exhausting, and that's what makes it fun. If it was easy, anyone would do it.
Tejak manages work at Quantico and intense training as a bobsled pilot.
We're going to get warmed up really fast,
including constant competitions and twice daily workouts.
Go.
Her hard work is paying off.
She's fast.
She's ranked 14th in the world.
What's the best part of bobsledding?
Oh, the speed. The speed and the adrenaline. Going 90+ miles an hour down an ice track and competing wearing Team USA across my chest.
Representing America as a competitor, a Marine, and an inspiration to young women and girls.
Good job.
Riley, what do you want your legacy to be?
I want to be remembered for how I make people feel. I don't want to be remembered for all the things that I did and the accomplishments and the medals. I want to be able to create a path big enough that multiple people can run through it and accomplish things that they never thought was possible and kind of create a roadmap to do it.
Well, Captain Tejak hopes to make the 2026 Winter Olympics team. And if she didn't have enough going on, Riley wrote a children's book about inspiring little girls to dream big, and that is out this summer.
Military veterans of the United States who are not U.S. citizens being deported.
Ordered to leave the same country they once fought for.
Fellow Americans,
America should not be deporting military vets. It undermines our national security.
You know, you feel thrown away. You just feel thrown away.
I am 100% disabled for PTSD due to my combat experiences. You're welcome.
Currently, the only way a deported veteran can come home is in a body bag. This is the only way they're being honored is when they're dead. That just doesn't make sense.
In just a fleeting moment, a self-defense scenario can unfold, altering lives in the blink of an eye. As this message reaches your ears, consider the profound impact mere seconds can have. This is precisely why the United States Concealed Carry Association stands out as the fastest growing self-defense community in the nation. The USCCA is unwaveringly dedicated to providing top-tier self-defense education, invaluable training, and robust self-defense liability insurance. They are more than just an association. They are a sanctuary of safety and assurance. Today, over 800,000 responsible gun owners proudly call the USCCA their haven for peace of mind and preparedness. They've made the choice to be empowered, informed, and ready. Now it's your turn. Embrace the assurance, join the community, and transform seconds into a lifetime of safety with the USCCA.
Soundstripe. Soundstripe.
This is Bill with the 24-hour critical response team. What's your emergency?
Hi, this is Greg Price, and I am a USCCA member, and I just had to use force to defend myself and my family from an intruder.
Greg, are you and your family safe?
Yes, we're safe. I followed the training.
Have you called the police yet?
Yes, I followed the instructions on my member card.
Very good. Greg, I'm going to set you up with an attorney who's going to meet you down at the station and walk you through the entire interrogation.
Go to uscca.com/safe and get educated, trained, and insured.
Hey everyone, it's Amy Forsyth here, and we're at the Parade Deck Theater. We are finishing strong on day 3 of the Military Influencer Conference. Coming up next is a podcaster. She's an active duty Navy commander. She'll be having a fireside chat with Rico Player. Here at the MIC, it is the premier event for those who shape and support the military community. Leaders, entrepreneurs, content creators, creatives, brands, and Parade Deck has really filled the stage with top-tier A-team people, and we are so proud to be a part of it. The 5 pillars of the Military Influencer Conference: inspiration, innovation, influence, inclusivity, and impact. And every one of our guests is having that happen right here on the stage. Our next guest, she'll be interviewing Rico Player, Teresa Carpenter. She's an active duty Navy commander, host of the SOS podcast, that's Stories of Service, and a former NATO communicator. Teresa will be visiting with CEO of Parade Deck, diving into his decision to transition to a civilian role shortly after active duty, and together they'll explore his public affairs background and thoughts on balancing free speech without stifling dissent. Take it over, Teresa. Welcome.
Awesome. Well, thank you, everybody, for being here, and thank you so much to Amy for that kind introduction. Amy and I go way back in the public affairs community, having met for several years. But hello, everyone. As he said, I'm Teresa Carpenter. I'm the host of Stories of Service, active duty naval officer, and I'm in the process of transitioning. And I'm also a Parade Deck plank owner. So I started off on the Parade Deck nearly 3 years ago when it was just getting started, and it gave me a resource and a community of other content creators that I could talk to, network with. I do my blogs through Parade Deck, and then Rico came along to be the CEO a couple years back, and ever since it's just been a beautiful relationship. So I'm going to tell you guys a little bit about Rico. He's an amazing man and a mentor of mine, and somebody I really look up to. He's a Cleveland, Ohio native, decorated U.S. Marine colonel, and he's not only does this Parade Deck stuff, but in his past, he had multiple combat tours spanning more than 3 decades, including Operation Desert Shield, Desert Storm, Shining Hope, Iraqi Freedom, and Enduring Freedom. A ton of command assignments. I won't go through all of them, but I will say he was the PAO to the Secretary of Defense, Donald Rumsfeld. He was also a master instructor for Defense Information School. He earned his Bachelor's of Science in Corporate Communications from Ithaca College, and he was also an executive producer for the Emmy Award for the 2019 Marine Corps birthday message. And if you guys follow Rico on Instagram, you'll see that he is non-stop for Parade Deck. Everywhere he was out there working with businesses, working with companies, and he also hosted me on a podcast that he did, and I just think the world of you, Rico, so thank you so much for agreeing to come on the Parade Deck stage.
Well, it's difficult for me to refuse going on my own stage. That would be pretty bad. But no, Teresa, thank you. All the folks that have been here, it's been just packed full of information and fellowship and camaraderie for the past few days. But to have you here, an original believer in this crazy thing that is Parade Deck, that is different for everyone who is aboard Parade Deck, but at the core of the community is that if you are a content creator, an author, public speaker, documentary filmmaker, feature filmmaker, if you have a positive message and you're looking to lift up the military veteran community, then there's a place for you on Parade Deck.
Absolutely, and that's what our talk is about today, is about finding your voice. And I can tell you, as somebody who grew up not thinking I had a voice, and to be on this stage today with a voice, it's surreal. And one of the things that I think a lot of us content creators struggle with is this idea that we want to push change, but then we don't want to push change so much that we alienate the people that we're trying to influence. So tell me a little bit, Rico, as an active duty public affairs officer and working in offices where you had to push change, what were some of the strategies that you used to prod or poke or quietly encourage but not alienate yourself?
So, Teresa, you've mastered the art of diplomacy. As the public affairs officer, we were notoriously the junior folks at the table, constantly doing damage control or cleaning the spill on aisle 6. Whatever the crisis du jour was, we were called in to make it better, make it look better, smell better, feel better. The one thing that I stood on was that, hey, sir, ma'am, these are just recommendations through my professional perspective. They're going to make the final decision. They're responsible for everything the unit does or fails to do. But we often had to be called to the table as the red cell or the person poking holes in the plan. And commanders don't usually want to hear about that.
No, they don't.
But it's something that they need to hear about. And it's real easy to be a public affairs officer who tells you what you want to hear. It's a lot harder being that person telling you what you need to hear.
Right, and your career sometimes is on the line, too, because we live and die by our fitness reports. And so if we say something that an admiral doesn't want to hear, sometimes maybe that admiral doesn't like us anymore. And it can be really difficult to balance what your own personal ethics are about a situation as a communicator with what somebody wants to hear. And a lot of times, I'll be honest, I had to pick and choose, and I had to say, go with my heart. And sometimes I got good fitness reports. Sometimes I didn't get so great fitness reports. But I think I always held true to my heart and what I knew was the right thing to do. And it sounds like you did the same, Rico.
Yeah, I did. And I guess I focused on taking care of whatever, Marines, Navy that were in my charge and their family members, because it's about family at the end of the day. And that's what's, tremendous about Parade Deck, is that we are family, we are community. And if there's a positive message, if there's a message that is not getting any room at the table, then bring it to the Parade Deck, and we find a way to get to to get your messages out there.
Absolutely. And one of the things that all of us content creators, especially those on active duty, struggle with is the rules about what we can and can't do. Because on active duty, there are a lot of rules we fall under. In fact, our terms of employment is the UCMJ. And so by using the UCMJ, we can stay within the guidelines of what it is we can and can't do. And Parade Deck does host a lot of those active duty content creators, not just veterans. And so what is some of your advice for those of us who are still on active duty, who want to create content, but also don't want to lose our job?
Teresa, you raised several good, tremendous points, and my brain is all over the place for a whole bunch of reasons. At the end of the day, you have to do what's best for you, and you have to, balance, is this issue worth dying in the fighting hole for? The commander makes the final say. You support the commander, execute all lawful orders, and press. My recommendation is, master reference A. No commander, no general officer, no policymaker does anything without that document from the lawyer saying this is the stuff that you should be focused on. As junior folks or whoever in the trenches executing those policies, know what the policies are.
Absolutely.
Know the rules and regulations, front and back. Quick story about, it was some Marine Corps ball I was attending, and I was one of the few officers who I had French cuffs for the ball. They were like, oh, a salty sergeant major came up to me and said, say, sir, is this such, you're not supposed to do that. And I had the reference. I had it on a little card because I knew the question would come up. And I popped it out of my sleeve and said, Sergeant Major, hoorah. And it was good. Yeah. So my point is, know what the references are, know what you're willing to go to the watershed for, and fight your fight.
I mean, at the end of the day, we all have this amazing opportunity to be a part of a cause bigger than ourselves. And a lot of times it's like, when I'm doing a podcast, I'm thinking to myself, I want to speak truth to power. I want to bring awareness about this issue. But at the same time, I don't want to take away from all those other shows that I do and all those other times that I'm not necessarily talking about the most controversial issue just for this one issue. And so I have to decide, how do I talk about this issue and how do I make it not about people, but about policy? Because a lot of times if we're personally attacking a person, we are violating UCMJ. We are breaking down good order and discipline. And I think it's really important that people understand what they can and they can't do. And one of those things is monetization. That's a big one in the active duty content creator world that I want to just kind of narrow down on a little bit. Because I really do think that we need to understand that if we monetize, we do so at our own risk. What do you think of that, Rico?
All right, that's a perfect bridge to, giving some props to the folks who helped me, like Pocket Square Heroes and USAA. So monetization, we could go on and on forever and ever on this one, but having a freemium platform where freemium is everything on the platform is free or as close to free as possible, you can't pay bills with a freemium check, okay? You need sponsors, you need advertising, you need those things to get the bills paid. So you have to balance, okay, what am I going to keep free and what am I going to put behind a paywall? One struggle in the podcast community, I tell folks when they come to Parade Deck, if you're trying to be Joe Rogan or Oprah or Will Smith or these folks with these, million followers, I can't do that for you. I cannot, promise you those clicks. It's impossible. But if you are committed to honing your craft and developing your skills and growing in a community of, folks who have served honorably and giving back, then there's a place for you on Parade Deck. With all that said, Teresa, there is a road to monetization. And what we found is that, last year we had about 100 podcasters when I acquired the Veteran Podcast Network. We're up to 500 now. And the followers for those, it varies from 5 to 15,000. Sure. Not all those folks are interested in monetizing either, but for the ones who are, there's an ambassador program in development where, hey, you have a product, SOS Podcast on there. We're in agreement with Pocket Squares for Heroes and USAA. In your intro, mention them, your mid, mention them, and your outro, mention them. And then there's a revenue share coming back to the company and to that podcaster moving forward. So you have to be really creative. You have to be willing to understand this. And I know Amy Forsythe said it earlier, authors are not getting rich. All right? You don't write a book to get rich. If you're doing it for that purpose, shame on you and change your business plan. Right. Because the Grishams and the Dr. Phils and those folks, they're getting rich off writing books because they're household names. We're not household names. So I know it's kind of a long...
No, and I think that what you're also saying, too, is that the Parade Deck is welcome to everyone. And there's, there's active duty, but there's also guard, there's also reserve. And I think for me, the way I look at it is, as Amy and I talk about a lot about the legal issues, is that when you're a guard or when you're a reservist, you fall under the UCMJ when you're on active duty orders. And that's when you cannot monetize, you cannot do these things. But as an active duty member, your best bet is, in my view, and this is my advice and my personal opinion, is to not monetize. If you do so at your own risk, or you do so on the advice of your JAG. Do not do anything without going through your chain of command. Contact your commanding officer. Tell them what you're doing. Be honest about what you're doing. And they'll help guide you to the best possible outcome. Would you agree with that?
1,000%. It's not worth your career that you've worked so hard to establish to have some person behind some desk or computer poking holes in
not liking what you said for one day.
Right. So prayerfully, the NIL deal will kind of circulate through the Department of Defense and treat it like they do with college students. They should be paid for the work that they're doing.
And one day I think we'll get there. And that's, I think, what we're talking about is that I do believe that active duty content creators ought to be allowed to monetize. That's my personal opinion. However, I know that professionally, the ones that do so at their own peril. And they do so at the peril of anyone that could come back and say, oh, are you allowed to do this? oh, I see an ethical violation. And is it worth it? No. But can you be building your brand and building your following while you're on active duty like I do? Absolutely. Can you be putting out positive messaging, talking about issues that you're passionate about, speaking up for change, talking about policy issues like suicide prevention by job code? Hopefully we'll one day get a proper study. Hopefully those are the things that we can talk about. Right, Rico?
With policy. Don't talk about people. Don't talk about commanders. Don't talk about what you're, prickly
Personal
about.
attacks.
Yeah, stay away from those things. But if you're dissecting a policy, pro and con, that's good for the institute without question.
Yeah, I mean, and that's democracy in action. That's what's so great about it. Like that's why we serve in the United States military, and that's why we have things like the First Amendment and freedom of speech that we protect for all of Americans, is so that we can have these kinds of discussions, because they make our country great.
Absolutely.
They really, really do. So what is your advice for somebody who's a very small-time creator that wants to build a following, wants to build reach, and really, ultimately, just wants to make an impact?
Well, if there are creators out there and you know what your issue is, what your cause is, and you want to go into a space and learn from other content creators, I think Parade Deck is a great place to start. There's Parade Deck was doing a lot of stuff last year, and we kind of honed that down because we can't do everything. And once we started focusing on building our change makers, cleaning up the website, building that Veteran Podcast Network vertical, those things where the veterans that we've met and worked with and the military personnel are coming together and making changes in the veteran community, focusing on the veterans themselves, their families, and the issues that keep us all up at night. Reducing veteran suicide, reducing veteran homelessness, food insecurity in the veteran community. There is no panacea, there is no magic pill, there's no policy. And as long as those things are happening, all of us with our collective voices can make a dent moving forward.
Yeah, it really, Parade Deck is a movement. I mean, it really isn't just a platform, in my opinion. It is something that is groundbreaking. It is something that I am so proud to have been a part of, even at the early outsets. I don't know if you guys know this, but they have an ability, thanks to Jamie, wherever she's running around, thanks to her and her hard work, every single one of my podcasts becomes a blog. And I have a weekly relationship with her, sometimes more than once a week, where we go back and forth and we tweak my podcast so that it can live another life in the written form. And it's wonderful because I will literally see an uptick of people who come back to my show just because they've read that blog on Parade Deck. And I always tag Parade Deck, and I'm hopeful that there'll be more creators who want that community, they want that support, and they'll come over here to build this movement, because I do believe that the military ought to embrace active duty, reserve, guard, veteran influencers, because we're the voices of people who are sharing their stories and making themselves known. And the other thing is, what is it like for you to share a story? I think sometimes when I share something about myself that's vulnerable and really hard to get out there, there's just this sense of processing and cleansing. But tell us a little bit about what that's like for you.
Well, I mean, I think we only have like 5 minutes left, right? So for me, that's minefield terrain. I rarely go into that terrain. But when I can assist any other content creators in, telling stories or developing content, that's where I find my joy. Rarely about me. I leave that alone most of the time.
Well, I definitely think that it's important for us to do it. I will say, as somebody who has shared stories, and sometimes the same story over and over again, I find that every single time that I do it, there's some new insight and there's some new joy that comes to me. But you're very good, maybe not sharing your story, but you're very good on Instagram of sharing your happenings, your daily musings. You'll go on a cruise ship and you'll find a veteran on a cruise ship and you'll start interviewing him. So my question for you is, where do you get your inspiration for creating content?
Well, I think the inspiration for me comes from all the N-O. No, you can't do this. No, we're not interested. No, we're not. I won't take your pitch. No. The beauty of Instagram is, you are the producer, the director, the artist, the talent, you're everything, and it's dirt cheap. Because I know for a lot of creators, it's coming out of pocket. All right, I get it, I understand it. So whenever I can, I was in Texas and driving along, and I saw a VFW that was all banged up and abandoned. And I went over there and I was like, hey, VFW, you're complaining about low membership and refusing to meet the young veterans where they are on their phones. If you don't want to be like this VFW post, you might want to change your approach to these younger veterans that are coming through the ranks. Because if you don't, you're going to look just like this boarded up VFW behind me. My phone started ringing that afternoon.
No way.
Yes way. Wow. So stay true to whatever your mission is. Stay true to lifting up our military veteran community. And just, in real time, you talk about a personal story. So I'm sitting here with you talking about SOS podcast. I look over and say, Rico, play a parade deck. It didn't have CEO over there. So I take it that the board has decided I'm not the CEO anymore. It is what it is. It was just shocking to see it displayed like that, but that's a real story in real time.
Yeah. I mean, but I also think that you have so much ahead of you. I know that some of those things we might not be able to get into, but I know you have a lot ahead of you.
Teresa, she's an original plank owner. She's been a parade deck ambassador from day one. She knows policy. She knows the Navy regulations inside and out. And most importantly, she knows the importance of community and iron sharpening iron, lifting each other up and picking up the phone and say, oh, Rico, I saw that last interview. Brother, are you sure that's what you wanted to say? Yeah. She would keep you honest to your brand. So, Teresa, I can't thank you enough for sticking through, watching the evolution and changes and growth of Parade Deck, and for the things that are yet to come.
Well, thank you. It's an honor to be a part of this community, to be a part of this platform. I really can't believe that it's 3 years ago I started a podcast based on a blog I had from 2010 on, and all this really came out of my own trauma with my mother, who sadly I played a lot of power games with growing up, and I still sometimes do to this day. And all I wanted was for us to have a transparent relationship where we could share with one another and there not to be secrets outside of our family. And that led me on this road of wanting to be transparent with others and wanting our organizations to be transparent and wanting there not to be secrets about how many suicides are grouped by job code. By Chris McGee's here, and my podcast with him last night just really moved me. And those are the kinds of conversations that I think we need to have, because we can make good decisions when we have good data. And we should never try to hide information or muddy the information. We should just say what the problems are so that we can work to fix them. How important do you think transparency is, Rico?
I think it's important for your brand, and I think it's important for those folks who are following you, who are investing in the content you create. That full transparency, I think it helps. It's genuine, and a lot of the whole working in the civilian space is still new, very new for me. But when veterans come into the space, you come with a degree of integrity, of truthfulness, and I feel that employers appreciate that and they recognize and acknowledge that.
Absolutely. And I think that as you guys move forward in your creator journey, what you're going to find is that your content evolves over time. There's going to be sort of this way you put your story out first, where it's sort of the sanitized version of your story and it's not every detail. And then as you do it a little bit more, you start to realize that there's this healing that happens by sharing it more and more, and even dealing with sometimes people that don't like the fact that you shared your story. And sometimes you have to be mindful of how you share your story and make sure to protect the anonymity of the people that are in your story. And there's ways to do that and still heal from the experience. So I'm just grateful to you, Rico, to Parade Deck, and for the community of creators that we've seen here at the Military Influencer Conference who are helping each other out. And we've got 5 minutes left. Do we want to see if there's anyone who has any questions?
No questions out there.
Oh, there's a
That was a great question. I will repeat it. How would a military veteran start a podcast with us? It's easy. All you have to do is go to paradedeck.com. You can click in there. There's an onboarding, which Jamie, she can walk you through the whole process. But we don't turn anyone away as long as it's positive and you're not looking for us to turn you into the next great podcast sensation. Because I got to tell you, bruh, it ain't going to happen. Don't waste your money. Better luck with the lottery, all those things. Before I forget, Pocket Square Heroes. USAA. Hey, look, let me tell you, the USAA isn't giving me anything, okay? I grabbed this because it says Marines on there. And this will be in the background during my podcast. So USAA, I feel you. It's a great piece of gear. Marines can't help but gravitate towards hoorah gear. I had to grab it. I did not steal it. It was given to me. Okay.
All right. Well, thank you.
Oh,
one more.
Without question. And as you're embraced and hugged and welcomed to the Parade Deck community. That community, there's a whole infrastructure in place there where you can go in and you can say, I want to be a podcast guest. I'm a podcast host, and these are my topics. There's a whole infrastructure in place that facilitates that.
Yeah, and I will say, too, what has really helped me as a podcaster are Facebook groups. So there's a couple of them, like Be a Guest, Find a Guest. There's another huge one sponsored by, I don't know if I can say this, but Buzzsprout. They do one. It's got like 82,000 followers. And when I was starting my podcast, that was really helpful because I'd go in the search bar on the group and I would look up things like IP. I mean, somebody just asked me about that earlier, and trademarking and other things. And those are just things that you don't really understand because let's all face it, podcasting is new. Like, this is not an industry that anyone knew anything about 15 years ago. And now this is a business. This is an advocation. This is something we all can do. Even if, like you said, you don't want to start a podcast, all of us can be guests on podcasts. And we can look for shows that match our niche and match the thing that we're so passionate about. If you wanted to find a bunch of them, Leah, who has an amazing organization called Sea Waves, you can find ones on eating disorders and other podcasters that are doing that exact area of expertise and solicit yourself to be a guest on their show. In fact, I get emails all the time from people who are pitching me to be a guest on their pitching to be a guest on my show, and I even get PR agencies now who contact me and want to put their clients on my podcast. So there's definitely an ecosystem of ways that you can be on other people's shows.
You can probably have time for one more question. None. All right.
All right. Well, Rico, thank you so much for agreeing to come on the show. I know you've had just a crazy, crazy busy week, but thank you all for coming to this presentation. I hope you took away something from it, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your podcast experience at this convention.
And now, a special message from the VFW Washington office.
Hey, Pat, have you heard this thing about claim sharks? That they keep saying that there's no pathway for them to become accredited, so they're just going to keep operating outside the law and regulation and any kind of ethics standards? And now they're demanding that we not call them claim sharks? What do you think about that?
That's bullshit. Hey, did you hear that the claim sharks are sending cease and desist letters to tell us to stop calling them claim sharks?
That's bullshit.
Yeah.
Hey, Chief, you hear about these cease and desist letters the claim sharks are sending us to stop calling them claim sharks?
That's bullshit.
Commander Sarmiento, I'll now turn it over to you for VFW's opening statement.
Chairman Tester and Bost, ranking members Moran and Takano, thank you for the opportunity to represent the 1.4 million members of the VFW and our auxiliary here today. Now let's talk about claim sharks. It's distasteful that these claim sharks take money from veterans, but it's absolutely disgusting that they take money from survivors. But we will never give up because we have the law and the moral high ground on our side.
Commander, I wish you'd quit beating around the bush, man. We've gotten less bullshit from you today than any witness I've ever heard.
Hey everyone, Amy Forsyth back here on the side stage at the parade deck, day 3 of the Military Influencer Conference. Our last session featured Teresa Carpenter and Rico Player, and I just love it when my two favorite people come together and find each other. So for those who don't know, Rico Player was one of my bosses about 20 years ago, and Teresa Carpenter is just a solid wealth of knowledge and a creator. That you can find her on the parade deck. And if you're curious about the parade deck, maybe you're an up-and-coming podcaster, author, someone with a brand, you can go to paradedeck.com. And also I want to mention that the podcast awards are just around the corner. If you haven't filed or registered your podcast and you want to be considered for the podcast awards, go ahead and get over to podcastawards.com. We still have a great lineup for the rest of the afternoon here on day 3. I'd like to welcome back to the stage Sean Alcazar, who's an instructor with the United States Concealed Carry Association, and he's going to be joined by Paul Martinez. They're talking about legal boundaries and the use of force. So over to you guys, Sean and Paul. Thank you so much. Take it away.
Thank you. How is everybody doing today? Day 3. Day 3. I can't believe it's gone by so quickly. I am Sean Alcazar. I am the Southeast Regional Training Manager for the United States Concealed Carry Association. So my role is to train, do business consulting with our partner ranges, our instructors. I love doing that, and it's awesome to be here. Paul, why don't you tell them about you a little bit, sir?
Thank you, Mr. Alcazar. My name is Paul Martinez. I am the Wild West District Manager. I run the states of Nevada and Utah. I work for USCCA in the Outside Sales Division. Our job is to bring awareness in education, training, and self-defense liability insurance in case you are protecting yourself and your loved ones.
So, attending this event, I have had several people come up to me, veterans come up, and they've told me some of their self-defense stories. And I have noticed that there's maybe some misconceptions about what they can and can't do as they're telling me this situation. So what we're going to talk about for the next 45 minutes to an hour is those legal boundaries, that legal use of force, to make sure that those of you who served our country and have made it back and have done all the training, when you come back to the civilian life, back to the States, that you're protected and knowing what you're able to do if you did have to actually use some sort of self-defense measure. So, Paul, kind of give us a little rundown. So you're a Marine, right, sir?
Yes, sir.
So give us a little rundown about after training, after being deployed, and then when you come back, what that transition, what kinds of things do they prepare you for, and how much training and knowledge do they give you returning to the States?
That's a really good question, Sean. It's a really good observation on what you've seen. So just to kind of give you a rundown, last year we did the Military Influencer Conference for the first time. The conversations that you've had, the answers that you've been given pertaining to self-defense is very consistent with what we heard last year. In the Marine Corps, in the military, you're trained to what? Move forward. You always revert back to your training. That training is to close with and destroy the enemy. That's fantastic when you're overseas protecting our freedoms, protecting our country. It's not fantastic when you're in the United States of America. You know, if you do use that training and if you move forward, you will be viewed as what? A aggressor. And that's why we're here to really break that misconception up and talk about legal use of force. We want to make sure that we protect our veterans and transitioning military and give them that education to be able to make the decisions good for them here in the States.
All right, so for those of you in the audience, I need some participation for this to be a lot of fun. I'm going to give you some knowledge about what you can and can't do, some rules you got to follow, and then we're going to play a little game called Jail or No Jail. I kind of feel like we're in the Hunger Games.
I think
like
so,
we're
too. That's
part
pretty-
of the Capitol, and
that's
I need
pretty
like
aggressive.
blue hair and like amazing veneers or something.
I like
you
it,
know?
though.
But in order for this to work and for us to get the knowledge, we got to have some participation from those of you out there. So let's get into this. To understand what our legal boundaries are, there is a concept I want everybody to hear about. That is reasonable force and deadly force. And what goes into that is this thing called the reasonable person. In addition to state law, case law, any other type of legalese that you want to say, this really boils down to the reasonable person test. So let's define what that is. Would a reasonable, notice it's in quotes because this is actually a fictitious legal thing. Would a reasonable person have believed the same things you believe to have been true and reacted the same way you reacted in a similar situation? This was first used in 1837 in a case called Vaughan versus Menlove. So in England, this guy had some hay, he had some land, and a farmer was renting it, or whatever the story is. And this guy decides he's going to stack a bunch of hay up against a building. And in England, they're like, I wouldn't do that. And so what did he do? He stacked the hay against the building. Guess what happened, Paul? What happened?
What happened, Sean?
Caught on fire. As
Really?
any reasonable person knows would have happened. So, building burned down. Farmer said, what happened? That's not my fault. Oh, yes, it was, because a reasonable person wouldn't have done those same things. So that's that reasonable person standard. So I want you guys to keep that in mind as we go through this, because you're going to see the word reasonable an awful lot. We have this thing called the use of force continuum. It's kind of like a linear progression to select the appropriate tool for self-defense. And it does it. As you can see here, we start out with no force. So you retreated, you de-escalated. And it goes all the way through, progresses linearly to shooting and killing someone. We're going to get into what this means exactly. Most states are going to define reasonable force as the minimum level of force required to stop a situation or end a threat. Minimum. It's even in bold for everybody. That's awesome, right?
Well, that's awesome, Sean.
It's a level of force that doesn't exceed the threat. So we didn't go beyond it. You follow me so far? I see your faces out there. Yeah, I got some head nods going on.
Matthew's into it.
Okay, so for example, Paul, we are food sharing buddies, so we are the best of friends ever, because I'm a complete weirdo. And also, elephant in the room for those of you here, yes, I do have Baby Yoda socks and Mandalorian socks on. And I'm totally okay with that. So, let's say that Paul and I decide to get into an argument about what food choice we're going to get.
Okay.
And I decide that I'm going to just pop you in the nose, and I'm going to make your nose a little bloody. Well, what Paul should have done is maybe what? What would be an acceptable level or reasonable level of retaliation for me popping you in the nose, causing a nosebleed?
Stepping back.
Okay, stepping back.
Escaping, avoiding.
Maybe he
Putting
pops
distance.
me back a little bit. What would not be reasonable is if you pull out your ASP telescopic baton and beat me to a pulp with it. That would not be great.
100%.
Notice on this chart here, reasonable force can include deadly force. So you had to defend yourself using, deadly force. That might be considered reasonable, depending on how the laws are interpreted. Okay, so let's talk about deadly force for a second. All of our different states are going to define what that means. Lethal force. In Alabama, we have deadly physical force, lethal physical force, justifiable taking of life, whatever it is. For those of you in the audience and watching on camera, Paul, I want you to tell them in bold that third bullet point right there, and I want you guys to really pay attention to this because, and you can get a picture of that, that's totally fine. This really sums up nicely how serious this is. Okay, Paul, go ahead. Ready, go.
Yeah, so that says deadly force may only be used when there is an immediate and an unavoidable danger of death or general or great or bodily harm to an innocent person where no other option exists other than the use of deadly force.
Wow. That's heavy duty, isn't it? I can see your face. That's a head nod. We're winning, Paul. We're winning up here. Also, the states will define what it means to be innocent. What does that mean to you? I know what it means, but does the state's definition and my definition, does that align? What about immediate? To me, it's really simple. That means
right now.
Right now. That's exactly right. What about great or grave bodily harm? What is the state's definition of that? I know what my definition is.
Well, what's your definition, Sean?
Injuries so great that you could die from them or be permanently crippled or disfigured or for a significant amount of time. That's great or grave. That's what the definition is. So it's real bad. It's not me popping you in the nose because we couldn't agree on the fish or the steak. Turns out we should have gotten the fish. That was really good fish. Here's the deal. If we use deadly force in any of these definitions, prosecutors and the juries get to decide if they agree with that. And they get to decide whether they agree with that from the comfort of the courtroom, from the comfort of wherever the lawyers go in their offices that are very expensive. They get to do that with as much time as they need, with all the comforts in the world. So we talked about reasonable force. You can't exceed the threat.
Correct.
We talked about deadly force and what that means. Let's talk about where it begins. Check this out. The way we define deadly force is a level of force which is likely to or could cause the death of another person, regardless of whether that person dies or not. So could it have caused? The prosecutor, again, someone else in charge of your fate, the prosecutor is who gets to interpret that and make sure that the deadly force rules apply. In just a second, we're going to go into a deeper dive on what the 4 rules governing the use of deadly force are. But here's the deal. All of those rules, after you know what they are, all of those rules have to be in place and remain in place at all times. As soon as one of those rules doesn't apply, you've got to stop using force. Love this chart. Again, here is all the details. If you want to get a picture of this, this is really cool. Just don't tell anybody at HQ. Just kidding. Up at the top, there it is again. Your selected outcome is no force. You retreated or you escaped. That's a great outcome. You win 100% of the fights that you're not in. We can live with that at the USCCA. That's what I train my students to do. Now, Paul, you were saying earlier, what? In the military, you're trained to
move forward. You are taught to what? Close with, destroy the enemy, move forward, push through. If you do that here in America, if you do that in your home, you will be viewed as what? An aggressor. And that is, again, why we are doing what we are doing, because everybody reverts to their training. And a lot of military transitioning veteran, their training is what? What they learned while they served. So if somebody breaks in, if somebody attacks you, your training kicks in, you're going to do what you have to do. Unfortunately, if you do what you got to do overseas, here in this country, it might be viewed completely different. We're in America, we have to be what? Defensive mindset. Sean brought up escape and evade. That's first and foremost, again, the only fight you win 100% of the time. If you can't do that, there's a progression. You can't just go from escape and evade to killing somebody due to the, what? Legal use of force. That might warrant going from 0 to 100, but there might not. So that's why we, again, are doing what we're doing and informing those individuals to make good decisions.
And that's part of what we do at the USCCA with our membership, too, is education and training, and then helping them protect themselves in the worst moment
That's
of their
correct.
lives after the fact. After they
Yes,
survive that worst moment, then we help them deal with the aftermath. So, Paul, you said, and I'm going to steal this right here. You can see when we go no force, retreat, de-escalate, get the heck out of there, all the way to shooting and killing someone. So as you look at those outcomes, think of it as 0 to 100. So 0 is retreating, and then 100 miles an hour is right there at the end. There are some rules that we have to follow if we're going to be reasonable and if we're going to be okay. You got to be reasonably in fear of a threat against yourself or for another person, which we'll get into just a little bit more in a little bit. There's that word again in number 2 in the yellow. Any force must be reasonable for the circumstances. And who's interpreting that?
The prosecutor.
Do you get to,
No,
Paul?
sir, I do not choose.
No. Does audience members get to interpret that?
Nope.
No.
That
we do
decision
not.
is made well above you.
The 4 rules, and this applies universally across all the 50 states. Now, of course, every state has its own unique rules. And are you a lawyer, Paul?
I am not. Sean.
I'm not a lawyer. This works across all 50 states. So this is like a high-level legal course that works universally. For actual legal advice, you need to seek who?
USCCA Attorney Network, sir.
That's exactly right. It can be very expensive. Let's go through the 4 rules. Reasonably, there it is again, that word, in immediate fear of death or great grave bodily harm for yourself or another person. So let's talk a little bit about what that means. Reasonably, can you articulate in court as a reasonable person that what you did is okay? What's reasonable today, Paul?
It's what myself or any other reasonable person would do.
You ever turn the news on?
I always do.
Is what we see in the news reasonable?
Not at all.
Is
they
there
make a what? Decision based on public opinion. You are what? Guilty before proven innocent a lot of times.
Look, I'm from country Alabama, and when I come to real big city places like this, there are some weird folks that I think are completely unreasonable.
Yeah, I'm in Las Vegas, and the people watching here has been
I
pretty
can't even
on point.
imagine. I can't even imagine. So it's reasonable for the different areas, right?
Totally different.
When we turn on the news and we hear about what's going on, I might think that's completely unreasonable, insane. However, the people living in those areas, they're totally fine with it.
Yeah, the norm is completely different.
Which is
could
really
be
weird.
from city to city. It could be from state to state. It could be from region to region. Everybody is different.
It's a fictitious legal thing, and
Yes,
it's
sir.
how it's interpreted. Immediate fear. Immediate. What do we say that means?
Right now.
Right now. It's happening right now, Super Troopers. It's happening right now. Not 20 minutes from now, not 5 minutes from now. It is happening right now. We define death or great grave bodily harm. It's real bad. It's real bad for yourself or for another person. So when you hear that, you were taught to run to, right? We're not going to retreat.
Yes, sir.
What does that mean for yourself or another person? Before and as you dream up your scenarios that you're going to may or may not get into, defense of a third party, an innocent third party, can be a slippery slope because, and we'll go into more detail on one of our number second
Slides,
rule. Yeah, thank you. Words, day 3. You got to be careful, and there's some things we're going to talk about that you got to remember. It's not a one-size-fits-all kind of a deal.
Correct.
You must be an innocent party. We said that meant what?
Well, a perfect example is if I'm at a 7-Eleven and I go in, hold up to 7-Eleven. I'm not an innocent party.
Not innocent, no.
I am breaking the law.
You're a bad guy.
If the police arrive and they have to do what they have to do, am I innocent? Can I cause self-defense by robbing somebody and then claiming self-defense? No, you can't.
No.
You must be Innocent.
Innocent.
Pretty explanatory.
It ain't my fault, as we say.
Yep.
Ain't is a real word. I don't care what anybody thinks. And then they're going to look at, as you claim you're innocent, how innocent are you? Did you know the person? Was there any bad blood between you and the person? Did you do anything to avoid or instigate?
Did you instigate it prior?
Right.
Yes.
How innocent are you really? So we got to be careful. Now, that doesn't bar you from having disagreements, like how we were fighting yesterday violently about the fish or the steak.
Side by side.
It's okay to have disagreements with
Yes,
folks.
it is.
That doesn't not make you innocent.
It happens all the time with us.
But if those disagreements start to turn violent, it's up to us, the responsibly or the reasonable person, to stop
and de-escalate.
That's right, before it escalates. Number 3, no lesser force is sufficient or available to stop the threat. If you are able to stop some situation with a less lethal or de-escalation or with verbal judo, you are required to do so.
Yes, sir.
A phrase I like to teach in the instructor class is, just because you could doesn't mean you should. Okay? You're not required to. Like, there's not a step. So, for example, if there's this thing called disparity of force.
Yes, sir.
So if I'm facing a whole horde of attackers, I don't have to start with pepper spray first.
Correct.
Okay? If I'm a really, really small person and somebody is really, really big and they've decided to beat me to death.
Correct.
I don't have to say, wait, sir, let me try a taser on you first and pepper spray you before I resort to deadly physical force.
And that's what we talked about earlier, possibly going 0 to 100. There are those circumstances that can happen.
For sure.
But if I'm a 110-pound man going up against a 75-pound girl,
yep,
can I do that? Of course not. I'm a bigger individual.
Okay, let me throw a wrench in the gears here. That 75-pound female versus the 110-pound male. Now, usually speaking,
sometimes you got to level the playing field.
Right. Except, what if that 110-pound man just had open heart surgery?
Exactly.
And his chest was opened up with some sort of Dremel or whatever they use.
Right.
So, again, it's how it's interpreted. It's this fictitious thing, right?
Yes, sir.
It's how it's interpreted. And then rule number 4, must have no reasonable means of retreat or escape. So you're stuck. You can't get out of there.
Yes, sir.
You have nowhere to go. Maybe the bad person has a hold of you. Maybe the bad person has a firearm. Can you outrun a bullet ball?
No, I cannot.
You're real fast, but I don't know.
I'm not anywhere near fast enough.
I don't know. No reasonable means of retreat or escape. So some of the scenarios I heard yesterday that our attendees told me about, in all of the situations that they brought up, they could have absolutely just walked away.
Correct.
And what one of the attendees was struggling with was, it's a good thing that I didn't show up to what was happening, because had I shown up to what was happening and seen what was happening, I don't know what I would have done. In this particular scenario that he brought up, he absolutely could have walked away.
Yes, sir, he could have.
You're not going to like to walk away when somebody's stealing your stuff, but it's just stuff.
What do you say? You live to fight another day.
Exactly.
You got to make
That's
those
exactly
decisions
right.
on the spot.
Okay, audience participation. Whether you're in TV land or here on the floor with us, we're going to put your brains to the test. It's going to be hard.
That's you, Matthew.
It's going to be exhausting, but I want you to stick with it because this is going to make a lot of sense. Now, we do have to have a poll, jail, no jail. And since we're the fancy people with microphones, we'll just kind of call it out.
All right.
Remember those 4 rules. That's an easy standard that works across all the states to keep us out of trouble. You might not have heard these things when you were transitioning out of the military. You might not have ever thought about this stuff. All of these rules have to be in place in order for, I hate to say the word good shoot, in order for you to not be convicted of a crime. How about that? That's a better.
That's good approach.
Yeah,
I like
that's a
that.
good approach. And so we're going to remember these 4 rules as they're burned into our brain. If you don't follow the rules and you choose poorly, Indiana Jones reference, you could be looking at any number of 0 to 100 situations there at the bottom. If you don't follow the rules, play stupid games, win stupid prizes, it could be a problem. I don't like jail.
I don't know anybody that does.
They just let me out in the insane asylum.
It makes sense.
Yeah,
Maybe you should go back in.
Okay. First scenario we're going to be talking about is you are reasonably in immediate fear of death or great grave bodily harm for yourself or for another person. So here's the scenario. You pull into an apartment complex. You notice a neighbor standing on his 3rd floor balcony. No, that was not a technology mess up, Marcus. We're still good. That's part of the show, my guy. Okay, so you pulled in your apartment complex, and you see a dude. What floor is he on?
The 3rd floor.
It's a pretty long way away, isn't it? Okay, here we go. You decide to get out of your vehicle and head toward the front door of your 1st floor apartment. No problem. How else will you go home? Makes sense. The guy on the 3rd floor leans over his balcony, who is your neighbor, who has threatened you in the past, pulls a knife from your waistband and shouts, what, Paul?
You're a dead man.
Oh, my gosh. Third floor, a knife out of the waistband. It's Florida man behavior right here, if I've ever seen it. Promise you that. Just kidding. That's terrible. Fearing death or bodily harm, what do, Paul?
You shoot your neighbor. That's what it says.
Okay, so here we go.
There we go.
Is this a jail or no jail situation?
Well, you're going to jail if you shoot your neighbor.
Why?
Well, because there's 2 floors in between you. There's not immediate bodily harm or danger.
Okay.
You can escape and evade. You can get back in your car. You can leave. You can get into your apartment. There's options.
Options that I could have done instead of resorting, apparently I have a new accent, resorting to deadly force. That's exactly right. You lose. You're going to jail. Could he hurt you right now with a knife? If he is a Cirque du Soleil knife fighting person, maybe. But you did have your car, and you could have gotten in and driven away. Could you have run into your apartment and called 911 before he? Maybe. I don't know.
You have options.
Well, in this case, jail. Boo. Let's try another brain teaser here. Must be an innocent party. Okay, here we go. So you go into a bar. Anybody been to a bar? Probably.
Guaranteed.
Highly likely. Some person steps on your toe. You mutter, idiot. Idiot, under your breath. And then, because they're offended, what do? They bump into you, and it knocks you back. Maybe this has happened to you. I don't know. Marines like to fight?
No.
Right.
No, that never happens.
Are you sure about that?
No.
Okay,
we're
so
good people.
You decide you're going to shove the individual to the floor, right? For honor, for glory. Guess what happens? The individual jumps up from the floor, charges you with, again, a knife. They charge you with a knife. They got a knife in the bar. That's legit. You pull out your concealed handgun and shoot the knife-wielding attacker. What's wrong with this situation, Paul?
I'm going to throw this to Matthew real quick. I'm really curious to see. We've been talking a lot. I want to see if he's paying attention.
What do you think, Matthew? Jail or no jail?
Did you say jail? Sean, what do you think?
He's in a bar with a gun. I don't care what permit you have on earth, you ain't going in a bar with a gun. That's not great.
That's not a good thing.
Okay, so Matthew, you said what now? Jail. Yes. Is this person innocent, or did they start it by...
We talked about earlier, what? Instigating.
Yep. Sounds like they kind of instigated it with their words, right? Could they have walked away from the situation?
Could they have kept their mouth shut?
And then also, Matthew, like you said, we're in a bar. We got a gun on us. That's not a great place. So, yep, you're going to jail.
Yeah,
you're going to jail. What we should have done with this one is just walk away. I have kids, and I have a huge dog. The dog steps on my toe all the time.
If you're going to be in a bar, that happens all the time.
Exactly.
You,
or they
you
spill
have to
your
go
drink.
and expect that to happen. You got to keep your cool.
Just keep your cool and chill. There's no chill in the world. The world is out of chill. It's a new thing. It should be a shirt, really. The world is out of chill. I watch the news sometimes when I want to anger myself and increase my anxiety. Okay, here we go. Moving down the list. No lesser force is sufficient or available to stop the threat. Oh, boy, this is a long one. Okay, here we go. You leave a busy city street and you turn down an alley to take a shortcut to your car. Ooh. I don't like that already.
That's
situational awareness.
That's trouble.
Conflict avoidance. That's trouble. We're already, whoever this is.
That's a lack of training right there.
They need USCCA membership. They need training. They need to go see a class. An individual approximately half your size steps out from behind a dumpster, pulls his shirt aside, and reaches for a semi-automatic tucked into his waistband. So he's half the size. He's got a semi-automatic. I don't know what.
It doesn't matter. That's
a
enough.
pistol, or whatever. It's got a gun. All right. So you're down this alley. You're by yourself. This person does this. You shout,
"Don't hurt me!"
And you draw your firearm from your holster. You leave your pepper spray in your pocket because maybe you couldn't get to it in time. The individual draws his firearm from his waistband and elevates it as though to shoot you. Whoa, things are getting super real now. You fire 2 rounds at him. One strikes him in the shoulder. He immediately drops his firearm, and it slides under the dumpster. Okay, pause. This actually does feel like Hunger Games.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
People in the Capitol.
I like it.
What have we done wrong so far, Paul?
Well, we put ourselves in a crappy situation. The worst thing we could have done is what? Take the shortcut and put ourselves in the alley.
Instead of staying with the crowd.
Yeah, nothing good ever comes in an alley.
No.
And if you're with a group, there's what? Safety in numbers.
Right, so we should have stayed with the crowd. All right. Now, is this person within their right, reasonable, to pull their firearm in self-defense against the person half the size who then brandishes, which is another way of saying, I'm going to kill you, right? Are they within their right to fire the 2 rounds?
No.
Okay, no.
No.
Could a lawyer reasonably articulate that they were in fear for their life and that they have every right to be in that alleyway? So, yeah, maybe at this point, are we at jail or no jail? Survey says?
No jail.
Okay, all right, we got a no jail. All right.
Sean?
Let's keep going. Let's keep going. Bleeding, because one of your rounds actually went where it's supposed to. Bleeding now, the individual stumbles towards you. This person refuses your further commands to stay back, and he steps into what you consider to be your danger zone, so you shoot him again. Bleeding and stumbling in an alleyway.
And where did his gun end up?
I think it went under the dumpster.
I think so, too. So is there a threat to you at that point?
Probably not. Also, they missed. And so now this person's bleeding. Where was your pepper spray? Oh, it was in your pocket. So everybody's seen Walking Dead, right? They stumble, the zombies. So this person's now a Walking Dead character, and they're stumbling towards you. Could you have run away? Paul, what do you think?
100%.
100%.
Could you put distance between yourselves?
Absolutely. Could you have pepper sprayed this person?
Yes, sir.
Yes. That would be a terrible day for a human being shot and pepper sprayed all in the same time. That would be terrible. So let's re-ask the question. Survey says what for you, the bad guy or good guy? Jail or no jail?
100% jail.
We are going to jail now.
There is no threat. The threat has basically stopped. You do not put the kill shot in.
Yep.
There are other means. Up until that point, it was pretty dicey, but it could be swung in your favor because there were escalation of forces that were followed until you got to the final result.
We're going to jail with this one.
Yes,
we're going to jail. And hey, my presentation on what day is this? I forget.
Day 3.
This is day 1. Day 1 was about less than lethal options. They're really great. You're not required to start with that. I'm not bringing pepper spray to a gunfight. I'm just saying. Let's keep going down the list here. No reasonable means of retreat or escape. All right, so let's play jail or no jail again and go through this scenario. On your way home from work, a dog runs in front of your car on the freeway. You slam on your brakes, and you get rear-ended. Darn. It's going to be really expensive and probably really likely in the streets here in Atlanta. Your car is fine. No problem. So check this out. You drive until you can pull onto the shoulder. The other car is completely out of commission and pulls over several hundred feet behind you. You with me so far, visualizing this? So you're good. You pull over. Other car, not so good. You're good. Other car, not so good. Maybe I'm giving the answer to this one away. I don't know. Let's keep on going. The individual from the other car jumps out with a machete, charges your vehicle, screaming that he's going to kill you. This kind of seems like an Austin Powers moment, you know, stop on the steamroller. You guys know what I'm talking about? Yeah. Okay, so we have a working car.
Yes, we do.
We have an insane person with a machete.
Yes, we
Again,
do.
entirely likely, whether Birmingham or Atlanta. Yep,
that's something you see
that's a thing.
Nationwide now.
For sure. So here's what you do, Paul. You exit that vehicle, which was perfectly fine, and take up a position because you were trained, right?
Yep.
Behind your driver's door. I don't know why. It's not going to stop a bullet, but there you are.
Yeah.
You shout commands continuously for the 40 seconds it takes the other person to reach you, and then you shoot once they get within the 21-foot rule because of the Tooler principle.
Good old Tooler.
You get a second and a half at 21 feet.
You can cover that pretty quick.
Okay, survey says, everybody in the audience, are we... I know, it was really disappointing, wasn't it?
It's pretty easy, right?
That was Austin Powers.
But can you imagine making that decision when it's actually happening? split seconds. It's a lot it's a lot tougher to make the right decision, especially if you have no training, no education. You can't revert back to anything other than your military training, which puts you into a what?
A bind.
Yeah.
A jail bind. A sad place. But, you know, we're going to try to help you, though.
That's why we're here. That's
this
exactly
is the kind of stuff that we don't want you to do. What could we have done, Paul? We could have
got back in my car.
And see you later. He's bringing a machete to a working car fight.
Yep.
I'm out. I'm just saying, I'm out. I'm gone. I'm gone. Commands for 40 seconds. Is that immediate fear of death or great grave bodily harm? Immediate? No. We lose. We lose. We lose in this situation. That third situation, we might have been able to get away with it. Not so much in this one. Okay, at a very high level, the 4 rules governing the use of deadly force can help us understanding what to do in these situations. Again, it's how it's interpreted. You, like you said, Paul, you have seconds to make a decision whether to use deadly force or not. After the fact, the courts, the lawyers, the prosecutors, they get hours and days and months and however long they need from the safety of their home to second guess and poke holes in your narrative. If you follow those rules governing the use of deadly force, and if all of them are in play the whole time, probably a no jail card. But as soon as any of those 4 rules no longer apply, you have got to stop. Or else, what, everybody?
Jail.
Jail. All right, we have some other recommendations for you. Let's talk about how prosecutors are going to evaluate your claim and what you thought you did was correct. They're going to care a whole lot. They're going to care about a whole lot of stuff, more than just who was shot and who did the shooting. They're going to look back the hours, the days, the years. They're going to look at your social media accounts. We're at an influencers conference, aren't we?
Yes, we are.
Sometimes people say really hilarious things, or they post hilarious stuff like memes that maybe or maybe not be appropriate, but they are freaking hilarious. Are they going to bring all that stuff up in a big binder and show it to the right and paint a picture of you?
And what are they going to do? They're going to take that 2 or 3 second clip,
right,
and nothing else. And that's what's going to be played to the jury.
Nothing else matters in that point right there. They get to look back hours and days. Maybe you're a Marine and, you know, no, I'm not going to say the Marine joke. That would be terrible.
Oh, God.
Maybe you're just having a bad day and you just resorted to your training. And you, Mr. Martinez, because you're a Marine, you just couldn't help yourself, could you?
You're a killer.
Oh, man.
We hear it all the time.
It's messed up. I don't like that. You don't like that either. I see your face.
That's the reality, though. That's what people say.
Nobody likes that. Well, if the prosecutor's not buying your side of the story, they're going to sell it to 12 people that you've never met before and who probably are not your friends or USCCA members.
Or who haven't taken a course like this and don't know the, what, legal use of force.
And they couldn't get out of jury duty.
Correct.
Except for the lady in the back right. She is actually happy to be there on your behalf. So that lady, we're going.
Oh, yeah. We want her.
This is going to go well. They're not going to be your peers. At least 6 of them for sure won't be. I don't want those people. Look at those faces. Lady in the front, man, she's not having it. She is not impressed at all. I don't want those people deciding my fate. Don't count on those people to be your friends. All right, I got a few more recommendations to help our veterans out there.
I appreciate that.
Y'all didn't get this stuff when they released you. Now, what I'm going to talk to you about next is going to make your blood boil, and you're not going to like me anymore for sure. But I need you to hear it because it's real facts and really good information. Or at least I think so because, well, I love this stuff. Let's talk about using deadly force to defend your home. Oh, boy. Look at that guy over there.
That little guy over there?
Yep. Has he entered the house yet? It's on his way. How do we defend against this? I don't know, but I'm going to give you some recommendations. But my military folks, y'all aren't going to like it because it goes counter to everything you learn. But that's okay because I'm going to give you the recommendations because I care about you a whole lot, and I want you to be safe and not in jail. When you're using force to defend your home, I have some recommendations. If they're in your – now, remember, I'm sorry. This is just the way it is. So if you're influencing your family, yourselves, I'm sorry. It's just the way it is. If they're in your home, Paul, Do not attempt to locate them. Oh, I know that sounds terrible.
So you're telling me we're not going to clear the house?
Hold
That's
that
what-
thought.
that's what we're taught.
Just hold that thought for a second. Barricade yourself and your family in a safe location and call who?
911.
Right. And defend that safe location if necessary. All right. I know that's terrible. And you said what?
I can't clear the house?
Okay. You might have been trained to do that.
We were totally trained to do that.
Most of the people that I work with are not trained to do that, or they forgot because it's been 35 years.
Correct.
If you go clearing rooms in your house, in your underpants, with your nods on, though, because I need to be able to see at night, and I've got my whole rig on, you don't know how many of them there are. And you might be the only one that could have afforded nods. You're not your whole family, so you're the only one that can see. That's not great. Even if you're trained to do so, you don't have your team with you.
Correct.
Unless you train your family, which that could work.
That's possible.
By barricading yourself in a safe location, you are absolutely 100% covering those 4 rules governing the use of deadly force. Okay, so if some insane person is in my house, they have to get through the front door. The dog is going to eat them. 115-pound German Shepherd. Science experiments. We don't know where he came from. You got to get through the front door, which is metal. You got to get past the dog, who will eat you. You have to come through the bedroom door. You have to come through the bathroom door. So that's, what, 4 different...
That's a lot of doors.
That was a weird way to do 4. There's 4 different barriers. If you want my TV, take my TV. Don't care. Make yourself a sandwich while you're at it. The police will be here soon.
Yep.
But if you are that dedicated to coming to kill me, and I ambush you in my house, I am fulfilling and making sure that those 4 rules governing the use of deadly force are in play. Was I reasonably in immediate fear of death or great grave bodily harm? Yes. Am I an innocent party?
Yes.
Yes. Is there any lesser force available to stop that person?
Yes.
When I'm in my barricaded spot of my house, is there anything else I can do? Probably not. And also, I got no way of retreating or escaping. If they want my TV, I will be very upset.
Yeah, I'll carry it out for them.
I will help you.
Yeah.
And also, here's my wallet. I'm going to get to my kids, and we're going to barricade ourselves in that safe location and call 911 and wait. I know that sounds terrible, and you're thinking, I would never, ever do that. But this is the kind of stuff that helps us out and keeps us safe. Goes counter to everything you've been trained, though.
Yes, sir. Completely different.
Let's talk about if they're outside and they're in your external garage stealing your car. Or your, I don't know, snowmobile or whatever, your boat.
Property,
Same
doesn't
thing.
matter. Yeah.
Call 911. Don't leave your house to get in a fight. You don't know how many there are. I get it. They're just after your stuff. Only use that lethal force to defend your life or the lives of your family. Call 911. I know that sounds crazy, and you're like, Sean, that's cowardice. That's insane. I want to help keep people out of trouble. All right. Let's switch gears. Paul, you want to add anything to that, or are we good?
No, I think you covered it. I think you did a really good job, and we just don't want to get wrapped up in defending property. It's just not worth it.
Defensive stuff's not a thing. Okay. Speaking of defending stuff, let's talk about defending property. Most state laws are not going to allow you to use lethal force to defend stuff. People, yes. Stuff, no. And if we had another couple hours, I could tell you all kinds of horror stories. You know what? We do have 3 more hours up here, don't we?
You do. I'm out.
This is the Sean and Paul show. You guys don't know what you signed up for. All right, here we go. I'll tell you a story in just a second, Paul. This is a great story. Again, do not use force to defend property. In the scenario that I talked to yesterday, the gentleman, they broke into his car, and they actually stole a couple firearms. That's not great. But me walking up to somebody breaking the window of my truck and stealing my stuff, I'm out.
That's jail.
I'm out.
Yeah, you're done.
The amount of twisting and painting you and just, I can't imagine. What I was telling him was, okay, so you're a Marine. You're a trained
killer.
Trained killer. All right, so you decide you're going to just shoot him in the back a little bit. Just shoot him in the back. You know, it's kind of like shoot him in the face a little, or you're going to wing him. You're going to wing him.
Wing him. Yeah.
All right, there's
Clip
not a
him.
thing, by the way. We don't shoot to wound. Not out here. That's
what do we do?
That's not a thing. So if he had shot these people in the back, breaking into his truck to grab firearms, are we talking jail or no jail?
Jail all day.
Jail all day. So you're telling me in court you're a trained killer as a Marine.
Okay.
You know, you shot Mr. I don't know, what's some fictitious names, Mr. Alcazar and Mr. Martinez in the back. Do you know that they were struggling to feed their family and they just needed those firearms so they could pawn them and get a little bit of money so they could take their kids to Chuck E. Cheese? And you shot him in the back over that? Ooh, you better have a good lawyer. Better have USCCA coverage, too. Because it's going to be real expensive. I see you guys smiling back there in the back. Yeah, this is a lot of fun here.
They get it.
Do not use force to defend property. Again, it's not worth it. Just because you could doesn't mean you should. And if you do, you better be a member. Just saying. All right. I love this analogy, the Shark Tank analogy. So we're actually near the Georgia Aquarium, so this fits. This fits a whole lot. So imagine you're at the Georgia Aquarium, and over the Shark Tank, they've put a wooden board for you to walk across because that's what you paid $25 extra for the wooden board experience. I don't know, because that's awesome. As you're walking across that wooden board, your watch decides to fall into the tank of sharks. Oh, my gosh. What a bummer. What would you do, Paul?
Nothing. I would just continue on and go buy another watch later that day or the next week or whatever.
I think Apple Watches are good to, 30 feet or something for a little bit.
That's okay.
Maybe I can let the scuba divers that clean and feed the sharks.
The watch belongs to the shark now. Okay. I am not dealing with that at all.
Let me turn this around on you then. What if your kid fell in the tank?
Then I'm going right after.
We're going to try.
It's a no-brainer, right?
We are moving forward. We are not retreating from that situation. In my case, if my watch fell in, I would send my 10-year-old daughter into the shark tank. She would eat the sharks. She would eat them.
Yeah, she's pretty fierce.
And then she would retrieve my watch for me.
Yeah.
In her mouth.
That actually makes sense.
Bloody.
Yeah.
Covered in shark skin.
She has best daughter.
It'd
makes
be
sense.
nuts. Obviously, most parents, unless you're Sean and then Noel will, eat them for you. Most parents would absolutely go in there to get their child, right? Well, here's how we boil this down. All the stuff that we're talking about, and any scenario that you guys can come up with, you got to ask yourselves, is it worth dying over? Is it worth going to jail over? That's what you got to ask yourselves. If it isn't worth dying over or worth going to jail over, it ain't worth it.
Clearly.
Just walk away. Use those 4 rules, keep those in mind, and be safe out there. Paul, I'd like, if you don't mind, just for a few minutes, can you tell the folks here in the audience and in TV land? All right, so yes, I took Sean's course, his 45-minute mini lesson. And by the way, for those of you who are here, you made it through listening to Sean, I have a cardstock certificate that I have signed. You guys come over to what used to be our USCCA mega booth, and we will put your name on it. I have to charge you $25 a piece, but for a limited time only, they're free. Free 99, okay? So you guys come on over. We'll have Marky or someone who has not toddler handler.
Yeah.
There she is. She'll write your name on it. We'll sign it, and you get your certificate of completing the Sean and Paul show. So, all right, we talked about how to deal with the scenarios, how to be legally safe. Using those 4 rules.
Yes, we did.
Reasonably in immediate fear of death or grave bodily harm. You're an innocent person. No lesser force is sufficient or available to stop the threat. And finally, no reasonable means of retreat or escape. Those are the things. If you can satisfy all 4 of those at all the times when you're using force, you are what? No jail.
No jail.
Let's say you did have to use force, and you thought what you did was right. You were sure of it. You had 3 to 5 seconds to decide. How does the USCCA help people after the worst moment of their lives?
Yeah,
that you want to give a high level.
Yeah, it's actually really easy. Again, our members are what? They're trained prior. We all revert back to our training just like we did in our military career. We carry a membership card. You pull out that membership card. There are step-by-step instructions. It literally tells you what to do. Contact the police. This is a couple of pieces of information you want to give the police. Why? You're in a recorded line. You do not want to incriminate yourself, we talked about it earlier, the prosecutor is going to play that 2 or 3 second clip where I shot and killed somebody, or I shot someone, and that's all they're going to play the jury. So they're trying to paint you out to be what? The killer.
Yeah, they want to win.
They want to win,
like
and
to
they're going to
lose.
do anything in their power to what? Win that case.
Right.
So USCCA members don't have that problem. We contact them, ask for assistance, and then we contact the critical response team. That's the USCCA's basically 24/7, 365 critical response team. It's their dispatcher. You contact us, you let us know you're involved in a self-defense incident and you need some assistance. Let us know where you're at because it crosses state lines. You could be traveling, you could be on vacation, you could be at home. Doesn't matter. Let us know. We'll go ahead and go to work for you. Contact the attorneys and start the legal process at that point.
Yep. And without it, it's very expensive. So, like I said, I've been talking to folks this whole, what is this, day 3?
Yeah, it's been a long 3 days.
Day 3. Been talking to folks. They've been giving me situations. I'm worried about y'all. I want you to be safe. I want you to be protected and have the knowledge that you need to be safe out there. That's why I wanted to bring this topic up, help people. So you fought for our country. You made it through the worst stuff, only to come back to the country that you fought to protect.
And possibly lose everything.
And lose everything. It's
freedoms, assets, pensions, whatever. There's a lot of successful people here. The minute they find out you're successful, they see dollar signs.
Yep. Remember that, folks. Just because you could
doesn't mean
you should. This has been a lot of fun.
It has.
I appreciate everybody attending. Now, remember, I've got the limited edition Sean and Paul certificates over here where Marky has better handwriting. You guys come over and see us. We also have some temporary membership cards where you can actually see the back of it, which is really awesome. Paul, would you like to say anything else?
I appreciate you having me up here. I appreciate the Military Influencer Conference for giving us this platform, Parade Deck for, again, giving us this platform. Guys, we care about responsibly armed Americans. We care about those veterans and those transitioning military members. This is not information you'll find anywhere else. So we are definitely trying to save lives. That's our company mission.
Love that. Thank you guys very much.
Oh,
Appreciate
we got a
it.
question. I think.
Oh, question. Yeah,
Question.
all right. Well, would it be reasonable in this day and age that if anyone comes to my house that you don't know, that cousin Sally, she's here to kill me. So, somebody uninvited, they're at your house. Is it reasonable to assume they are there to kill you? Breaks in your house. All right. Oh boy, I got time for a story.
Jail or no jail?
That would be a reasonable assumption. However, caveat that with you don't know their intentions, okay? They're in your house. There is this thing called castle doctrine that could make a very strong argument for I was in fear for my life, this person did this, they're in my home, that's why they are now deceased. All right, so this is the story that I was going to tell, but I forgot, but thank you for bringing it up. In, I believe it was Missouri, one of my students heard a bump in the night. So what did he do? He got his gun and his nods and his underpants. Goes to investigate the weird noise. Okay? Goes downstairs or wherever it was in the dark, and he sees a dark figure wearing dark clothing with a hood lifting his TV off of the mantle that it was previously sitting on. My armed good guy student in this situation simply says, "You have picked the wrong house." Shadowy figure puts the TV down, runs out of the house. Now, castle doctrine says, and the question is, that person was in my home. Is it reasonable to assume they're there to kill me? Maybe, and maybe in court you can articulate that. In this instance, my would-be hero just said, "You're in the wrong house, get out." Turns out that that tall, shadowy figure was a 14-year-old boy that had just gotten wrapped up in the wrong crowd. Could our good guy in this situation have shot that person in the back for being in their house and gotten away with it in court? Let's say get away with it. They could have. But they would have been ending a 14-year-old boy's life over a TV. Now, even if they're okay criminally, civilly, mom's going to be real upset, right? And so is the whole family. So it's a personal decision. Again, using the USCCA's recommendations, I'm out, I'm barricading. You don't have to deal with that. If the 14-year-old boy wants the TV, at my house, you take the TV. It is reasonable to assume an intruder is trying to hurt me. If you follow those steps and that guidance, you can protect yourself from something that you can't come back from. But yeah, it's your house. How you react to that, it's up to you. It's a personal thing. But you have the information now, right? That was a good question. We ended on a dark tone, too. Man, wow. Thank you so much for that. Does that answer that? Okay. Thank you guys very much.
Thank you.
In just a fleeting moment, a self-defense scenario can unfold, altering lives in the blink of an eye. As this message reaches your ears, consider the profound impact mere seconds can have. This is precisely why the United States Concealed Carry Association stands out as the fastest-growing self-defense community in the nation. The USCCA is unwaveringly dedicated to providing top-tier self-defense education, invaluable training, and robust self-defense liability insurance. They are more than just an association. They are a sanctuary of safety and assurance. Today, over 800,000 responsible gun owners proudly call the USCCA their haven for peace of mind and preparedness. They've made the choice to be empowered, informed, and ready. Now it's your turn. Embrace the assurance, join the community, and transform seconds into a lifetime of safety with the USCCA.
What's going on, everyone? You're now rocking with the best. Oh my God, my voice sounds 2 octaves deeper. I can't do the high pitch. I'm sorry, Shelly. The itis is kicking in. Your brother had a biscuit, and now I'm in for it. I am done. D-O-N-E. But anyway, it's your boy Greg Williams. We are here at ParadeDeck.com. You just got your certificate class. You better have learned something, because I did. I'm in New York City. We always need something. So big ups to my people. Yo, USCCA, what's up, baby? How y'all doing? Can I get one of those ammo cans? No? Yo, that's jacked up. But anyway, big shout out to USCCA. Big shout out to VetTix. Big shout out to TikTok. Big shout out to the Military Influencer Conference. We are live here in Atlanta. It has been a phenomenal 3 days. It's going to keep getting lit. It's going to keep getting turned up. I'm going to tell you right now, Shelly, if you don't bring the fire, Dylan, Shelly, and Shelly, more fire, well, Makisha Clayton, then you need to go somewhere and burn it off. That was the most worst Jamaican accent. But here we go. Shelly, go, and Makisha Clayton. I'm going to walk to your stage right now and just apologize. I'm going to just walk over right now and I'm going to apologize. And fire, fire, fire. Shelly, burnt it down. Watch me now.
Boom, boom. Oh my gosh, if we could just bottle up your energy and sell it, we will all be turned up. Thank you so much, Greg. We are super excited. It's been amazing to see you perform and interview all the amazing influencers that come on this platform. Thank you so much, Shelly, for allowing me, Parade Deck, MIC 2025, I was about to say 2025, but hey, it's coming back, right? 2024. Thank you so much. We really appreciate it. So, this is Miss Shelly Jeffcoat, my mentor. I'm so excited to have this opportunity to just ask her a few questions. I do have a podcast. You can guys check me out. It's called the Dumping Ground Podcast. We interview business owners, nonprofit. They can share their vision with the world with our platform. We have shows on Tuesdays. Check us out. So,
yes,
the reason why we are all here,
yes,
is because of this amazing lady here,
Mrs. Pie in the building.
Mrs. Pie in the building.
Parade Deck Oprah.
Parade Deck Oprah. And apparently, I must be Gail. Yay.
Yes.
I'll take that. So thank you so much for allowing me to take this opportunity to interview you. So tell us a little bit about yourself, please, so the people in the audience can know who you are.
Oh, man. So first of all, we're on day 3, and I'm so excited to be here at MIC. I think one of the things that I've picked up so far just this week, I wanted to throw it back to all of us. So I'm going to be talking to podcasters, influencers, small business owners, everybody who's shown up. And something that stood out for me on Monday was something Jon Stewart said about just being yourself, just being authentic. And so for me, it was important to kind of show up and close us out with that theme. And just, I love all the energy and everything we've kind of covered. I hope for those of y'all who've attended, y'all go back and catch the replay. ParadeDeck.com is where you can find out about every influencer. I'm on the board, so I also have to do a little sales pitch if you don't mind. But we've had an incredible group. So for myself, I'm in business. I'm a brand expert. I'm a podcaster. I lead a prayer ministry. I'm an author. I'm an international speaker. I'm a mom. I'm a wife. I'm a military spouse. Go Air Force, no shade. For the rest of y'all. All of this. I'm also a mentor. But most of all, I'm just someone who's incredibly passionate about helping people find what's really good and true and best about themselves and kind of help people as much as I can.
She has helped me a lot because before I was always in the background, right? Because you play your role, right? My role was the background. She was like, no, your role is not the background. Your role is in front. So this is me in front. So how did you start your podcast journey for everyone in the room? Please share it with us.
It was a bet. So I was on Facebook praying for kids on Thursday mornings at 7 a.m. And I was very comfortable doing that, talking to all 3 people I was connected to on Facebook. But it started to grow, and the more it started to grow, I started to realize I needed to kind of come out of my shell, and I was hiding from doing anything on social media, quite frankly. In my day job, because I'm an exec at a company here in Georgia, I have a totally different profile, and I'm always out front, and so I just didn't want that to be my personal space. However, I realized that there were a lot more people who wanted to hear just some good news, inspiration, encouraging things, and so I just kind of took the leap. And then I needed to be consistent with that. That's where podcasting came in. And you can only do this on Facebook Live for so long. So I switched to StreamYard. A lot of you influencers might know about this tool. And then we just started to build a podcast from there. So we had a show twice a week on Tuesdays where I would speak to brand or business owners, and 7 o'clock on Thursday mornings, every Thursday, I would just kind of come out and, preach, if you will, preach and teach, if you will. And so it's just been a matter of just being consistent and building a community. I don't say followers, building a community of people who actually want to hear, kind of what I'm sharing. So that's kind of where it is. And then tapping into the Parade Deck family who really helped me coming out of my shell and being comfortable. Even if it's one person, again, if you're just starting a podcast, even if it's one person who's listening, be consistent for the one person who's listening. Still show up. So hopefully that answers.
Well, you just slid into the
I
next
sure
one,
did.
right?
Yeah.
So what does Parade Deck mean to you?
Oh my gosh, listen, family. So Parade Deck, I think, for me has allowed me to, as a military spouse, to have my voice, to have a voice outside of, my husband's a veteran, right? It was really important for me to find a place where I could get support, meet other incredible people, and it doesn't matter if they're influencers with, 100 in their community or 10,000 in the community. The sense of community that we share at Parade Deck is just we all want each other to do very well. So I'm really grateful for Parade Deck. Obviously today being here on stage, obviously, anything that we do. Also for the team that works for Parade Deck, who y'all don't know, who are in the room, I'm looking around here, but folks who are really lifting the load and really supporting all of us. And then a quick shout out to all of the, I think it's 136 million, whatever it is, the total number of followers that are aligned to all of us. So shout out to Parade Deck. 147? 137, 137 million, we love you, for real.
So I asked Shelly as we were sitting down here earlier, because I know that you guys cater to the military family, and I said, well, will it count if I am in the military of the Lord? Like, will I be able to be a part of this family? And she's like, I'm sure you can be a part. So that's just my joke, because I was like, man, you guys are doing so much amazing things. I'm like, man, I want to be a part. So that's my criteria.
You're now military adjacent.
I'm a military adjacent. I like that. Awesome. So your podcast has kind of switched the gear, every season we kind of change things up.
Yeah.
So what influenced you to switch it up from Brand, because that's your middle name, right? Shelly Brand. What kind of gave you the inspiration to switch it up to mentorship and doing what you're doing now?
So I always wanted to be the person that had that used my voice and my space not just for influence but for impact. And I think we heard that from another speaker earlier today. Impact is really important to me, and I also wanted to make any positive changes I could in our community. So there are things that spun out of starting this podcast and starting Mrs. Pie. By the way, Pie stands for Proud, Inspired, Empowered, and it was a brand that I started in really after 2020. My daughter was going through a lot. And so I wanted to come up with language that kids could use. So it all started with my now 15-year-old daughter. And at that time, there was a small group of kids, and there was a lot of discussions around teen suicide and trying to talk kids off the ledge. And so that's kind of how Pi got started. But stemming from that, I wanted to look for other ways that we could really build out that podcast into what I call real life. So we do things now where we just helped a local school here, International Academy of Smyrna, and we provided 50 backpacks filled with school supplies to help the kindergartners this year. And we had a tremendous amount of supplies, and we donated that for the teachers. So we're also doing like care kits now and for 5th grade students, and trying to get them the help they need to kind of carry them through the holiday season. And we've just done a lot. So it's more than just podcasting. It's really a matter of taking it into the communities where you live and serving in a different way, right? So, and then mentoring, right? We do a lot, y'all. So literally go to paradedeck.com and find Mrs. Pie. We have events. We have free virtual events. We do a lot of sponsorship and philanthropic work outside of just of the podcast that you guys might see.
So yeah, you're on their TV channel, like we're live now.
PDTV all day, yes.
So talk about one of your favorite guests or amazing impact from one of your guests from one of your episodes.
Actually, one guest outside of Nikisha that's here, Laquita, she is here. Laquita Monley was on my guest, and this was my first time meeting her. You know how you meet people in person, you're like, oh my God, you're better in person than you were on the show. So this was so cool that I think the relationship that I was able to build. So how many of y'all actually have podcasts, like your podcast? Okay, so you know that relationship that you have changes when you meet in person. Sometimes you pick up on certain things you won't in a 20, 30-minute clip. By the way, I don't edit any of my interviews ever, so what you see is what you get, including if the Wi-Fi falls. That's just how I roll. But Laquita was one of those that we had technical difficulties and no one knew it but us. We had so much fun doing it. Sometimes you have guests that, if you pre-screen them, they show up very proper, and sometimes they come on, they're very nervous by the time they get to the show. But I always tell people, look, however you show up, that's what we're running with. And she was really easy to work with. And I just love that she showed up in a very natural, authentic way, and she was able to get her thoughts across. And I appreciate that because it keeps me on track and it helps me. My job is to really elevate her brand when she comes to my show. Anybody that I talk to, that's essentially what it is. I want to find out, what do you want to talk about? What's more important to you? And that's what we lean into. And so she was just one of those guests that really did that very, very well. And then to watch her shift from that podcast and that storytelling that I'm watching. Again, I stalk the folks I interview. So I watch her develop her brand in that way. I just love that. So for those of you all who, if you're thinking about, if you have the opportunity to be a guest on a podcast, what is the story you want to tell? You own the narrative, right? When you're on that show, so how you show up, what you wear, what you say, what's your tagline, all those things are so important. And then what do you do with the content after you leave the show, right? You get the replay link, or you're clipping it, or using it in your marketing materials, thinking about different ways that you can build on that brand as well. So Laquita Monley, absolutely one of my favorite. So excited that I'm able to meet her in person here at MIC. And she's also a member of the Parade Deck family.
Yep, and she's actually down there. If you guys want to go down there and check her out,
yes,
she's doing some podcasting there. So take a look, take a walk. All right. So we always talk about the numbers and the impact and all these different things. So basically, how do you measure your impact with your podcast and your success of your podcast? Like, how are you measuring it?
Okay,
and the outcome?
So I used to look at viewership. I'm just being honest. I used to be worried about the number, the engagement, and things like that. It doesn't matter to me anymore. Remember I told you, if I can reach one person with a good message, I'm pretty much good, I'm done. And so I've just focused on what's the message and how am I tying back to the community in that way. So for me, the podcast is just a way to help in other areas. So philanthropy is very important to me, right? So I'm looking at how I can use the time and the platforms to get the message out. And that's pretty much it. So I'm not like, I'm one of those people like, YouTube is my thing when I want to watch certain videos, because this is what I do. I watch cleaning videos. That's my thing. That's how I de-stress. But I'm not looking at, even when I'm looking at that type of content, there are other things that I'm looking at how I'm engaged into. I'm not being influenced to go buy something. I'm looking at the engagement and what am I learning. So the way I thought about podcasting or interviewing, and I'm on panels a lot. I do a lot of other people's podcasts and things like that, right? Yes. She knows, because Makisha is like my right hand, left hand, so she knows a lot, right? But my intention is different. Why I got into talking to people has changed, right? When like I said, I was just praying for kids, and it's just bloomed into something much, much bigger. So my intention is different. So if you're thinking about podcasting and where you are in your journey, I think this is always a good time to stop and take stock of, what are you trying to accomplish? Are you just trying to be an influencer because you're trying to sell products? No shade if that's your thing, that's okay. I get sponsorships, right? But what do you want to do with the platform that you have, and who are you actually going to help? And so another guest was on here talking about legacy, and that's another huge thing for me, right? So what is your legacy? When we're gone, what do you want to be said about you? What impact did you actually make? And so my mindset has shifted a lot.
Yeah, legacy is a good thing. I think that's something that we all, think about. This week we just lost a coworker, right? Yeah. And it's been different, but everybody is talking, and you're like, but did you really have a relationship with that person? So what legacy do you want to leave is very important. So when she said that, Paige, what's her name, Paige?
Yeah.
She said that it left an impact on me because of experience of when I went through this. It's like, what do you want them to say about Makisha? What do you want them to say about Shelly?
Yeah.
So looking ahead, what new goals or topics are you excited to explore in your podcast?
Well, I think so for 2025, because my mind again is shifted back into more philanthropy, is how do I start talking about things that will help kids more? And I want to talk to the folks who are doing things in the community and help them. Use my platform to get your message out. That's what it is. So that's where I'm thinking for 2025. A lot more work helping, different schools or, any organization that we can kind of do mentorship or coaching or anything like that. I'm not a gatekeeper of skills or networking. I know a lot of folks, and so if there's an opportunity for me to connect people with community and do things like that, that's what I want to do. But I'm also just gonna let it flow. That's another thing I've learned. So podcasting, you start one way, you hit a midpoint. You have to be flexible, right? So being open to new technology is another thing. I am learning TikTok outside of watching the women that, the outfits for women over 50s. I'm trying to get better at even what I'm consuming, but I'm also trying not to allow myself to be influenced just because someone else is doing it doesn't mean I need to do it. Yeah, I'm not gonna be the girl that's dancing on TikTok ever. That's just not my jam, right? However, getting to know the platform might be helpful, right? So how do I, and just being thoughtful about the type of content, realizing we talked about legacy, right? This stuff doesn't go away. So, what is the information that I'm putting out, and then how is that actually benefiting my audience? And that's pretty much it for 2025.
So I can see myself doing the TikTok dances, because that's my jam, right? So tell me, how do you deal with the challenges and the criticism? Everybody got a comment in 2024. Everybody got the like and I don't like. So how do you deal with the criticism or the comments? Do you read the comments or all that good stuff?
Some of them I block. No, I'm just kidding. I don't block. There is this one lady on YouTube who will not let me go because I cannot pronounce the name of this diary that I use, and I come out every year and I try to tell people about it, and she will not let me go. Listen, lady, I don't know how it's spelled, but I can afford it. So how you handle challenges, I think is the same as in business. So if you're a podcaster, you're technically in business, right? So there are some things I do look for feedback in different ways, but mainly I look for feedback if I'm interviewing a guest, and at the end of it, I'll ask, how was that for you? Or, did it meet your expectations? Some of those things I take in because we're all learning, right? This is platform learning, all technology learning, and even the way we interview, right? That has to adapt over time. But in terms of challenges, the one thing I don't do is I don't believe anything that's not true about me, ever. I am probably maybe too confident, but I really don't care, But I don't believe anything that's not true about me. That means that if someone comes and says something that's counter to that, then it doesn't shake my confidence because I don't allow anybody else to tell my story. I own it, which means I really own it, good and bad, right? So that's the one thing. But yeah, there's always going to be challenges. It's how you respond to it, and then whether you're in a position to learn and grow. So as podcasters, as influencers, as business owners, whatever it is that you're doing, I think that's just a model that we all adapt anyway.
One thing about Shelly, she's not lying. Her confidence is on 100.
Yes.
And as long as you're around her, you feel like you're just as tall as she is. And that's the part that I like about it. Even in corporate, we work in corporate, and I'm just like, this girl here, boy, just her energy and everything that she brings to the table, it will make you feel like you can fly. But then when you get to flopping those wings, you be like, but can I really fly? You know what I'm saying? So she is really, truly a person that you want to connect with. Speaking of that, so where can they find you, all your platforms, all this good stuff, so they can follow you and all that stuff?
Well, we have this amazing website, paradedeck.com, where you literally can go there and just search Mrs. Pie, and everything is there. So books, speaking engagements, events. I mentioned we do virtual events, replays, upcoming shows. I don't know, everything. We do a lot, y'all. So everything is on paradedeck.com. So now I know we have 10 minutes.
Yes,
so I want to use, and if you have questions, please throw the hands up and ask the questions.
Yes.
But also, oh, go ahead, question.
My name is Mike Cantwell. I have a Substack and podcast called Independence for America. And so I only have 4 episodes, and I'm in that kind of infancy stage. I would like to figure out how to monetize it, not to become rich, but just to like cover my costs and everything like that. So people that are podcasters are in that early stage. What are some of your suggestions for, monetizing it, getting some revenue in?
So branding is one thing. So where are you posting your podcast? Is it video or audio?
I have video and audio. I have YouTube. I have Spotify. I have most of the audio and video platforms. Yeah.
Okay.
Although I'm not on Parade Deck. Not yet.
Well,
so
then,
I just learned about it.
You want to start a Parade Deck. I would say, so there's some easy things that you can do in terms of just branding on YouTube. So it's just very simple things like the thumbnails should be uniformed. Okay. The text should be at the size where folks like me who wear glasses can read it, very identifiable. But it's really about your brand and being very consistent. So 4 episodes is fantastic, right? Just keep going. But you have to be consistent. So imagine if now I'm a subscriber and I was looking for you and you weren't there. Like we're in a relationship. You're in a relationship with your subscribers. They're expecting you to show up. So when you build that, as you keep building the content, the other thing is other things like SEO. So just making sure there's a tool called is it YouTube Buddy or something like that on YouTube that can help you build that SEO out. And then
what about advertisers?
Oh yeah, don't do that.
Don't do that?
Hold your money. No, listen, don't do that. So focus on having consistent content and people will find you. There's things that you can do in your YouTube description. This comes back to SEO and hashtags and things of that nature. But if you start paying someone right now, they're going to do things like, we'll charge you to edit that video, $100. Then we'll charge you to add some hashtags, $200. We're going to make you're not going to monetize that 4 videos, so you want to just build the content. And then because you have it in other areas, so for example, if you're using you said you had an audio, Spotify, or, okay. So even with those, on those individual pages that you have, your branding should be aligned so that we know what we're coming to you and what we're going to get regardless of what platform you're on. Then you can do something like join Parade Deck, and then you'll be able to get access to things like the newsletters, and they help publish you and you kind of get the word out about you. But you really have to have some of those basics in place before. If you look at when I decided to own my name in 2022, Mrs. Pie, and I didn't realize that I needed to do that until someone at Parade Deck consulted and told me, hey, that Mr. Beast? I didn't know who he was because again, I watch cleaning videos, and I was like, no. Well, he owns his name. You don't own your name, meaning I didn't own my space. And so when I shifted, one of the things I had to do was clean up YouTube, which was a mess. My branding was all over the place. No one really knew who I was. And so that's where I started. And then I just started to be consistent. And then I started to get subscribers. And the other thing is, don't focus so much on subscribers because you have folks who will never subscribe, but they'll watch your videos. So that's why it goes back to what's your intent? And companies will find you. So I have a slight addiction with reading glasses. Okay.
Nice glasses, I like.
Yeah, I changed them a lot. So there's a company called Cadis, shout out to Cadis, right? I love y'all so much. Please go to cadis.com. Thank you so much. I've got to plug them, right? But because I've been so consistent in my videos wearing their eyeglasses, then I have a little, relationship with that organization because I'm marketing, but I'm just being myself. Now imagine if I wasn't showing up consistently. Right now I kind of lose that opportunity. So the brands will come.
I'm shooting for about 25 a year episodes. Once every other week.
Yeah.
But when is it time to say, hey, do you want to advertise with me? You want a 15-second spot or something like that?
How many subscribers do you have?
I only have like 150.
Okay, so now is where you can start asking,
And somebody that's aligned with my brand, right?
Yeah,
like you're talking about the
exactly.
glasses, right? So
Exactly.
it's Independence for America, maybe
Exactly.
an independent brewery or something
Exactly.
like that, right?
Yeah, so as you're doing your content, now you're making space within your video. So this is how I managed it. I got 5 minutes. This is how I manage mine, is that I don't say Cadis, I wear it.
Mm-hmm.
Because I don't edit, right? That means like I'm not editing my videos to drop a commercial in, and I'm right.
Yeah, I'm going to do the other way. I'm going to do the editing. And have breaks and everything like that.
So you can reach out to companies that are like-minded to your brand and say, I have so-and-so amount of subscribers. I'm going to start talking about you, and then just start doing that.
Yeah,
and
I mean,
then build a
$100 an
relationship.
episode or something reasonable, right? Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. Yeah. You're welcome. All right. Any other questions? Is everybody following Parade? Is everyone following Parade Deck? Everyone connected to ParadeDeck.com. Is everyone going to follow Mrs. Pie on ParadeDeck.com? Yeah. All right. I know, right? All right. What's our time count?
2 minutes.
2 minutes? Okay. Who's coming up after me so I can help Leah?
Oh,
is that Black Ops? Really?
Sheesh.
Okay, hold on, y'all. Please do not leave your seats. Don't leave your seat. You need to stay. For those of y'all who are watching, I want you to also, this is where you want to take your quick water break and then come right back.
Yes.
Right? 1 minute on the clock. Y'all need to come right back and catch this next guest that's coming up.
Yes.
Seriously. And also, if you're here on day 3 and you've missed day 1 and day 2, you also want to go back. Please also love, like, share, and comment on all of the platforms where you're watching this on Parade Deck. So we're on the YouTube, we're on the LinkedIn. So I know we got a lot of people watching, especially from our groups on LinkedIn Watch and Facebook. I believe we're on the Twitter streets. Yep. We'll make it to the TikTok. So please make sure that you're at least following and supporting our channels. That's going to be good for all of us here, quite frankly. And if anybody is interested in learning more about Parade Deck, please reach out to the team. Genuinely a good group of folks who are really interested in helping to elevate military veterans and military spouse voices and military adjacent voices, right? So I think that's all we've got. Yes. Did I ring the clock down? Look at that. You see me? Zero time. All right. Thank y'all so much. Thank you, Makisha. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
Now to our series, Profiles in Service, highlighting veterans and active duty members of the military who are making a difference in their communities. Tonight, we introduce you to one Marine with an Olympic dream and hopes of inspiring girls everywhere.
I love serving my country. I can't think of a better job than being a United States Marine officer.
Captain Riley Tejak can do anything.
How do you deal with adversity and challenges?
I think dealing with adversity, I want to do things that are hard. I want to be tested. I want to see where my limits are mentally, physically, and emotionally.
Tejak did just that when she joined the Marines. Only 9% of the Corps are women.
My goal is you aren't the only woman that walks into the room where it's filled and you don't even notice anymore because you have a seat at every single table.
For now, the 26-year-old is working toward a different goal.
My dream is to be the first female Marine in the Olympics.
And will your day job interfere at all with your dream?
I'm a Marine 24/7, and that's my priority. And I'm just blessed and fortunate for the Marine Corps just backing me and being behind me through this journey. But at the same time, it's exhausting, and that's what makes it fun. If it was easy, anyone would do it.
Tejak manages work at Quantico and intense training as a bobsled pilot.
We're going to get warmed up really fast,
including constant competitions and twice-daily workouts.
Go.
Her hard work is paying off.
She's fast.
She's ranked 14th in the world.
What's the best part of bobsledding?
Oh, the speed. The speed and the adrenaline. Going 90+ miles an hour down an ice track and competing wearing Team USA across my chest.
Representing America as a competitor, a Marine, and an inspiration to young women and girls.
Good job.
Riley, what do you want your legacy to be?
I want to be remembered for how I make people feel. I don't want to be remembered for all the things that I did and the accomplishments and the medals. I want to be able to create a path big enough that multiple people can run through it and accomplish things that they never thought was possible and kind of create a roadmap to do it.
Well, Captain T-Jack hopes to make the 2026 Winter Olympics team, and if she didn't have enough going on, Riley wrote a children's book about inspiring little girls to dream big, and that is out this summer.
Bill with the 24-hour critical response team. What's your emergency?
Hi, this is Greg Price, and I am a USCCA member, and I just had to use force to defend myself and my family from an intruder.
Greg, are you and your family safe?
Yes, we're safe. I followed the training.
Have you called the police yet?
Yes, I followed the instructions on my member card.
Very good. Greg, I'm going to set you up with an attorney who's going to meet you down at the station and walk you through the entire interrogation.
Go to uscca.com/safe and get educated, trained, and insured.
In honor of the 20th anniversary of the National World War II Memorial in Washington, D.C., the United States Mint has issued the 2024 Greatest Generation commemorative coins. This stunning collection of gold, silver, and clad coins features beautiful designs that capture the valor and sacrifices of the World War II generation. Proceeds will support the maintenance and repair of the National World War II Memorial. These coins are only available in 2024. Don't miss your chance to support a vital cause and own these special coins today.
Military veterans of the United States who are not U.S. citizens being deported.
Ordered to leave the same country they once fought for.
Fellow Americans,
America should not be deporting military vets. It undermines our national security.
You know, you feel thrown away. You just feel thrown away.
I am 100% disabled for PTSD due to my combat experiences. You're welcome.
Currently, the only way a deported veteran can come home is in a body bag. This is the only way they're being honored is when they're dead. That just doesn't make sense.
Hi, everyone. It's Amy Forsyth here on the side stage at day 3 of the Military Influencer Conference. You're watching Parade Deck TV. Coming up next, please welcome and join our next guest, a professional historian of American history. Daniel Flint. He'll be discussing how to leverage AI as well as insights from both veterans and civilians to enrich and enhance U.S. history curriculum, covering the period from World War II to post 9/11 operations. This is going to be an amazing session. Thank you, Daniel, and take it away.
I appreciate that. Thank you so much. So, was there sound? And go back. No worries. All right. So I'm really proud of this logo. An Air Force veteran tattoo artist made it for me, Cecilia Marie, and when I wanted the logo made, I wanted something to encapsulate what would a modern day Uncle Sam look like, and that's the kind of concept that she came up with. I took the eagle from late 1900s political cartoon, kind of modeled it with the laurel leaves and the red, white, and blue coloring. So I just really wanted to have something new and inspirational, and a new kind of uptake on Uncle Sam and what he would look like. So what we're working on today is going to be, I'm going to kind of run this the same way I run my classroom. I've been teaching for 21 years in the inner city high school U.S. history. So to kind of break things down, how we go through. Shout out to my high school, Westside High School in Jacksonville, Florida, where we do break the myth every single day. That hashtag we use there is breaking the myth that we are always told that kids can't learn regardless of where they come from, who they are, what they do, what they look like. Every child can learn, and every time those kids come into our school, our dedication is to them 100% of the time. So we break that myth every single day, and I'm really proud of the work that we do and my fellow faculty at Westside High School. So I want to give a shout out to them. A little bit about myself. So I'm a former Marine veteran, professionally certified U.S. history teacher in Jacksonville, Florida. I've been teaching over, this is year 21 now. And I was honored as Florida's, I was a Gilder Lehrman Institute of American History's Teacher of the Year for the entire state of Florida in 2022. I'm also an instructor with Quick Learn Education. I'm also a DENSTAR educator, that's Discovery Education Networks. All right. And what all that kind of wraps up is I do a lot with different various organizations. I work with other veteran organizations as well, trying to incorporate, finding ways to bring our veterans back into the schools. Today we're going to discuss how using platform like Quick Learn AI can enhance and transform education by enhancing the U.S. history curriculum, which I'm sure many of you have seen in the recent years is taking quite a beating from the news media. I mean, a lot of the times when you hear people talking about the content that's being taught in U.S. history, many times they don't really take a look at the benchmarks that are being taught. And if they really took a step back and looked at the content that we have to teach, they probably start singing a bit of a different tune. And so we're going to focus today on the 20th century, topics such as World War II, Vietnam, post 9/11, the War on Terror. By incorporating insights from local veterans, we can bring these historical events to life for students. So we're going to join me today as we kind of go through that. I'm usually more comfortable in front of students. So quick question. Anyone in the room have school-age children, whether it's from kindergarten to 12th grade? Anyone in the room got that? Okay. So here's a better question. Do any of your children currently right now have a substitute teacher in a math, science, English, or reading class, or social sciences? Is it a full-time, like part-time sub, full-time, whatever? How long? My son included. So my son's got what we call core academic classes. There's a sub that's located within that room. The problem with that is we know the child's not learning anything. The sub is there because it's a vacancy the school has. It's not the school's fault. It's a staffing shortage is what it is. And Quick Learn is kind of a solution to kind of solve that. So I pose this question. What if one of your teachers was the best teacher you ever had? Think back for a second to when you were in high school or middle school or elementary school, that one teacher that took the time to really sit there and focus on you as a person and really talk and get to know you. That we all have that one teacher. For me, it was Mr. Mark Pearson, and he always said hi to me every morning, welcome, opened the door early for me at school, let me in, when it was freezing cold, because I'm from upstate New York. So we all have that one person that we have really solid, fond memories of, and you're always kind of thinking, what if every class could be taught by Mr. Pearson or your equivalent of what you had? So this is where Quick Learn AI is going to come in. So around on the back tables that are there are QR codes on the back here. Quick Learn is an AI-driven focused instructional tool, which I'm going to demo for you guys today. You can teach courses in 40 languages. I don't speak Spanish at all, but if I have an ESOL student that comes in that speaks no English, they can run Quick Learn and they can have the content in their language. They can speak to it through the audio mic in their language and get the content that they need. And I can still have solid instruction with them, which is absolutely fabulous. You can customize your avatar, which you guys are going to see in a few minutes. And there's over 100 plus courses that we currently offer right now in this kind of environment. So what is Quick Learn and how does it work? So Quick Learn AI can revolutionize education and how we involve, and it can also how we involve our veterans inside the classroom as well. That's currently something I've been doing the last couple of years with specific focus in Jacksonville on our Vietnam veterans. And to all our Vietnam veterans out there, I always say, welcome home, brothers and sisters. So why Quick Learn is a game changer? Quick Learn is transforming both the educational and corporate worlds by offering immersive 3D adventures. Imagine engaging gamified lessons, all right, which you can explore everything from. You can go from the shores of Chichen Itza. You can go to the ruins of Chichen Itza, or to the shores of Cabo San Lucas. And in the process, learning through experience that brings education to life. It's a mouthful. What you're seeing on the screen are my own students from last year in Duval County Public Schools where we piloted this program. It took about 6 months to get it off the ground and into the schools. So those are my students learning from my avatar, my course that I wrote. And when I show you guys how this works, it's going to really blow your mind. When we got done using the content, my state test scores jumped about 12 to 13%. I don't like talking about numbers. I really don't. I'm an educator with a state-mandated course. I live and eat, sleep, and breathe numbers every single day. It's a fact of life. It's what we do. You know, a good chunk of my salary is based on student performance. One day of testing determines, you know, how big of a salary bump I'm going to get the next year. So, I mean, that's the sad reality of it. But, you know, I'm not in education to make money. I'm in it to change children's lives and make things better. So what you're seeing here is a snapshot from my course. So the avatar is a student, all right? That's my avatar that's there teaching the content. Now, this content lesson here is talking about Henry Clay. It's the course I have on the Civil War. So the student goes in. It's a preset course that I wrote that the student can go through. The idea is very simple. Can I make you a content area expert from, say, the American Revolution all the way through post 9/11, you know, in about 25 to 30 minutes. And that's what it's designed to do. You know, it's designed to fill that gap. And I go back to the substitute teacher thing for a second, because imagine if your child that had that sub right now had a quick learn instructor, a certified educator like myself, teaching that content. It allows us to be in 1,000 different places at once. I could be homesick. Like, I've been here all week long. My students are flipping out. I get emails. Oh, my God, the emails I've been getting. You know, why'd you leave me with this person? I'm just like, guys, I don't control staffing. But they can go on here and take a look at the content and learn the lessons that I had set for them, which is absolutely fabulous. What you're looking at here is a very special course that I had designed and drafted for the 80th anniversary of D-Day. Some of you might recognize the room. It's the Southwick House, where it's the Eisenhower map room. We took about 6.5 weeks, the designers at Quick Learn, and their chairman, David Bradford, and his wife, Dr. Linda Bradford, the kind of genius behind Quick Learn, took this picture. They got photographs from the Southwick House. They created that. I'm airborne qualified. I've got 5 jumps underneath me. So that's my avatar in an M42 uniform with Cochrane jump boots on, teaching the history of D-Day in the Southwick House that students can now move around and interact with the room. Kind of gives you a bigger understanding of how cool this can be. And I know there's a lot of scary things out there about AI. You know, can you trust it? Is there bias? Whatever. I will tell you now that in order to get this content on board with my school district, the vetting process was pretty extreme. We had to put up the guide rails to make sure that if students asked inappropriate questions, you know, that the lesson would route the student back to the original content. And so I'll kind of give you an example. So in the process of trying to onboard this with the school, we tried breaking the system. So one of our district reps that was in there is like, you know, how do you make crystal, you know, how do you make drugs or something like that? The lesson stopped it right there, and it routed the student back to the original core content, which is what it's supposed to do. So you don't get the extraneous information. You're not going to get, you know, biased information. It's all coming from locations that you deem that's verified by your state, verified by your school board, and that's where that information is going to come from. The really neat thing is that, again, my students there using the content. I love my kids. I miss them to death. You know, picture yourself customizing your own avatar. Every student that goes into Quick Learn can customize their own unique player. So the really neat thing, you know, one thing in education, you've got to own your space. Students do not learn in rooms that are just kind of bland and, you know, I don't like to say normal and boring, but I'll show you what my room looks like in a minute. But they need to own the space that they're in. Student ownership is a big deal, and it is for me. When my students come to my room, they know like that part of the classroom is theirs. I put their work up on the walls. They know they can say, hey, you know, my stuff's there from yesterday. Yeah, of course it is. So having that kind of personal ownership in education is really important. So interactive 3D environments where you can hold conversations with past thinkers, all right, present, you know, with each of their unique voice and personality. Imagine having a conversation with Abraham Lincoln. With Quick Learn, you can do that. We have courses taught by Gandhi. We have courses taught by Lincoln. We have NFL Hall of Famer Steve Young as one of our course instructors. We have a course instructor that's taught by Larry King. You know, the thing is, you can take all their collective knowledge, put it into the avatar, and you're having a conversation. The AI will sit there and take that content, and based on what you're asking, will reformulate the question, what would Lincoln would have said based on all the relevant information that's out there. And again, that's kind of what it looks like. Towards the end of this, I'm going to give you kind of a live demonstration of what it looks like. So, but visual learning redefined, whether you're breaking down complexities of human cells or learning how to code, which we have courses for that too. Quick Learn can offer secure environments where challenging concepts become easier to grasp. So it is a worthwhile program to sit there and take a good look at. There are flyers on the back table that are there. Hey, Ruben, you ready? So we call them bell ringers at the beginning of every class. I'm used to teaching on a block. I tell my students I do 3 shows a day, 5 days a week, 90-minute segment classes. So usually by 7 o'clock till 11:30, I have straight students all day long. No bathroom break, no nothing. I'm at the back end of my school, but you know, I love it. I wouldn't trade it for anything in the world. So I want you to think about, how do you think veterans can best contribute to enhancing 20th and 21st century history and social studies curriculum? How can we get our veterans inside the schools? Any thoughts? You guys, what do you think? Yep. Yeah, I've done that with our Vietnam veterans as well. And yeah, there are other veterans. You can call the VFW and other organizations, find out getting veterans to come in and speak to your classes. You know, I'm really fortunate that I got Ruben Ayala right up here, you know, because I'm about to announce something that we've been working on for the past 6 months. So this is my classroom. This is what my students see every day. And it's really hard when I talk to people about my educational space because I spend more time here than I do at home. The map that you see in the back here, students sign that. They sign it, they come in, they sign at the end of the year. Now, they don't have to, but they choose to. So, you know, and I teach them but juniors, so when they come back as seniors, they see their logo on there, they see their names and everything else. The center table is what I call the table of me. It's every artifact on that table is from a section of my life. So when I'm teaching class, they can stop me and ask all about it. This is the big one.
When you go to war, you don't always come back the same way. And it's up to our society, the people, to help that warrior along.
Combat is hell. There's something about it that it changes us because you have almost died, and that takes something away from you.
Not understanding the dangers of it and snipers all around, I think about it now and I'm like, holy cow, being in a situation that I could have been killed.
There's going to be some things that you're going to see, some things you're going to do that humans shouldn't see. But what keeps you up at night are the things that you do that you have the option not to.
I hear the words to a lot of people, thank you for your service. And what I normally say to people is, you're worth it because you got to fight for something.
I was basically born to be a soldier. That's what I tell people. I was born to be a soldier. When Rangers deployed, somebody's going to die. We stepped off the back to that C-141. We said, damn, we're going to war. You never know the influence you leave on a person's life, you know, so you treat everybody with kindness.
You're part of my family, and I'm proud of you, what you've done already for this country.
Break, you're going to be cleared hot on any moving targets outside of the 2 friendly locations. You will meet Chosen 6 Romeo up on this net. How copy, over?
It moves me every time I watch the trailer, and I've watched it about 30 times now. And I got to give a huge shout out to the janitor, A.C. Cooley, my sergeant major, who got me involved with this program to sit there and really focus on the African American community and the special operations community. So I was invited down to attend the very first screening of this program in April, back in April, and I went down there and I got to hear General Butler talk. I got to hear, Robert Zachary. I got to hear this amazing panel about their experiences in the special operations community. But, all the time in the military that they spent, it was absolutely fabulous to listen to. But the one thing that I took away from it was the fact, what I heard of why they got involved when they were in high school, what they were like, what their conditions, how they were living, who who inspired them. And I kept thinking, I have the equivalent sitting in front of me right now. that nobody is talking to these kids, nobody's inspiring them. And I'll tell you, I teach at a Title I school. I'm low socioeconomic neighborhood. 75 to 85% of my kids are on free and reduced lunch. It's 95% African American and 5% other. You know, and they need someone that looks like them, that they can relate to and be inspired by. And that's when AC Coley reached out to me, and I got in contact with Ruben and what we are doing now. And I didn't want to say anything at the beginning of the week because they had the Black Ops event on Monday. So what we're doing here is we are bringing this to my high school. The Black Ops Roadshow, the big announcement is it's coming to Westside High School next Friday, all day long. And I really want to thank Triple Nickel that not only is it coming to my school, they provided free t-shirts to all 150 students that are registered to go. And Ruben, brother, I cannot even begin to, the students love it. They love the shirt. I wear it every Friday, you know, and they're just like, when's the shirt coming? When the shirt's coming? So the purpose. So to preserve and showcase the stories of underrepresented veterans to inspire future generations through their military service and love for America. So I'll be hosting the event. So on October 11th, Duval County Public Schools, in conjunction with Westside High School, Triple Nickel Apparel, and Black Ops Organization will collaborate on a Black History and Veteran History project. This initiative will educate and celebrate the contributions of Black veterans in American military history. So in order to bring programs like this into the schools, I had to sit there and create, you know, the reasoning behind it when I drafted, you know, because you have to present it to my principal, then he's got to present it to the board. And I spent like weeks trying to encapsulate what I want to do. And then after I was talking to Ruben and a few other things, you know, that's what I kind of came up with. To raise the purpose, again, is to sit there to raise awareness, foster appreciation, and honor the sacrifices and achievements of Black veterans within our Westside High School community and also beyond with Jacksonville. And here is the panel that will be speaking to my students next Friday. I got Michael Clark, I got Rob Zachary, I got Harold Miller, AC Coley, Shirley Baez, and of course our own Jacksonville native, Derek Smith. I am beyond excited to have these guys come and speak to my students. We are beyond thrilled. Ruben, again, brother, thank you so much. You know, this is what it takes to raise the awareness and to bring it into the kids. And I'm really excited to have this program coming to Jacksonville next Friday. Now the next leg of the project begins. So I'll open it up for questions about AI or in regards to the program that I'm dealing with here. I just wanted to quickly, you know, as you guys leave today, think about when you go back to your prospective states or towns, how maybe you could sit there and involve veterans in your local school systems, get them to talk. A lot of times, especially in the springtime when I'm covering the Vietnam War, my Vietnam veterans will come in and share their stories with my students, and that it becomes more than ink on a page. It's what I call that living history. You know, bring them in, let them tell their stories, and not just military veterans. You can find, I've had Wax and Waves about 2 years ago. I had May Cryer, one of the Rosie the Riveters. She video conferenced into my students for 45 minutes, telling them all about what it was like working for Boeing, building bombers during the war. My kids were just floored, and I think the thing that really shocked them the most is that when Pearl Harbor got hit, she was 17 years old. And my students, the number one question my students kept asking, how'd you deal with the anxiety? Her response was absolutely phenomenal. We just did it. You know, we just got up. Everybody else was going. We just got up and left with it too. And it's just, you sit there and see that, and you really think long and hard about trying to incorporate these people in, because these stories really need to be told, and they're not getting told, and especially in the African American community. And I see it every single day, that it's the underrepresentation, and that's why programs like Black Ops and companies like Triple Nickel bringing this alive for our students is so valuable. And I wanted to thank everybody for attending, your engagement and discussion and meaningful. You know, I thought, you know, I hope you found it valuable. Looking forward to continuing the conversation as, you know, as we move forward. My information is here if you want to know more about me and what I do. I work with various other veteran organizations as an independent historian. There are a lot of other things that I try to accomplish and do, you know, and the funny thing is everyone will ask me, like, oh, how much money do you want for what you do? Nothing. I probably shouldn't say that publicly, but go ahead.
First, I want to say I think it's awesome the Quick Learn AI. I'm an interactive person. I struggle with, trying to visualize and memorize, that memorization in school.
You want to try it?
I do.
All right, hold on. Can I move back there? Because I got to get back there on the laptop and try it from back there.
Awesome. But look, let me get up and go because I'm a little excited. I like trying stuff.
So
but,
I'm gonna put the program on the screen.
Okay.
So is it shifting over?
Doesn't look.
Oh, Marcus.
Oh, here it goes.
Oh. Okay. There we go. So this is the course that I designed based on the AI program for teaching the history of D-Day. So if you use the arrow keys here, your character can move around, and then if you click on the question mark and then click the microphone, you can speak a question into it, and it'll answer it back for you.
Okay. So where are the question marks?
So yeah, if you take the mouse and click the question mark right there.
Okay. I want to look like that.
Oh, it's not a touchscreen. Yep. Click on the question mark. Then click on the mic and ask it a question. Anything about World War II. Oh, you got it. It's yeah. So go ahead and ask.
So what years did World War II occur?
Could you please provide more context or clarify your question? I'm here to help with any history-related topics or questions you might have.
It needs a little bit more detail.
When did World War II start and when did World War II end?
World War II started on September 1st, 1939, when Germany invaded Poland. It ended on September 2nd, 1945, with the formal surrender of Japan following the dropping of atomic bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki and the Soviet Union's declaration of war against Japan.
Now, I didn't write that content. That's not part of my lesson at all, period. I mean, it's in there, but it's not in that format. Now, here's a really neat part. When you get done asking your question, ask it to translate it, ask it to say it in French.
Can you answer in French?
I'm sorry, but I cannot respond to that. I'm here to provide helpful, respectful, and truthful answers. Let's focus on learning instead. If you have a question related to our course, please ask, and I'll be happy to help.
And if you ask a question that's unrelated to the topic or that's how it routes you back.
Right. Okay, I'm going to ask another question.
Go ahead.
Where is Nagasaki? And can you answer in French?
Nagasaki is a city located on the island of Kyushu in Japan. It is situated on the northwest coast of the island and is known for its significant historical events.
I got the information. I'm probably just not doing it right.
Oh, no, it's here, I'll show you. Who was General Eisenhower, and answer in French?
Le général Eisenhower doit dit. Eisenhower était un commandant militaire américain pendant la Seconde Guerre mondiale. Il a dirigé les forces alliées et lors de l'invasion de la Normandie en 1944. Après la guerre, il est devenu le 34e président de pointage.
However you need it to do. But no, I mean, think about the students that come in, they can't speak English. I see it all the time. And they're being able to go into a program like this. We all, I see it all the time. People assume that because if a child can't speak English, they can't learn. That's not true. It's beyond not true. So being able to give them content in their language gives them a sense of ownership in the room, and that's what Quick Learn does.
So I have one more question.
Go ahead.
Because I think it's awesome. But I know that this is something that you created with this curriculum.
Yes, this curriculum I created.
So how can it get into other schools?
Right now, that's getting that's contacting me and then contacting David Bradford, who's on LinkedIn. He's the chairman for the company. Currently, they're running this program in Cairo in Egypt and with amazing results. Duval County Public Schools, we are the first school in the United States that piloted this program. My course is last year. So, but it takes a while because every district is different with different state guidelines, and they have to make sure that they match up with the content that's being pulled based on the standards that every state has, or standards they use to instruct history. Some states go from the Revolutionary War all the way to the end. States like Florida, we go from the Civil War all the way to the end. So it's all based on how on what guidelines and kind of rules they have set up for the content and how it has to be vetted.
It's awesome. Thank you for what you do for our children.
My pleasure. Anybody else have any other questions? Again, I'm really proud and excited not only to have the Black Ops team come in and speak to my students, but to be able to have programs like this. You know, one of the hardest things as an educator is I worry when I've been out this week, are my students really learning? Are they really being engaged? Are they doing the work? You know, I mean, that's the honest reality. I've been here 3 days, and that's what I worry about. With this program, that fear is gone because I know they can go in there and get that work. I really wanted to thank everybody for giving me the opportunity at Parade Deck. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. You know, it's just an amazing experience to be able to have, and I'm really excited about having Black Ops come to my school next week. Thank you so much.
All right, let me see. All right, dang, I'm stallion-alicious. How you doing, Melissa? Sheena?
Good. I'm good. How you doing?
How am I doing? Well, I mean, I got some Shiro coffee in my luggage. I'm going to go home, put this in the ground, French press.
That's the best
Stir
way.
that mug up. Woo! Shiro coffee.
Yes.
And then I'm going to get with Sheena and be like, yo, for Operation Teammate, what's the next event? And then that's how I start my day.
That is a wonderful way to start your day, especially, you know, when you wake up with Shiro coffee. Hey, it's already a good day.
Now, this is paradedeck.com. And we're live here at the Military Influencer Conference. Let me explain something to you. I just met you 2 days ago.
Yes.
I just met you 2 days or 1 day ago.
I think I've been seeing you for about 3 days.
Oh, 3 days, 3 days. And we did not know each other from a hole in the wall. But guess what? They on the parade deck because that's what we do. We give a voice to those that want to amplify their voice. #1 platform for content creators, streamers, dreamers, and people that like to use creamers in their coffee.
Yes, I love it.
See how I stirred that up?
I love it.
Stirred it up.
Yay.
Yes, I did. But we're here with Sheena and Melissa. Shiro Coffee, Operation Teammate. They are almost color coordinating, but they're off by one shade. But it's all right. We have Ebony and Ivory. Ebony and Ivory. All right, let me stop. Trademark. Don't sue me. Whatever. So we're going to go down the line. Please, you're going to tell everybody your name. Shiro Coffee, Operation Teammate, go into, you know, your spiel. And then you come back like Babyface Whip Appeal because we're going to massage it on in. So go ahead. Start out.
All right. Well, hello, Parade Deck. I am just so ecstatic to be here. My name is Melissa Farmer Hill. I am a retired Army veteran. And let me add in air assault.
Okay, I ain't do that now.
I just wanted to add that in. And I am the founder and the owner of Shiro Coffee Club. The Shiro Coffee Club is a coffee brand dedicated to women veterans. And one of our mottos is keeping the world caffeinated and women veterans celebrated. When I retired after 20 years, I lost my identity. And I found out through that a lot of women do. So I wanted to create just a unique way to continue on with the legacy of female veterans in the military. And that's why I created the Shiro Coffee Club. And on the back of every coffee bag, you will see a picture of a woman veteran and a little narrative about her. And then when you go to our website, she's giving an experience in the military or a lesson learned or something that she believes will help another person out. Because one thing I don't want women who transition to the military to do is lose their identity. And we always have a place for you. There are 2 million women veterans right now and growing because the future is female and the future is now. And all of those women, I want every woman veteran on the coffee bag. And one of the things we do at the Shiro Coffee Club, not only do we represent women and their causes. And although you don't have a bag of this woman veteran right here, who's also a Shiro Coffee Club, oh, there she is. Sheena. Sheena is an ambassador, and she represents not only the Shiro Coffee Club, but Operation Teammate as well. So you told me to pass it to her, so I'm going to pass it to her.
Stop taking over my show, Melissa. You won't be invited back. That's like going into somebody's house, telling them how to fix you a grilled cheese sandwich, then you fix the sandwich yourself, then you eat it and say, go do the dishes.
Right. You two are going to get in trouble. Operation Teammate is a nonprofit for military children. Timothy Montjoy and his daughter Bethany founded this in 2016. I met Timothy last year or 2 years ago moved into the complex where he lives at, and then he moved the headquarters up here to Sewanee, Georgia. But we do stuff all over the nation for military children. When I found out about his cause, I leaned in and started volunteering, and then he brought me in to be the community outreach and volunteer service coordinator. So we do, if anybody wants to volunteer, I do coordinate that, but then also reaching out to the community to see if we can get some events scheduled, spread awareness for military children and their causes. Timothy was a single parent in the Air Force, and when he deployed to Afghanistan and different places, his mom would have to help out with his daughter Bethany, and she was very involved in sports, but they really wished that they had had some more mentorship programs out there for her. And so they co-founded the organization together, and we do stuff all over the nation to connect military children with professional and collegiate athletes, as well as any other profession, like if we have any in the entertainment industry. Greg, maybe you want to do some mentorship.
You see how she trying to get me on it?
Then yeah, so that's what we do. We try to provide them with role models to give them a sense of community and support, and let them see that there's other people out there that's going through some of the same struggles that they do.
Now that's a shero. That's a shero right there.
I keep telling you, Melissa, this is my house. I'm getting the cheese and the bread, and then we both cook it together.
I'll sit and be a guest.
I didn't say that. You can stay in the kitchen. You know how you stand beside somebody's kitchen and you keep looking at them and how they making something, and you give them the side eye like, did you clean your meat? Because listen, if you don't use that apple cider, I've gotten screamed at and looked at many a times. Like, I'm not eating that burger, Greg. You did not. I want no E. coli. So my next question is the doozy question. The doozy question is, where or how did this become your calling? And I know that you probably can give this whole big soliloquy, but it's good to give it in 3 minutes or less, because I got 5 other questions, and we're going to get to all 7 of these questions. That's bad math right there. But go ahead, Melissa.
Where and how? Well, it came after I retired, after 20 years of serving, and I lost my identity. And I want to give a shout out, because I was done with the military. My boots, my awards put in storage. I was absolutely done. But I have to give a shout out to the VFW Post 311 in Richton Park. I became involved, and then that's how I found out about other stories about women. So if you've ever heard of a veterans coffee chat, that's kind of what we would do, have a veterans coffee chat. It would be women veterans sitting around sharing our stories. And since I love coffee so much, I said, I have to create a brand. So the next step was, I have to find someone who can put the coffee beans, I have to find
farmers, packaging. You're going to make it sound so easy. I just got to find somebody that's going to make the coffee.
And to make the story short, I did find that person, and now we've come up with a coffee brand. So that is exactly why and how it happened. And we're moving to tea for military spouses next year.
You going to have chamomile?
We'll see. I've got to find the right person.
Ooh. All right, if you're watching the parade deck and you get some chamomile and peppermints, you better holla at her. Sheena?
So I actually am my calling is just to serve and to love on people. I live by loving on people, because I feel like with love, everything else just falls into place. When I was younger, I was in and out of foster care a little bit. My grandmother wound up raising me. And there were times where I felt invisible. And so, going through different things throughout life, realizing that, stuff hurts sometimes, and not wanting anybody else to feel that hurt. So just finding a way so that I can let other people feel seen and feel included. And so volunteering has become a very big part of my life, and I knew when I was in the 6th grade that I was going to join the military. And so when I was 16, my grandmother told me no. And then when I was 17, she signed the consent forms, and off I went. And I'm still active duty today. That was I'm at almost 26 years now.
So that goes into my next question about who was your mentor? Like for me, I'll never forget Sergeant First Class Steglick. And it was weird for me to walk into my first reserve unit and the E7, the Sergeant First Class is the commander. Ooh, I got stories. Never mind. But you always have that one mentor. You don't have to shout their name out if you don't want to. But what stood out to you about that mentor, and how did they change your life?
When I think about my mentor, I think about Sergeant First Class Sandra Hightower Smith. My first duty station was in 1994 in Korea, Camp Red Cloud, Korea. And I worked in the S1. And I was a person, I just wanted to be, I just wanted to be in the military. I didn't really want to, in all honesty, being transparent, I didn't really want to learn nothing. I didn't really want to do anything.
You wanted to be in the E4 Mafia for life.
Exactly.
She was like, they calling me.
They're gonna have to ETS me as an E4. I was gonna hit that retention control point. But what she saw something in me that I didn't, and so every time I thought she was harassing me, she'd be like, "Farmer, do this, farmer, do." I'm like, why is she calling me out? I mean, we've got a load of people here. It's a load of soldiers here that can do the job that she wanted done. But she saw something in me. And so in my first duty station, I was able to go to PLDC, and I was able to win all of these Soldier of the Month boards because she believed in me, even though that was like, I couldn't stand her. But in hindsight, when I went to Warrant Officer School and I became a Warrant Officer and I became a Warrant Officer Instructor and I got, Warrant Officer Instructor of the Year and all of those things, was able to work for the Secretary of the Army at the Pentagon. All of those things the road leads back to her because she saw something in me that I couldn't see for myself, and I'm blessed beyond measure to have had her as my NCO IC and that experience.
That's beautiful.
I have had many, many mentors.
You only get to choose one.
I'm not going to call. I'm not going to call them out.
With your whole list now.
But I have at every twist and turn. I was 17 when I got in. I was very young. So I grew up in the military, and I had many mentors throughout my career. And so I won't call them out. But what I will say is I have learned something very unique and very special from each and every one of them. And it is because of them that I started a study hall for soldiers to provide that mentorship to those that want to grow and develop and learn and compete and just, get through life, right? And so just being there for somebody else is a way to give back. And that's what I appreciate those mentors. And I think they know that I feel that way.
Now, I like to throw these curveball questions. Worst piece of advice ever that you've received, and you were just like,
you can't do it. Don't do it. You cannot do it. You won't be able to accomplish.
Do you want to be petty right now and say that person?
I don't.
No, let's not do that.
I don't. I'm over it. Look at me. I'm at parade deck.
She like, look at me now. Hey, look at me now. Hey, I'm giving you caffeine. Worst piece of advice ever.
Okay, this won't be everybody's worst piece of advice, but my worst piece of advice was always fake it till you make it, because I am not a fake it till you make it person. I'm very transparent. I'm not good at lying, and I feel like if I fake it till I make it and you know that I'm lying, now you just don't trust me. So I'm just going to be transparent, and that works for me because people, when you're honest with them, now they're willing to step in and help you learn how to get there.
Now here's another curveball question. One missed opportunity that when you look at it back in retrospect, you go, dang.
Missed opportunity.
We all have a missed blessing.
That one's deep. I can't think of one. Hold on.
I got 4.
One missed blessing, I think, was having the opportunity to collaborate on a book right after I retired with a group of veteran women. I already have one book out, Army Strong Women, but it was a missed opportunity because guess what? I had lost my identity. I was done. I don't want anything to do with the military. And so I lost out on that collaboration, and I think that would have led to stronger relationships and, you know, all of the things that come with that. So I think that's one opportunity that I missed out on doing that book collaboration.
I'm glad you said that because that reminded me of my one missed thing. And it's not missed, it's just delayed. And that's the book that I'm writing about my mentors.
Did you take notes with Amy Forsyth and her masterclass course, giving out college credits and everything?
I have been writing for years. I just haven't done it.
So that means you've taken the Amy Forsyth challenge, and next year your book should be published by then.
Uh-oh.
It's a real thing. No,
I think I sent you a connection request. I might want some advice. Will you mentor me?
There it is. There it is.
There it is. But the whole thing is you always learn from your missed opportunities. You always learn something in retrospect. And guess what? That lesson learned can help somebody else. And that's what we're here to do at Parade Deck. So now, the $1 million question, where can people find you? Where can people find your organization? And you have to say it slow. Like, don't be like, no. Where can people find Shiro Coffee?
You can go.
Well, hold on now. You can go 2 more miles per hour now.
You can go to shirocoffee.com. That's SHEROCOFFEE.com. And anything you want to know about the Shiro Coffee Club is there. We're also running a campaign for women veterans looking for our 2025 Shiros.
Wait. How many?
Between 6 and 10.
That's it. If you are not between 6 and 10, she only looking for 10 faces. Just 10.
Max 10.
Maximum 10.
Yes. But you can get that information on shirocoffee.com as well.
That doesn't mean you can't still promote the Shiro Coffee brand, though.
Woohoo!
Operation Teammate can be found at operationteammate.org. That's www.operationteammate.org. You can also find me, if you want to volunteer, at Sheena, SHENA, .Veal, V as in Victor, EALE, at operationteammate.org.
That's right. Now listen, I want y'all to clap it up because I'm telling you, Melissa and Sheena, maybe y'all should collaborate talking about coffee and volunteers. CV, baby. Or VC or something like that.
I like
don't
that.
know. And then what you're going to do with that content is put it on the Parade Deck, and then you're going to get verified, and then you're going to share followers, and then when you have your coffee parties, you're going to invite Greg. Because Greg is going to drink up all your VN. I'm going to drink up, what flavor is this? The medium roast. I'm going to drink the medium roast. What's this one?
The dark roast. We also have K-Cups.
Oh, whoop, there it is. I'm there. All right, thank y'all so much,
Thank
Sheena.
you.
Thank you so
Thank you,
much,
Greg.
Melissa.
Thank
Clap it
you.
up for Sheena and Melissa.
Thank you.
Listen, keep it locked. ParadeDeck.com, live from the Military Influencer Conference. Amy Forsyth and I, we're going to go part ways right now, and I'm going to be at a special location. Amy's going to hold down the HQ right here, but keep it locked. ParadeDeck.com.
I love helping out veterans just because I've been in their shoes. It really does make you forget about some of the stuff you're going through for an hour or 2, 3 hours.
You know, there were a lot of things that were missed, birthdays, holidays. So it's sort of a reward for everything that you had to give up previously.
It's hard to be able to take your family anywhere. Like the costs involved and sort of all of those barriers, they kind of remove that barrier and allow you and your family to kind of eat and do something out and just cool experiences.
I've seen the Islanders, I saw Taylor Swift, I saw Kenny Rogers.
I would not be able to go to these events if it wasn't for Ventix. You know, being middle class, kind of, work paycheck to paycheck like so many Americans do, Bad Six opened up a whole new world for me for the time that I've been able to spend with my daughters. You know, we go to different concerts, different plays, different musicals, comedy shows, real good father-daughter bonding experiences.
As a single mom, it gives me the opportunity to take my daughter and her two friends to experience an awesome live event that I don't think they would have got to experience otherwise.
I'm from Reno, Nevada. Coming down to the Sharks game, that's a treat. I can't afford to come to all these things. So it's great that Vetrix throws tickets out to veterans and get us to come out and see other veterans and thank them as well as be out with them and their families as well. So it's a lot of fun.
In just a fleeting moment, a self-defense scenario can unfold, altering lives in the blink of an eye. As this message reaches your ears, consider the profound impact mere seconds can have. This is precisely why the United States Concealed Carry Association stands out as the fastest growing self-defense community in the nation. The USCCA is unwaveringly dedicated to providing top-tier self-defense education, invaluable training, and robust self-defense liability insurance. They are more than just an association. They are a sanctuary of safety insurance. Today, over 800,000 responsible gun owners proudly call the USCCA their haven for peace of mind and preparedness. They've made the choice to be empowered, informed, and ready. Now it's your turn. Embrace the assurance, join the community, and transform seconds into a lifetime of safety with the USCCA.
Oh, there he goes. Greg, can you hear me? Wave if you can hear me. Oh, good, good, good. He can hear me.
Woo! You know how hard this is, Amy? I gotta hold my hand. I gotta rest my elbow. This is how we do the live stream. How we gonna end off Parade Deck with paid and working the guest list. See, she. If you ain't on the list, you won't get in the room.
Hey everyone, I'm Amy Forsyth down here in the Parade Deck Theater. We're wrapping up. We're finishing strong, day 3 here in Atlanta, Georgia. Thank you for being with us. We've had some amazing guests on the stage, podcasters, authors, entrepreneurs, and our change makers. They can all be found on paradedeck.com. We've got Greg in the mixer.
Amy, what's up?
Hey.
Hello, it's your boy Greg Williams, paradedeck.com. We are ending off the stream this way. Listen, I'm going to show you something right now. I'm going to show you. It's not a game. You see Peyton?
Let's go.
Peyton is at the mixer, and if you ain't on the guest list, you don't get in.
Don't get in.
All right, you don't get in. But, yeah, litigation. All I'm telling you right now, woo, Connie's up in the house. Connie's up in the house. Connie is in the house. Now tell them what company you represent, Connie.
Crowell and Hunter Family Farm.
Yes, all right. And we are live here with DJ Gill. Oh, yeah. But yes, that is how we get down Parade Deck. Amy, listen, girl, you better join me. Stop working. Get up to the mixer, because it's about to get lit. People are coming in here. Oh, also, Amy, check this out. Also, under this is the exclusive Stop One World Tour sock. You can only get it here. It's the Stop One World Tour sock. Only exclusive Stick Fit socks. Only exclusive Military Influencer Conference in Atlanta. I got to host the mixer. Amy, it was nice working with you. But I'm about to have some fun.
It's time to kick off the party now. Thank you, Greg. It's been amazing. We've talked to so many great people. And if you're wondering, how do you become a game changer on Parade Deck, you can go to paradedeck.com. We're growing our list. Join us. Also, if you're a podcaster, don't forget, register your podcast for the Podcast Awards coming up here in October. It's where you want to be. Look at Greg. It's time to party after 3 days of some really great sessions, connecting, influence, making an impact on others. It's been a tremendous and exciting event here, and I'm sure planning for next year is already underway. Thank you for joining us here on the Parade Deck stage at the 2024 Military Influencer Conference in Georgia. And we look forward to connecting with you. If you're curious about Parade Deck, you're not sure, you haven't heard about it before, you can definitely go to the website, because we want to connect with you on LinkedIn, YouTube. Don't forget to subscribe, like, follow, share, and you can go back and review all the sessions on the YouTube channel and Facebook Live. It's just been tremendous. So we look forward to seeing you and keeping the conversation going on the Parade Deck. We look forward to making more connections to support our military and our veteran communities right here on paradedeck.com. I'm Amy Forsyth, and Greg has already got the party started. So I'm heading up there right now to catch the mixer. So learn more about Parade Deck and the 200 other game changers. Get verified, scan the QR code, and visit paradedeck.com. That's all from Atlanta, Georgia at Parade Deck Theater. Thanks, everyone. We'll see you on the Parade Deck.